Chapter 2277. The scene changed so quickly that many people could not react in time. The monk, who was so powerful and on par with the sage ruler, was asking for help in the blink of an eye. Boom! The void trembled as a black rod pierced through the air. It carried a powerful aura and hit the sage ruler viciously. The devil ape did not let down his guard. He knew how powerful the sage ruler was and naturally knew that even if the monk used such a powerful move, it was still impossible for him to defeat a sage ruler. It was already very impressive to be able to guarantee that he would not be defeated. The black rod fell with a powerful force. Together with the demon subduing pestle controlled by the monk, the two of them could stop a sage ruler. Terrifying energy surged in the sky as the sage ruler used one powerful move after another. However, under the joint efforts of the devil ape and the monk, these attacks were all neutralized. Why aren't you killing them? Being stopped by two sages, the sage ruler was filled with anger and had no choice but to signal the others to attack. Out of the 5 powerful people, one sage ruler could only stop 2 of them. There were still 3 left. After witnessing the monk's power, who could guarantee that the 3 of them did not have similar powerful skills? These sages who were already scared out of their wits were really unwilling to go forward. They were not afraid of death, but this kind of action was purely suicidal and meaningless. What are you waiting for? Attack! The sage ruler who was stopped by the 2 spoke again. The sages looked at each other. Were they really going to die just like that? Xing and the other 2 spread out and tried their best to effectively stop the sages from advancing. Just as the atmosphere was very oppressive and the sages were in a dilemma, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Munan, you don't have to make things difficult for them. The combat strength of these 3 people is not weaker than the other 2. The one who said this was a tall and thin sage ruler. He walked over from behind. Seeing this person, the sages heaved a sigh of relief and immediately bowed. Mu Yi, I didn't expect you to come out too. The sage ruler who was fighting with the monk glanced at the man. The sage ruler named Mu Yi smiled and said, If I didn't come, I'm afraid you would be in danger this time. Why? Do you mean they can still kill me? Mu Nan said unhappily, Why don't you give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, the saint ruler called Mu Yi suddenly charged forward like a bolt of lightning. He instantly landed in front of Xing Chen and threw a punch at Xing Chen's chest. Bang! The powerful energy exploded and Xing Chen's body exploded. Looking at the shattered energy, Mu Yi said, Take a look. Xing Chen's figure appeared dozens of meters away. His expression became serious. In his hand, Xing Chen gripped his spear tightly. He pointed the tip of the spear and charged towards the Saint King who had launched a sneak attack. Radiant slash. In another direction, Brilliant formed a seal with both hands. Blazing radiant energy formed an attack in front of her and followed Xing Chen. Mingyu leaped into the air and her body grew taller. Behind her, a real moon appeared. Under the moonlight, her gauze dress fluttered. Like Fairy Yu, she held a long sword and charged towards the Saint King. The Saint King, who was originally relaxed, gradually became serious in the face of the 3 attacks. I'll deal with these 3. You guys go to the front. Sensing the power contained in the 3 attacks, Saint King Mu Nan, who was fighting Tyrant and Mu Yi, fell silent. Just as Saint King Mu Yi had said, if he hadn't come, a Saint King like him would have died at his doorstep under the joint attack of the 5. With their powerful opponents blocked by the Saint King, the other saints were no longer worried. They deliberately avoided the battlefield and rushed towards Zichen. Su Mingyao, who was beside Zichen, was about to make a move. Zichen shook his head and said, You control the universal origin cauldron. Leave these people to me. As he spoke, Zichen withdrew the energy from his body. Su Mingyao nodded and began to pour energy into the universal origin cauldron. Zichen turned around and walked forward. He saw that the dozens of saints were rushing towards him. Their faces were filled with murderous intent. The saint power around them kept surging. After taking a few steps forward, Zichen's hand flashed and a black longbow appeared. Zichen held the bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right. As the longbow was pulled into a full moon shape, a loud dragon roar came from the bow. A dragon-shaped arrow appeared on the longbow. It burst with a blinding golden light, and a powerful saint aura spread out. Wong. The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Poof! Like a bolt of black lightning, the arrow instantly pierced through the forehead of a saint who was charging forward. At the same time, the huge power contained in the arrow sent the saint's body flying backwards. The arrow pierced through the saint's forehead and flew into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. The saint who was sent flying a distance lay on his back in the void. He lost all signs of life and slowly fell, killing a saint with one arrow. Wong, Wong, Wong. At the same time, the bowstring vibrated faster and faster. Arrows made of pure saint power tore through the air and shot towards the saints. The expressions of the saints changed drastically in the face of this arrow that was as fast as teleportation. They could only see the trajectory of the arrows. They could even sense that the arrows were targeting them. But before they could react, the arrows would arrive in front of them. Some of them took out their weapons and slashed at the arrows. But before their attacks landed, the arrows had already reached their foreheads. Not only was this attack impossible to dodge, but it was also very powerful. Each arrow could break through their defenses. After breaking through their defenses, it could even destroy their lives. The saint's energy, which was known to be immortal and indestructible, couldn't resist this energy at all. They were forcefully suppressed and couldn't form the cycle of immortality until their souls were completely destroyed. It was as if this energy had a natural suppressive effect on their souls. This was Ziqin's unique saint power that defied the natural order. Everything was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Ziqin shot 8 arrows and killed 8 saints. It was a complete massacre. The 2 saint kings who sensed this changed their expressions. They thought that it was already very terrifying to have 5 powerful existences among the 7 of them. But who would have thought that the young man, who should have been very weak in their eyes, would be so powerful? Fortunately, after paying the price of 8 lives, these saints also arrived in front of Ziqin. With everyone close in on them, they believed that the battle was about to end. These saints who arrived in front of Ziqin were undoubtedly lucky because Ziqin's target wasn't them. That was why they were able to survive. But they were also pitiful because they arrived in front of Ziqin. One must know that Ziqin's physical strength was definitely the best among all. Ziqin took a step back. A sword light brushed past Ziqin's cheek. Ziqin took the opportunity to punch the saint in the chest, and the latter's body flew out. As he flew out, the saint was also coughing up blood. He had already been injured by Ziqin's punch. He was only injured and didn't die. This saint was still very glad. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His expression changed abruptly as he heard a soft sound. Poof! After this soft sound, the saint was horrified to realize that his soul was rapidly fading away. But he didn't know what was going on. Bang! Under his horrified gaze, he saw another saint being sent flying. There seemed to be a misty light flashing by beside the saint. Then, the saint's body opened up and blood flowed out. His vitality was rapidly fading away. The saint who seemed to have understood all this didn't even have time to close his eyes before his vitality was completely gone. Bang! 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 Amidst the attacks of many saints, Ziqin's figure flashed continuously. While dodging one attack after another, Ziqin would also attack one after another. All the saints who were hit by Ziqin's attacks and were sent flying lost their chance to try again. They lay dead in the void. The injuries on their bodies were almost the same. There were blood stains in the space between their eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of 9 saints who approached Ziqin were all sent flying and fell in the void. They were all dead. The expressions of the saints who followed closely behind were undoubtedly filled with shock. It seemed that this method of killing was much more powerful than the previous 5. Although the 5 of them had killed many, they hadn't killed so quickly or decisively. In their eyes, these people had only charged forward and then been sent flying. In the end, they died one by one just like that. The horrified saints subconsciously steadied themselves. They were terrified. They had thought that the powerful existence had been stopped by the saint ruler. Who would have thought that there was an even more terrifying existence here? After they stopped, Ziqin, who had lost his opponent, turned to look at these saints. A cold smile appeared on his lips. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and like an illusory ray of light, he actually charged towards these saints. The rumbling sound was still ringing in the sky. The universal origin cauldron was seizing the time to collect the planet. In the meantime, the suction force released caused the surrounding saint corpses to be drawn towards the center of the universal origin cauldron. Zichen charged into the midst of these saints at top speed. Following a series of loud bangs, these saints' bodies began to fly backward. Except for a few who were lucky enough to survive after flying backward, the rest were attacked by the saber's spirit in the process of flying backward. Their souls were destroyed and they died. Similarly, Zichen's combat power was undoubtedly more powerful than a group of saints. Run! The other saints saw that the situation was not good and turned to run. Again, they were not afraid of death. However, there was no meaning in dying after being slaughtered in such a way. The two saint rulers shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't reprimand him anymore. This was because the combat power displayed by the other party was simply too strong. It was so strong that it was beyond their imagination. He believed that even the unborn geniuses of the family would be slaughtered if they were to stand in front of him. All of you, back off. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. The saint ruler's aura spread. It was the third saint ruler of the Huate clan. He had no choice but to come out in advance. Chapter 2278. When he sensed the Holy King's aura, Zichun did not stop. Instead, he continued to attack the saints. One by one, the saints were sent flying. The Holy King's aura was rapidly approaching. These saints were also desperately retreating. Zichun stopped chasing and looked ahead. He saw a beam of light, and within that beam of light, there was a pair of cold eyes. That pair of eyes was staring straight at him. Zichun stood where he was. Facing the light, he did not dodge. Instead, he began to accumulate power. Golden light shone around his body, releasing a powerful aura. Facing the light that was rushing towards him, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward. The dazzling fist light was like a burning fireball. It went straight ahead and collided with the light. Boom! The fist light exploded. The light figure was also blocked. The energy ripples scattered in all directions. Zichen's black robe fluttered in the wind. He did not take a step back. He stared at the light figure that had revealed a human body. A middle-aged man stood in front of him. He was full of majesty. His eyes were deep and cold. When they fell on Zichun, Zichun felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He allowed the energy ripples to wreak havoc as he looked at Zichun and said coldly, "You have some skills." Lightning flashed on Zichun's back. The heavenly thunder wings appeared. He had a total of 10 wings. He was already extremely sensitive to space. After the heavenly thunder wings appeared, he was even more sensitive. Swoosh! Facing the Holy King, Zichun could not be careless. Thus, he took the initiative to attack. He appeared beside the Holy King at a speed that was close to teleportation. A cold light flashed in the latter's eyes. A powerful Holy King attack was displayed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichun's figure changed positions in an instant and dodged the Holy King's 2 attacks. His body appeared behind the Holy King. Unexpectedly, his palm landed. The Holy King's body leaned forward uncontrollably. Boom! Seeing that his body had lost its center of gravity, Zichun's energy exploded. He began to attack with all his strength. This was naturally the close combat technique that Zichun was good at. When displayed in the Saint Realm, the power displayed was also very strong. Zichun's figure circled around Holy King, constantly changing his form. One attack after another landed on Holy King, who had lost control of his body, causing him to be unable to resist at all. The saints in the distance looked at this scene in shock. They didn't expect that after the monk, there would be someone who could challenge a saint. Furthermore, his opponent's speed was too fast. Many of the saints present couldn't even see Zichun's movements. They could only see a ray of light changing. As for the scene within the light, it was impossible to see it. This kind of extreme speed was much faster than theirs. Coupled with that powerful attack, it had to be said that the deaths of those people before were not unjustified. Boom! Under the barrage of attacks, bits and pieces of energy entered the Holy King's body, accumulating until it finally exploded with a loud boom. Zichen's attack came to an end, and he began to retreat. His breathing became slightly hurried. He had consumed a lot of energy. After the energy exploded, Holy King's body retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced indifferently at Zichen. He said, "I'll deal with this person. You guys hurry up and attack." Obviously, this Holy King also saw that the cosmic origin cauldron was extraordinary and was prepared to let the others take the saint weapon first. As soon as he finished speaking, Holy King began to form a seal. A powerful aura was released from his body. His opponent was a Holy King. Zichen obviously couldn't be distracted. He didn't look at the saints who were beginning to charge forward, but he released the saber spirit. The saber spirit had its own consciousness and could attack on its own. Although it was relatively weaker than Zichen's control, it had no problem stopping some saints. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, two rays of light, one gold and one silver, appeared from Zichen's body. These two rays of light turned into two large clones and flew in Su Mengyao's direction. Su Mengyao, who was collecting resources, couldn't be disturbed. Zichen used the saber spirit and the two large clones to guard her. In another direction, the monk, who was working together with the devil ape, also transformed into a golden body. The golden body had the same combat strength as the original, and it went to help Su Mengyao. The saint named Mu Nan was very surprised to see this. He didn't expect that the monk would have such a trick up his sleeve at this point in the battle. With so many tricks up his sleeve, these saints were undoubtedly going to be unlucky again. However, as many saints fell, they learned to be smart. They didn't just attack blindly. Instead, they constantly worked together to tangle with the clones. They didn't want to be successful, but they didn't want to be wrong. Extreme yang. Around Zichen's body, the energy aura became scorching hot. Following the appearance of the seal, an extreme yang mark appeared. After this mark appeared, it went straight for Holy King. Boom! The Holy King's seal formed and collided with the extreme yang mark. The two forces of energy exploded, forming a terrifying ripple that spread in all directions. Zichen began to retreat. In the process, his body began to flash with gold and silver light. The two forces of extreme yin and extreme yang filled his body. His appearance became very strange. His eyes and body turned into gold and silver respectively. Two different types of energy began to circulate around him. A unique and violent aura escaped from his body. This aura made people's hearts palpitate. On the other side of the battlefield, the two Holy Kings sensed the change in Zichen. They turned their heads and looked at Zichen. Seeing Zichen's current appearance, their expressions changed. They cried out involuntarily, "This is yin and yang energy. It's that person's yin and yang energy." They were very familiar with that person. In the battle that year, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of that person. Although they had suffered great losses before, if it weren't for Wuji's appearance, the Huate clan wouldn't have to be isolated from the world and recuperate. However, because of Wuji's appearance, the entire Huate clan suffered great losses and had no choice but to close down. They didn't expect to see yin and yang energy again after so many years. Moreover, it was yin and yang energy that was even more terrifying than the yin and yang energy that Wuji had displayed. As Zichen retreated, a ball of extreme yang energy appeared in his left hand and extreme yin energy appeared in his right. This was the first time he had used the yin-yang thunder lotus since he became a saint. In the previous battle with the Holy Kings, Zichen hadn't fully broken through yet. Today, he was about to unleash an attack that was even stronger than before. My left hand is yang and my right hand is yin. Yin and yang fuse. Zichen's left and right hands began to close together, and the two extreme energies violently rejected each other, forming a powerful shockwave. These shockwaves contained unimaginable destructive power and spread out in all directions. Just these waves of energy alone could severely injure a saint. Is this yin and yang fusing? How is this possible? On the opposite side of Zichen, the Holy King's face was filled with shock. The other two Holy Kings were also in disbelief. Two completely opposite forces couldn't possibly fuse together. This was common knowledge. As expected, as the two forces of energy approached each other, the repulsive force became even stronger and more terrifying. The ripples formed made the saints feel the threat of death. Zichun put up a defense on the surface of his body. However, this defense started to distort under the vibration of the ripples. Chi, chi. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the two forces of energy began to fuse and twist together, forming an even stronger ripple. This ripple caused Zichun's defense to quickly distort, as if it could break at any time. Netherforge. On the opposite side of Zichun, the Holy King saw this scene and became very nervous. Obviously, looking at Zichun's appearance, he was very confident in fusing the two forces of energy. Therefore, he couldn't see his opponent explode and die. He could only use his strongest attack. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in front of him. This whirlpool was like a black hole that led to the netherworld, but also like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. The pitch-black whirlpool spun, carrying with it an extremely strong suction force. In front of Zichun, the yin and yang forces also began to change as they fused. In the end, they turned into a yin-yang lotus. The surface of the lotus flashed with the light of thunder. The yin-yang lightning lotus took shape and floated in front of Zichun. Zichun raised his head and looked at the black hole in front of him. With a thought, the yin-yang thunder lotus flew forward. The pitch-black whirlpool rumbled as it moved forward. Under the nervous gazes of many saints, the two attacks met. The destructive forces began to corrode each other. In the midst of a stalemate, the yin-yang lightning lotus exploded. After the two ultimate forces of energy exploded, they produced an even stronger destructive force. This force instantly spread throughout the entire whirlpool. During this time, the whirlpool devoured some of the yin and yang forces. Perhaps because it devoured too much, the whirlpool also exploded. In an instant, a powerful ripple spread out in all directions with the center of the explosion as the center. Zichun and the Saint King were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. They were engulfed by the energy. However, before the spreading energy could completely explode, Zichun and the Saint King quickly retreated. As they retreated, both of them coughed up blood. It was obvious that they had suffered some injuries. In comparison, Zichun looked more miserable. There were many tears on his black robe. From the tears, one could see the wounds on his body. As for the Saint King, it was obvious that he was not in a good state either. He also looked very miserable, and his face was full of shock. Thunderbolt seal. Zichun, who was retreating, began to form seals with both hands. A thunderbolt seal appeared. This was the Thunder Clan's Heaven Path technique, which contained an extremely powerful attack. The Saint King opposite Zichun was not seriously injured. He also formed seals and used the Hort Clan's Heaven Path technique to fight against the Thunder Clan's technique on the Life Star. In an instant, various techniques flashed in the sky. There were so many of them and so powerful that it was dazzling. The saints in the distance were shocked. Obviously, this saint, who was at the same level as them, was on par with the Saint King alone. Damn it! In the battle, the Saint King did not gain any advantage. He became more and more annoyed. 3 Saint Kings and a group of saints couldn't deal with 7 saints from the Life Star. After cursing, the Saint King no longer cared about anything. He reached out his hand, and a glowing long sword landed in his palm. As soon as the long sword appeared, Saint Might surged. Everyone's expression changed drastically. It was a saint weapon. Chapter 2279. The appearance of the sacred weapon was like a storm that swept through the void. Unlike Zichun's universal origin cauldron, the appearance of the sacred weapon in the sacred ruler's hand was undoubtedly more shocking. First of all, its sacred aura was more obvious. Compared to the universal origin cauldron, it had an additional aura that made one's heart palpitate. Most importantly, this was a sacred weapon that specialized in killing. On the star path, a sacred ruler wielding a sacred weapon clearly represented the strongest combat power that could be displayed on the star path. The moment the sacred weapon appeared, Tyrant and the others all sensed that something was amiss. They all turned to look in Zichun's direction with worried expressions. They saw the sacred ruler pointing the sacred weapon at Zichun. A cold light flickered from the tip of the sword. Zichun's expression became extremely solemn. Today's battle was different from the previous one. Last time, a heavily injured sacred ruler had taken out a sacred weapon. This time, however, the sacred ruler was not heavily injured. Sacred ruler power surged around Moon Nan as he stood in front of Tyrant and the demon ape. He looked at the two of them and sneered. "You two better wait. We've used our sacred weapons. Even if we die, we can still be proud of ourselves." Tyrant and the demon ape had blocked him earlier. Now, he could also block the two of them effortlessly. Mu Yi, who was fighting Xing Qian and the others, blocked the three of them at the same time, preventing them from helping. In fact, the five of them only expressed concern. They had no intention of helping at all. With their strength, blocking a sacred ruler was already very good. If they rashly went up against a sacred ruler with a sacred weapon, they would be courting death. The sacred ruler wielded the sacred sword and stabbed at Zichun. There was no need for too many moves, nor was there any need for dazzling techniques. Just a single stab could fuse the power of a saint ruler and a saint weapon and easily kill a saint. The sacred sword moved forward, its murderous intent locked onto Zichun. The unique spatial suppression made Zichun feel extremely pressured. It was as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him. Every movement was very difficult. Buzz. Golden light flowed on his body as a powerful sacred aura spread. The sacred body began to take effect, forcefully dispersing the pressure around him. Although it could not completely dispel it, it was enough to make Zichun do some simple movements. Just by being able to do this, he was already much stronger than the average genius saint. Seeing that Zichun was still able to move, a look of surprise flashed across Sage King's deep and cold eyes. But soon, he sneered. How could a mere saint be able to block the attack of a saint weapon? Seeing that the holy weapon was about to reach him, the holy pressure became oppressive again. Zichun's lips curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he did something that shocked everyone's eyes, the sacred ruler's sacred weapon. A white sphere appeared in his hand. Just as the saint weapon was about to reach him, the sphere began to emit light, forming a barrier in front of Zichun. No one believed that such a barrier could block the attack of a saint weapon, let alone an attack from a saint king wielding a saint weapon. The attacking sacred ruler also thought so. His attack was unstoppable. But when the tip of his sword came into contact with the sacred ruler's sacred ruler, his expression froze. His attack, which should have been unstoppable, was stopped by the sacred ruler's sacred ruler. He could not advance any further. The sacred ruler's sacred sword and the sacred ruler's sacred ruler were locked in a stalemate. The sacred ruler looked in disbelief at the smiling Zichun through the sacred ruler's sacred ruler. His powerful attack had been blocked by such an inconspicuous sacred ruler's sacred ruler. Could it be that the sacred ruler's sacred ruler was a supreme treasure? He watched in disbelief as the sacred ruler's sacred ruler grinned at him. The smile was somewhat eerie and even a little cold. The sacred ruler had a bad feeling about this, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Could it be that the sacred ruler gave it to him? But the sacred ruler was only a sacred ruler. He could only defend against the sacred ruler's sacred ruler's sacred ruler. How could he threaten him? Moreover, although the sphere in front of him had blocked his attack, the energy on it was rapidly depleting. He believed that it would soon break through its defense. When that time came, only death would await him. Just as the Holy King was puzzled, he saw Zichun, who had been controlling the white bead with all his might, suddenly let go of it. Without the support of the energy, the barrier formed by the bead was depleting its energy even faster. It seemed that it wouldn't even be able to hold on for a single breath before shattering. However, this amount of time was enough for a saint to launch an attack. Zichun tapped his feet in the air, and his black robe fluttered in the wind as his figure soared into the air. He crossed the barrier and stared at the Saint King. The Holy King's eyes followed Zichun's movements. At some point, a sheathed saber had appeared in Zichun's hand. Zichun crossed the barrier and leaned forward. His left hand held the scabbard while his right hand gripped the hilt. By the time the Saint Ruler realized what was happening, the black sword hilt was already flashing with golden light. Swoosh! The broken saber was unsheathed, and a bright saber light flashed towards the Saint Ruler. The moment the bright saber light appeared, the Saint Ruler felt a strong sense of danger. Without another word, he immediately used his sacred weapon to block in front of him. The saber light didn't encounter any obstruction. It swept past the Saint Ruler's body and traveled a distance before dissipating. The sacred weapon in the Saint Ruler's hand was still in a defensive position. His eyes stared blankly ahead, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The surroundings were completely silent. Even the few people who were fighting had stopped as they stared unblinkingly in this direction. From the Saint Ruler's attack to Zichen's defense, and then to Zichen's quick counterattack, only a very short time had passed. However, time seemed to have frozen. Zichen stood on the spot, and his saber had already returned to its scabbard. The white bead had also flown to his side. The Saint Ruler was in a defensive position, but he didn't make any further moves. On this side, time seemed to have frozen. In the distance, Su Mingyao, who was controlling the Universe Origin Cauldron, entered the Universe Origin Cauldron in a flash after collecting a planet. Then, the Universe Origin Cauldron began to shrink and flew towards them. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zichen. No one noticed that the Universe Origin Cauldron was changing directions and flying towards them. A beam of light shot out from the cauldron. The light split into 3 in the air and landed on Xingchen and the other 2. The 3 of them disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Zichen finally made a move. He began to retreat. In front of him, the Saint Ruler didn't attack. One of his arms was suddenly cut off at the shoulder when Zichen retreated. Saint Blood splattered in the void. A saber cut off an arm. The void was dead silent. "Oh no, they're running!" Someone suddenly exclaimed. Finally, someone noticed the abnormality on the other side. "Stop them!" Muyi suddenly realized that he had lost his opponent. He shouted coldly and rushed towards the Universe Origin Cauldron in front of him. After Mu Nan woke up, he launched a fierce attack towards the monk and the demon ape. "Time to go," Zichen transmitted to the 2 of them. He continued to retreat, preparing to meet up with the Universe Origin Cauldron. There were already 3 Saint Rulers and a Saint Weapon. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. "Die for me!" The one-armed Saint Ruler glared at Zichen with hatred. He gripped his Saint Weapon tightly and rushed towards Zichen. He had lost a lot of face today. In a one-on-one situation, he couldn't kill a saint. He even lost an arm after using his Saint Weapon. Zichen ignored him. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and he instantly accelerated in the direction of the monk. As he rushed forward, Zichen gripped the scabbard in his hand tightly, his eyes fixed on Mu Nan. Swoosh! Zichen almost teleported to Mu Nan's side. He unsheathed his scabbard, and a bright blade light flashed towards Mu Nan. The latter's expression changed drastically. He steadied his body and started to dodge rapidly. The blade light flashed past, and a part of Mu Nan's sleeve was torn. Mu Nan broke out in cold sweat. The monk and the demon ape started to retreat. They knew that they couldn't show off in this situation. Boom! Mu Yi came to the side of the Universe Origin Cauldron 1 step ahead. He looked at this extraordinary Saint Weapon with a burning gaze. Just as he was about to seal the Saint Weapon, the Universe Origin Cauldron suddenly shook. A powerful force spread in all directions, and Mu Yi was forced to retreat. The Universe Origin Cauldron passed through the layers of energy blockades. Then, 2 rays of light flew out and landed on the monk and the demon ape, taking them away. At this point, everyone except Zichen had entered the Universe Origin Cauldron. Zichen himself also retreated to the side of the Universe Origin Cauldron, but he was already surrounded by others. 3 Saint Rulers, a group of saints, and a Saint Weapon. It seemed troublesome. Today, I'll show you the true power of a Saint Weapon. Looking at these people, Zichen sneered and changed a few seals in his hand. Boom! Beside him, the Universe Origin Cauldron went completely berserk. Deafening beastly roars sounded from it, as if a peerless beast was sealed within. Following that, magma-like flames gushed out from the mouth of the cauldron. With blazing heat, they swept in all directions. Damn it! Feeling the terrifying heat from the flames, the 3 Saint Rulers' expressions changed. As for the saints, they were already experienced. They had already retreated far away when they saw that the situation was not good. The terrifying heat lasted for a few breaths before it dissipated. The three saint rulers rushed out, but they couldn't see Zichun anymore. There! A saint suddenly pointed at a ray of light in the distance and exclaimed, "Chase!" The saint rulers didn't want to be outdone. They chased forward. If they really let him escape, the Huate clan would lose all face. In the process, Su Mingyao appeared again. She was ready to open a path for Zichun. Chapter 2280. The pursuers were quickly approaching. Zichun did not care about the other saints, but he had to take the three Saint Kings seriously. The Saint King with a missing arm and a saint weapon was dangerous because of the anger and hatred in his heart. When they entered, Su Mingyao had already spent some time opening the passage. Now that they wanted to leave, it would not take as much time as before, but it would still take some time. The yin and yang clones appeared beside Zichun. They began to form seals and perform yin and yang attacks at the same time. Boom! The two attacks exploded in front of them. The power of yin and yang mixed and exploded with an even stronger destructive force. This destructive force could block all saints, making them not dare to take half a step forward. But to the three Saint Kings, this attack was not very strong. Behind Zichun, Su Mingyao was forming seals. Her expression was solemn and her eyelashes trembled. It was obvious that she was nervous. If they did not speed up, Zichun would be in danger facing the three Saint Kings. The three Saint Kings arrived in the blink of an eye. Zichun tightened his grip on the black scabbard. The thunder wings behind him vibrated as he charged forward. "You're courting death." Seeing that a mere saint dared to take the initiative to attack, the three Saint Kings sneered and attacked Zichun. Chi! A sharp sword light tore through the void and pierced straight towards Zichun. Zichun's feet flashed and mysterious energy spread. The advancing saint weapon slowed down slightly. This delay was almost undetectable, but to Zichun, who had the fastest speed in the world, this was a fatal flaw. Taking advantage of the moment when the saint weapon slowed down, he dodged to the side and unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! A bright saber light flashed past, heading straight for the one-armed Saint King. It was extremely fast. The Saint King's pupils constricted. He retracted his saint weapon and blocked in front of him. After suffering a loss previously, he naturally had to be on guard against this saint, who possessed both speed and attack power. Zichun's sharp and decisive attack was blocked by the saint weapon. The attacks of the two Saint Kings came from his left and right. Zichun used his extreme speed to dodge them. However, he only managed to dodge one of the attacks. The other one landed on Zichun's shoulder. The defense on the surface of his body instantly shattered, and his figure retreated, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. This was the attack of a Saint King, and it definitely could not be underestimated. As he retreated, the universal origin cauldron in the air vibrated and instantly expanded. Like a mountain, it whistled through the air toward the three saint rulers. As they advanced, all sorts of whistling sounds rang out in the surroundings, carrying some kind of bewitching attack, causing the three Saint Kings to become slightly dazed. Swoosh! During this time, Zichun unsheathed his saber once again. A bright saber light flashed towards the absent-minded Sage King. 3 streaks of light flashed, and the 3 Saint Kings all retreated, dodging this strike. Although Zichun's blade was damaged, it was no weaker than a saint weapon. Even the 3 Saint Kings did not dare to face it head-on. Damn it! Seeing that the passageway was about to open, but they could not do anything to the other party, the 3 Saint Kings were furious. Next, boundless Saint King power appeared, carrying a huge pressure as it spread towards Zichun. This time, this power not only suppressed Zichun, but also enveloped Su Mingyao. Not all saints could move freely in the face of the Saint King's aura. Faced with this aura suppression, Su Mengyao's body flashed with misty light. Although she could still move, her speed was undoubtedly slowed down. This was undoubtedly much slower for breaking open the passageway. Seeing this, the other 2 saints were delighted. They all released their Saint King auras to envelop Su Mingyao. The universal origin cauldron vibrated again and spun towards Su Mingyao. It floated above her head, and rays of light fell, dispelling the 3 Saint Kings' auras. Under the suppression of the three Saint Kings' auras, Zichen's speed was affected to a certain extent. Faced with the three Saint Kings' subsequent attacks, his reaction was slower than before. Poof! After dodging 2 attacks with difficulty, Zichen was hit by the 3rd attack. He coughed up blood and flew backward. Ever since he came to this world, he had not been idle. The energy in his body had been greatly depleted. During this time, he had even used the yin-yang thunder lotus. Whether it was his energy or his soul, it had been greatly depleted. Now that he was fighting 1 against 3, he was clearly powerless. The saints in the distance were so scared that they did not dare to go forward. Before today, if someone had told them that a saint could fight against 3 saint rulers alone, they would not have believed it no matter what. This was because even the top genius of the Huate clan could not do this. To be able to fight one-on-one, it was already very impressive. But now, they saw a situation of 1 against 3, and there was even a Saint King with a Saint weapon. Although Zichen had been losing and his injuries were getting worse, it was already very impressive that he could hold on until now. Looking at the entire star path, or even the entire starry sky world, who could do this? Whoosh! Zichen used the 9 passing thunderbolts to the extreme. But the huge energy consumption, coupled with the heavy injuries, caused Zichen to be injured again and again. He kept coughing up blood, but he still had to hold on because Su Mingyao was behind him. Every time he retreated, Zichen would forcibly stabilize his body and choose to charge forward again. If he could not hold on, Su Mingyao would be in danger. Su Mingyao was very nervous. Every moment she delayed, Zichen would be in more danger. She kept warning herself that she must not panic, because panicking would only waste more time. Fortunately, the exit passage was easier than the one in. As the energy fell into the void ahead, the space there began to distort and a passage appeared. Zichen, let's go. Su Mingyao's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Then she turned into a stream of light and entered the Cosmos Origin Cauldron. Boom! The Cosmos Origin Cauldron began to move. Like a moving mountain, it suddenly turned back. Blazing fire snakes kept emerging from it and entangled the 3 sacred kings. Zichen took this opportunity to retreat quickly. In terms of escaping, who could compare to Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world? As Zichen retreated, the Cosmos Origin Cauldron turned 1 round and then shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into Zichen's hand. It entered the passage with Zichen. Seeing Zichen running away like this, the others were obviously very unwilling and immediately chased after him. The second to arrive, Sacred King Mai, paused slightly and said, "If we walk out of here, it means that we have entered the world. So what? Is there any force that can deal with us?" The Sacred King with the sacred weapon turned around and said, then chased after them without looking back. The reason why they had chosen to seal themselves back then was because the losses were too great. If they were not careful, they might be attacked by the forces they once belonged to. However, after so many years of recuperation, no force could threaten the Huate family unless the real doomsday battle broke out. The 2 sacred kings hesitated for a while and then chased after them. The sacred kings who came later also followed. After walking out of the passage, they arrived at the only planet. Zichen's figure flashed and passed through the planet, returning to the path he came from. Then, a beam of light appeared from the Cosmos Origin Cauldron. The light fell somewhere in the void, and a passage appeared there. Zichen entered the passage without hesitation. He arrived outside the Huate family and then began to escape. After the 3 sacred kings appeared, they chased after him. On this day, many sacred kings and 3 sacred kings of the Huate family appeared, announcing their complete reappearance. However, this reappearance was obviously accompanied by anger. All the forces knew that the Huate family was chasing a sacred king from the life star. Few people knew this sacred king, but the fact that he could survive the pursuit of 3 sacred kings also caused a huge shock. In fact, Zichen had already done many sensational things on this star passage. However, those things were only in the outer star fields and had not spread to the depths of this star field. Even if they did, no force would care. Wasn't it just subduing the Nepha's star field? If the forces in the depths were willing, they could easily subdue a star field. The cultivators of the Huate family had reappeared after so many years. Moreover, they had reappeared in the form of a pursuit. Obviously, they would not give up until they achieved their goal. All the forces were also silently watching this scene. During this period, some forces wanted to help, but after their sacred kings fell in a face-to-face confrontation, they completely dispelled this idea. In the face of such a terrifying existence, it was better to just watch the show. These forces in the depths were all under the jurisdiction of the Hua Te family. Therefore, after learning that they were chasing a sacred king who was ridiculously powerful, they did not dare to interfere and could only choose to close the teleportation formation. In desperation, Zichun could only travel through the endless starry sky. During this period, he would take out his aircraft most of the time. After all, this kind of thing was fast and very labor-saving. Those teleportation formations were not open to Zichun, but were completely open to the people of the Hua Te family. Therefore, Zichun was blocked time and time again. However, relying on his own speed advantage, Zichun escaped the pursuit of the three sacred kings time and time again. As for those sacred kings, in Zichun's opinion, they were purely there for show and were not worth being afraid of. In this way, Zichun continued to flee and then fled from the depths of the star field to the outer star fields. Although their attempts to intercept him were ineffective, the three sacred kings did not have the slightest intention of giving up. It seemed that they wanted to chase Zichun to the life star. As he fled frantically, Zichun's injuries became more and more serious. Fortunately, he had a strong physical body and good recovery speed, which allowed him to persevere. However, in the face of this elusive pursuit, Zichun obviously could not hold on for long. After running to a star field called Pomegranate, the exhausted Zichun suddenly stopped. He put away the heavenly thunder wings and supported his exhausted body as he slowly moved forward in the star field with a completely relaxed expression. In the surroundings of that star field, there were many cultivators who heard the news and came to watch. Chapter 2281. Within the cosmic origin cauldron, the monk and the others appeared. During this period of escape, they would appear to help when they were surrounded. At this moment, they were all injured and looked very pathetic. The few who came out looked around. When they saw the Saint Kings who had stopped, they smiled and walked forward. During this time, the monk turned back and made some provocative gestures at the Saint Kings from the Hua Te clan, which attracted many cold and murderous gazes. The 7 of them swaggered forward, leaving behind the 3 Saint Kings and a group of saints. They stood still and looked serious. In front of Zichun and the others stood 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a feather robe that looked like it was made of flames. She was tall and beautiful. She was the great Saint Rosefinch. As for the other 4, they were the great saints Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Thunder. Although their strength had not fully recovered to the great saint level, they were still at the Saint King level. They stood there and restrained their auras, but they still made the experts from the Hua Te clan feel great pressure and stop moving forward. The 5 great saints were very calm. They had faint smiles on their faces as they looked at the return of Zichun and the others. The people from the Hua Te clan looked very serious. Their eyes were full of fear. "Hey, you guys, aren't you going to kill your Lord Buddha? Come on, I'll stand here today. I promise I won't move." In this silent anger, the monk's voice suddenly sounded. He had finally walked to a relatively safe distance and turned to provoke the 3 Saint Kings. Hearing the monk's provocation, the great Saint Azure Dragon could not help but shake his head and laugh. Why did the Buddhist sect have such a person? Can't they see the situation clearly? If they really wanted to fight, we wouldn't have shown up so quickly. If the Buddha knew, he would be pissed to death. But this character is not bad. Those baldies are too hypocritical. This one in front of us is more straightforward. The sacred beast of thunder said with a smile. The other 3 smiled and did not say anything. The 3 Saint Kings were furious when they heard the provocation, but they did not dare to do anything too overboard. Although the 5 people had restrained their auras, they still felt a sense of fear. In a one-on-one situation, they did not have any chance of winning. What's more, they had the advantage in numbers. In the distance, those who had come from this star field purely to watch the battle were all shocked. Their gazes were constantly sizing up the green dragon Grand Sage and the other 4. In their hearts, they did not expect the 5 of them to be able to stop the 3 sage kings of the Huate clan. "Hey, are you guys coming or not? If you don't come, we're leaving." Seeing no reaction from the trio, Monk bellowed again. "Tell me, all of you spent so much effort chasing after me. Do you think you'll feel better if you don't fight? Come, Lord Zong will wait here. I promise I won't fight back." The monk's expression was very arrogant and his tone was very proud. He didn't look like a monk at all. Moreover, this guy seemed to be afraid of nothing and was afraid of nothing. Beside him, Zichun was well aware of this fellow's motive for incessant provocations. It was none other than that saint artifact that caught his eye. However, how could that saint weapon be so easily obtained? Not to mention the fact that they could not fight this battle. Even if they could, the monk would not be able to take away the saint weapon after killing these few saint kings. No matter how unreasonable and shameless he was, it was impossible for him to take the saint weapon away. "Let's go." The 3 saint kings looked deeply at the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest before turning to leave. If they fought this battle, they would definitely die. Hence, they couldn't fight. Seeing the 3 saint kings and the other saints leave, Monk was very disappointed that they didn't fight. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage turned his head to look at a certain spot in the void and said indifferently, "Why aren't you leaving? Could it be that you want to exchange blows with us?" The void where the Azure Dragon Grand Sage was looking at started to distort. A figure appeared. He glanced at the Azure Dragon Grand Sage before turning to leave. The arrogant monk's expression changed. His face was a little pale. He turned to look at Zichun and said, "There's actually a 4th Saint King?" Along the way, I felt that there was some danger. However, I didn't sense the source of the danger. "It seems like he has been following us," Zichun said. "When did this happen?" Monk asked again. He didn't sense anything at all. "When that Saint King lost his arm, I felt some kind of danger. I decisively retreated. Damn it, those fellows are really cunning. A dignified overlord force actually dares to use such a shameless killing move." Monk cursed angrily. Then, his face was filled with regret and annoyance. "It's a pity that we couldn't kill the 4 of them. If we had left the 4 of them and a saint weapon alive, we would have fewer enemies in the future." Zichun looked at Monk and sneered. "If we had killed the 4 of them today, we would have been wiped out before the war with the foreign races started. Do you think a saint weapon is so easy to obtain? If they had chosen to start a war today, the Huate clan would definitely come out. Under such circumstances, all the saints on the Life Star would be pinned down here. Once the foreign race saints invaded, the Life Star would definitely be destroyed. Isn't it the same? They will be our enemies sooner or later." Monk mumbled. "By then, we would have lost most of the foreign race saints. We would still have the strength to fight the Huate clan. Although the order is different, the result will be very different." In front of the 5 great saints, they bowed respectfully. The Azure Dragon Great Sage nodded and said, "This time, we have already alerted the enemy. We should go back and prepare. There is not much time before the war starts." Because LV Peng had opened the passage last time, the protection of the heavenly Tao had weakened. In less than 100 years, the foreign race saints would invade. After learning this, Zichun and the others did not stay any longer. They went straight to the Nephis starfield. This time, they had gained a lot from entering the Huate clan. There were already hundreds of planets in the universal origin cauldron. As for Saint Crystals and solid energy, there were countless of them. After returning to the Nephis starfield, Zichun took out the universal origin cauldron. It contained everyone's gains. Seeing this supreme treasure that belonged to the Life Star again, the great saint's expressions were filled with amazement and emotion. If the war started, the universal origin cauldron could play a greater role on the Life Star. The Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others did not refuse. This time, they had gained a lot on the star passage. They had looted several star fields and taken control of a few saints. These would be the secret resources of the Life Star. At a critical moment, they would be of great use. Next, the saints here would return in batches. Time was tight. The more saints they could create, the better. Therefore, Zichun returned to the Martial Heaven continent with the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others on the same day. After that, Zichun went to the Time Castle and began to extract the laws within the Saint crystals. He worked with his clone to condense as many Saint crystals as possible. It was worth mentioning that because the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others had grown stronger, the time flow of the castle, which had been accelerated 100 times for Saints, had doubled again. Zichen extracted Saint crystals every day. After that, he would arrange the Saint Force laws he had extracted neatly according to their categories. The other Saints would then select some Heavenly Realm experts according to these laws and let his clones sense them to condense Saint crystals. After extracting all the laws within the Saint crystals, Zichen also joined the process of condensing Saint crystals. In the Boundless sect, everyone could see the signs of Saint crystals forming almost every day. Sometimes, they could even see the phenomenon twice a day. One day in the outside world was 200 days in the time castle. During these 200 days, Zichen and his clone were both condensing Saint crystals. At the same time, the Heavenly Realm experts who had obtained Saint crystals also began to condense them. Almost every day, Heavenly Realm experts who had become saints would walk out of the time castle. Time passed. It had been less than 10 years since the invasion of the foreign races. The Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others were considering how to deal with the invasion of the foreign races. During this time, they also needed to make some defenses. It was worth mentioning that the Heavenly Realm experts who had become saints this time were not just from the two continents. There were also Heavenly Realm experts from the other continents on the Life Star. The Life Star would not be spared from the invasion of the foreign races. Once the two continents were breached, the entire Life Star would be destroyed. Several great saints had already opened the transportation channel. The Heavenly Realm experts all came to the Martial Heaven continent and the Boundless sect to wait for the Saint crystals. For these people, this was a very rare opportunity. Zichen wholeheartedly devoted himself to the process of condensing Saint crystals. As for how to deal with the invasion of the foreign races, it was up to the Azure Dragon Great Sage, Su Mingyao, Tyrant, and the others to discuss. During this time, the saints who had been nurtured over the years would be arranged on the two continents to face the enemy together. The invasion of the foreign race saints was getting closer and closer, and Zichen's time was getting tighter and tighter. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Star Road, which was known as the most mysterious place, there was an unforeseen event. 3 special teleportation platforms lit up. These 3 teleportation platforms were located in the 3 Overlord forces. Just as the transportation channels lit up, a person walked out of the Jiatu clan. He was Jiatu Huangtu. After walking out of the clan, he went straight to the transportation channel to the Nephis starfield. Now that the transportation channel had been opened, it was time for Zichen to fulfill his promise. When he arrived at the Nephis starfield, Jiatu Huangtu saw Xing Chen. After that, Xing Chen came to the Boundless sect to send a message. Zichen had to come out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, Zichen bid farewell to these people and stepped onto the transportation channel to the Nephis starfield. It was worth mentioning that he left the Cosmos Origin Cauldron behind. In the upcoming battle, this cauldron would be more useful. Chapter 2282. How long will it take to get out? Zichen asked Jiatu and Huangtu as they left the Star of Sin. I'm not sure. Maybe a few years, maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years, or maybe I'll never be able to get out. Jiatu and Huangtu shook their heads and said, Actually, you're already very lucky. Few of those who have stepped on the star path can go there. The star path was like a big pocket that could fit everyone in, but if one wanted to leave, the price to pay was too high. If Zichen hadn't met Ichien, he would have had a long way to go to reach the life star, or maybe he wouldn't have gone at all. The war would start soon, but according to Jiatu and Huangtu, Zichen obviously wouldn't be able to make it. However, he had done enough for the life star. The current situation of the life star was the best it had ever been since the two sides had confronted each other. The war hadn't started yet, but the alien race saints were already doomed to be defeated. Now, what everyone needed to pay attention to was the final battle with the forces on the star path. Jiatu and Huangtu didn't know much about the most mysterious area, but they told him that it was the end of the star path. Once he reached there, he would reach the end. Do you know why there are no Saint Kings on the star path? Facing Jiatu and Huangtu's sudden question, Zichun shook his head in puzzlement. Since the star path had been developed, there were many saints in each star area, but Zichun had never seen a Saint King, except for the Overlord forces. On the star path, there has always been a privilege. Anyone who has reached the Saint King realm can use this privilege to enter the deepest part of the star path. There are many legends about that place. Among them, there are two things that everyone wants the most: the passage to leave and a powerful saint weapon. So, anyone who has reached the Saint King realm will enter that star area on their own. According to what I know, the minimum requirement to enter that star area is to become a Saint King realm. If the minimum requirement is Saint King realm, then what's our situation? Zichun asked, puzzled. It's a special situation. It's said that it's a reward for the three forces guarding the star area. That's why saints can enter to seek opportunities. Even so, each of us only has 5 spots, which is pitifully little. Apart from the fact that the 5 of you must be saints, are there any other requirements to enter that star field? Yes, a saint-level physical body is the minimum requirement. The two of them arrived at the Jiatu family and met with the Jiatu family patriarch. In addition, Zichun also met with several elders. It could be seen that they attached great importance to this matter. When their gazes fell on Zichun, every elder would nod and smile to express their goodwill. This time, apart from Zichun, Jiatu and Huangtu, who had a saint-level physical body, were also among the 5. The other 3 had been waiting here for a long time. Judging from their auras, they weren't any weaker than Jiatu and Huang Tuesday. Come with me. Seeing that all 5 of them had arrived, Jiatu Qixing nodded at them and signaled for them to follow. The other elders were waiting outside, and the 6 of them entered the room. After closing the door, Jituki looked at the 5 of them and said, "Before entering this place, I only have a few words for you. Remember, physical body, ability, weapon." These few words made it difficult for them to think of anything else. Even Zichun frowned, seeming very puzzled. Whether or not you can return successfully depends on your luck. After saying this, Jituki Sheng signaled for them to leave. However, when they went out this time, Zichun actually saw Yiqian. He nodded at her. A young Saint King stood beside Yiqian. He was standing at the back of the group. His back was slightly bent, as if he was a servant. Jiatu, Huangtu, and the others who came out all bowed to the goddess, then to the Saint King. "Come with me," the young Saint King said, and then led the way. "You want to go in too?" Zichun, who stood behind the Saint King and beside Yiqian, asked through telepathy. He had to use telepathy because at this moment, everyone in the Jiatu family was looking at him. Compared to the 4 members of the Jiatu family, Zichun was a little too close to the goddess. Walking side by side with the goddess was something even the head of the family didn't dare do. "They want me to go in. They say they want to see my potential," Yiqian said through telepathy. "Potential? Don't you have a god-level bloodline? Why do they want to see your potential?" Zichun didn't understand. "I'm not sure. It's said that there are strong and weak god-level bloodlines," Yiqian said through telepathy. "Right? You have to be careful when you go in. It's said that it's very dangerous inside. Although my freedom won't be restricted once I go in, I probably won't be able to help you. But if I have the chance, I'll go see you. Thank you in advance. With a goddess like you looking after me, I'm sure my situation will be better. Do you know what it's like inside?" "I'm not sure. Jituki Ta didn't tell me. He just said I didn't need to worry about that. After we go in, someone will arrange everything. However, he said that the space inside is similar to a normal star field. It has almost everything." Yiqian said through telepathy. Jituki Ta is the one in front. It's said that he's the first person to come out of that world. But even if I asked, he wouldn't tell me what's going on inside. Zichun was surprised. He didn't expect that this Saint King was the only one to come out of the depths. If that was the case, then the saint weapon that he had almost snatched away last time must have been brought out by the other party. Following the other party, they entered a spatial passage guarded by more than a dozen saints and several Saint Kings. Along the way, Zichun had already seen several Saint Kings and had a certain understanding of the overall strength of the Jiatu family. If they wanted to attack the Life Star, the Jiatu family would send out all of their forces. Even if they could defend the Life Star, they would suffer a great loss. As one of the 3 overlords, The Jiatu family had an unimaginable foundation. Jatukita was the first to enter the passage. Then, he stood at the other end of the passage and stood there respectfully. Ichian was the second to enter, followed by Zichun. In this space, Zichun saw a shining teleportation platform. Around the teleportation platform, there were 4 old men sitting cross-legged. After sensing the appearance of the group, they opened their eyes and stood up to greet Ichian respectfully. The aura around the 4 old men was very strong. They must have walked very far in the Saint King realm. Zichun felt that the 4 of them were not weaker than the Azure Dragon Great Sage, who was also a Saint King. The passage has been opened. Goddess can go in. One of the old men stepped aside and said with a hoarse voice. He had a respectful expression. Goddess, please. Jatukita bowed and gestured for Ichian to go first. Ichian stepped onto the teleportation platform and turned to look at Zichun. She gave him a look that said both of them understood. Ichian stepped onto the teleportation platform. Her figure became distorted on the teleportation platform and then disappeared. After you go in, you must be very careful. Remember? Jatukita said to Zichun and the others. The 5 of them nodded. I know that your background is not ordinary, but compared to the goddess, you are still too weak. Zichun, stay away from the goddess. That way, you can live longer. Remember, your mission is to obtain a saint weapon. Stay alive and bring a saint weapon. Do not provoke an unexpected disaster. A voice transmission sounded in Zichun's mind. It came from Jatukita. This was a serious advice. Although the tone was not appropriate, it was definitely sincere. Of course, the reason was the saint weapon. The Jatuki clan needed Zichun to bring out a saint weapon. Among the 5 of them, the one who was most likely to bring out a saint weapon was of course Zichun, who had the strongest battle strength. For a saint weapon, it was not wrong to remind Zichun. After waiting for a while, Jatukita said, All right, the 5 of you can go up. The 5 of them nodded again and walked up one by one. But this time, the order did not matter because the 5 of them were teleported together. After that, Jatukita did not give any more instructions. The moment the 5 of them stood on the teleportation platform, the light on the platform changed. The 5 of them distorted and disappeared. I wonder how many of them will come out this time. Looking at the 5 of them who disappeared, an old man said, Maybe one. Maybe none of them will come out. Jatukita said indifferently. Jatukita, what is the secret inside? An old man asked curiously. If you want to know, you can go in and see for yourself. Jatukita said. Although that place will not stop us, we are not stupid. That place is no different from a prison. Over the years, how many people have gone in, but who has come out? I am afraid that in history, you are the only one who came out. After entering that unknown space, even if you obtain a saint weapon, you will lose your freedom. Moreover, in an environment where the weakest is a saint king, those who do not come out are likely to have met with misfortune. What was in the depths of the star path had always been a secret. Even an overlord like Jatukita did not know much about it. Although they could not contact the people inside, they knew that most of the people who had entered were still alive. After sensing the bloodline of the 4 of them, they would give them some protection. This alone would increase the chances of the 4 of them coming out. As for Zichun, he came from a life star. Although he could not receive the protection of the Jatukita family, in these years, some life stars had entered. If they did not die, they would not sit idly by. This was why Jatukita was willing to trade with Zichun. Chapter 2283. When his figure reappeared, the moment his feet touched the ground, Zichun felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. In the face of this pressure, his figure became unstable and he instantly knelt on the ground. Beside him, the 4 people who appeared at the same time as him were also in a similar state. Their faces were pale, their backs were bent, their legs were on the ground, and their hands were on the ground, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. In addition to this huge pressure, there was another mysterious energy that filled this place. This energy instantly isolated the heaven-defying energy in his body and blocked his soul perception. It was as if there were layers of seals on his body. At this moment, under these layers of seals, Zichun became an ordinary person. An ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. He couldn't fly, couldn't use energy to attack, and couldn't use his soul to perceive other things. What's going on? Such an unforeseen event shocked the five people. They looked at each other, and when they saw the same expression on each other's faces, they were slightly relieved. If it was just one person who was in this situation, they didn't know what to do. After gradually adapting to the pressure around him, Zichun stood up and straightened his back. When he raised his head, he didn't see Qian, who had arrived first, but he saw something else. There were houses here. The houses stood in an irregular pattern, and they looked very old. Some were even very dilapidated. Most of these houses were made of wood, and there were very few of them made of earth. Occasionally, there were a few tall stone houses. Seeing the scene in front of them, Jia Tu and Huang Tu were quite surprised. They looked around curiously and were very excited. But when Zichun saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Everything in front of him immediately reminded him of what had happened in the Tianwu continent. At that time, there was a small village. The first time, Zichun saved that small village from the hands of assassins. The second time, he and Wang Xian were hunted down and fled to that village, where they received help from the simple villagers. The scene in the village that gave him a sense of dilapidation was very similar to the scene he was seeing now. But in that village, the people who lived there were all mortals. And the place Zichun was standing in was known as the most mysterious place on the star path, a place closely related to the God clan. How could such a place look like a village in the mortal world? Jia Tu and Huang Tu had never left the star path, so naturally, they had never seen mortals. They were very curious about the building in front of them. However, Zichun knew very well that this was the worst building in the world. The current martial heaven continent had been transformed by him. Everyone was a cultivator. It was almost impossible to find another place like this. That had already become Zichun's memory. Seeing this today made him relive those memories. Could it be an illusion? Zichun closed his eyes and prepared to mobilize the perfect spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness to dispel this scene that he should not have seen. However, he quickly opened his eyes and revealed a bitter smile. His soul was sealed, and he couldn't use his perfect spiritual sense at all. He was just like a real mortal. Is this a test? Was it a test of one's mental state? As long as I pass this stage, I'll be able to return to normal? Zichun guessed in his heart. He did not believe that all of this was true. The most mysterious place on the star path had such a scene. People who lived in the most mysterious place on the star path had a life worse than mortals? Be careful. This might be an illusion. Looking at the four curious people, Zichun kindly reminded them. An illusion? But all of this is so real. One of the saints said. Zichun remembered that the other party was called Jia Tu and Ming Tuesday. Since this place is known as the most mysterious place, it's not strange that there's such a realistic illusion. Zichun said again. Are you so sure that this is an illusion? Jia Tu and Huang Tu turned to look at Zichun. The other four also turned their heads. They lived in different environments and had never seen such a strange and peculiar building. Zichun nodded and said, in our world, the residence of mortals was like this, and most of the mortals built stone houses. Places like this are the most dilapidated. In the words of mortals, there is no labor in this kind of family, and life is very difficult. Mortals, what is that? Jia Tu and Ming Tu asked curiously. They seemed to have heard of a magical species. Humans who have never cultivated any techniques, don't know how to use energy, and don't have soul power. Zichun thought about it and really didn't know how to explain it to them in detail. He could only point at himself and say, just like our current situation. In this way, not only did the four of them not worry at all, but it even aroused their curiosity. Jia Tu and Ming Tu sensed their own situation and jumped twice on the spot. They said in surprise, is that so? We can't even fly? There's no energy, so we can't use aircraft. Do we rely on teleportation arrays? Mortals can't enter teleportation arrays. The power in the teleportation arrays will tear mortals into pieces. Zichun said helplessly, if we can't use teleportation arrays, wouldn't it be boring to stay on a planet for the rest of our lives? Boring. At this moment, the other party actually thought of the word boring. Zichun was speechless. He could only explain, The planet we're on is very big. It's about a planet, about 100,000 times the size of your main planet. Huh. The four of them were very surprised. They obviously didn't expect a planet to be so big. Looking at their exaggerated expressions, Zichun said helplessly, "We should be talking about an illusion now, right? Now, in our world, there are no mortals anymore. And this is the center of the star field. How can there be a place where mortals live? So, I'm sure this is an illusion." This was the deepest part of the star path. It was indeed impossible for there to be mortals. The four of them agreed with Zichun's point of view and nodded. One of the saints asked doubtfully, "But what's going on with our situation? Our energy has been sealed. Does that mean we've become mortals like you're talking about? Are we going to live here next?" If we want to break the illusion, we naturally can't let it continue to develop. Now, let's not move. As long as we don't move, it won't trigger the illusion. Let's not move and wait for the person controlling the illusion to move first. Then, we'll break the illusion step by step. But how can we break it? Have we already become mortals? We can only wait and see if there are any abnormalities. But under normal circumstances, to break the illusion, we need to be more powerful than the controller of the illusion. But now that our strength is almost all sealed, this method obviously can't be used. So, we can only destroy things that may interfere with us. Zichun's calmness was convincing. His certainty made people feel at peace. Just like that, the five of them stood in place, motionless. As for their eyes, they were looking around to see if anything unusual happened. A moment later, the sound of heavy hammers hitting iron was heard. Zichun recognized that this was the sound of weapons being forged. It was very loud and powerful. "Is this a change?" Jia Huang asked. Zichun didn't speak, and his expression became solemn. The sound lasted for nearly half a quarter of an hour and then stopped. From a slightly dilapidated room, a bare-chested, brawny man walked out. He was sweating profusely, and his sweat soaked his pants. After coming out, he walked towards Zichun and the others. After seeing the brawny man's appearance, the expressions of the four saints from the Jia family changed. They looked at the brawny man in disbelief. "Do you know him?" Seeing the expressions of the four, Zichun's heart moved and he asked. The four nodded. Jia Huang said, "He's an elder of the family. He has been here for many years. This is one of the changes." "Don't be fooled," Zichun said in a deep voice. The four nodded. The brawny man came in front of the four, ignoring Zichun. He looked at Jia and the others and said, "You guys, who wants to go with me?" The four looked at each other and then turned to Zichun for help. "Who are you?" Zichun stared at the brawny man and asked, "Go away. I didn't ask you." The brawny man glanced at Zichun and said unhappily, "Kill him." Zichun said again, a cold light flashing in his eyes, "Huh." The four saints were stunned again. "He's fake. It's just an illusion. He's not a member of your family. Hurry up and do it. If you delay, something will happen," Zichun emphasized. Jia Huang had known Zichun for a long time and knew that he never joked. So without saying a word, he mobilized his energy and was about to step forward. But he soon found that he had no energy to mobilize, so he could only clench his fist and punch at the opponent's face. Although he had no energy, his physical body was strong enough. So this attack was much stronger than a mortal's. It broke through the air. Seeing Jia Huang make a move, the brawny man looked back at Zichun again. This time, his expression was full of disdain. With a light flick of his sleeve, Jia and Huangtu's punch changed direction, and they were sent flying. "Kill." When the other three saw this, they also shouted and rushed forward. Without energy, they could only use the power of their physical bodies. The brawny man stood in place and didn't move. He stretched out his hand and moved it 3 times in front of him. Then, the 3 of them flew out. "Trash, you're all trash." Ignoring Zichun, who was in a daze, the brawny man looked at the 4 people on the ground and said unhappily, "Jia raised 4 trash like you? You can't even distinguish between the real and the fake?" The 4 of them stood up, looking vigilant. They didn't know how to answer. Zichun had been staring at the brawny man. After seeing him make a move, he suddenly remembered what Jia Qixing had said before. Ability, physical body, Weapon? Could it be that this wasn't an illusion, but a real test? Just as Zichun was puzzled, the brawny man pointed at Jia Tu Huang and said, "You're the stupidest, idiot. Come with me. The three of you, stay here for me." After saying that, without waiting for Jia Tu Huang to decide, he stepped forward and grabbed Jia Tu Huang's collar, dragging him to the room that he had just walked out of. Zichun's pupils suddenly shrank. Just now, he clearly saw the other party use a physical body control technique to easily resolve Jia Tu Huang's uneasy resistance. Then, he easily grabbed his collar and walked away. Chapter 2284. Jia Tu and Huang Tu were taken away just like that, leaving behind the three dumbfounded people. Book to read 1cc. The three of them didn't chase after him because they felt that he was the ancestor of their family. Then the three of them looked back at Zichun with a look of help in their eyes. Maybe I was wrong. This isn't an illusion. It seems to be a test. Zichun thought seriously and said in a deep voice, "Test? What test?" Jia Tu and Ming Tu asked. "I'm not sure. Let's wait and see." The things here were indeed beyond his expectations. At this moment, Zichun's mind was recalling the other party's attack just now. Maybe the three of them couldn't sense anything. They just felt that their strength was sealed, and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. But Zichun, who had learned close combat, knew very well that the brawny man just now used physical combat skills, and the use of power was very clever. Even if the two sides fought with energy, they would still have no power to resist. What is this place? Zichun's heart was full of curiosity about this area. After waiting in place for about a quarter of an hour, figures finally appeared in their line of sight. It was three people, three old men, the three saints from the Jia Tu family. After seeing the three old men, were startled and looked at each other in disbelief. "You know each other?" Zichun asked. The three of them nodded, looking very excited. Jia Tu and Ming Tu said directly, "One of them is a direct ancestor of my bloodline." How could this be? Zichun was startled when he heard this. The three of them quickly walked over. They were wearing very simple clothes, and one of them was even patched. After coming in front of the four people, the three from the Jia Tu family hurriedly saluted. Zichun didn't know the situation. He just stood in place and watched, not saying a word. The three old men didn't look at Zichun, but looked up and down at the three people. Their expressions were as if they were looking at livestock, waiting to be traded. They looked at the three people until their hair stood on end. Book to read 1cc. Just nice. One for each of us. Who's going to pick first? The old man with patched robes who didn't seem to be leading a good life spoke first. "Pick whatever you want. Just make sure you don't die," the second old man said. The third person nodded. Then, they casually chose the person closest to them and said, "Let's go." From the beginning to the end, the three old men did not even look at Zichun, completely ignoring him. As the three of them left, they kept looking back at Zichun with every step they took. It was obvious that they were still very nervous. "What are you looking at? You don't even know if you can live past tomorrow, and you still have the time to care about others?" One of the old men said indifferently. Based on the other party's words, it proved that the other party could see Zichun and was indeed ignoring him. Those words also contained an extremely deep meaning. They would not be able to live past tomorrow. Could it be that there was some hidden danger here? Speaking of which, in such a place where one's strength was completely sealed, once one encountered danger, it would definitely be life-threatening. However, as a newcomer, Zichun had no idea what he should do at this moment. Wait, that seemed to be the only way. However, the village in front of him was like the same. There were only houses and no people. If he continued to wait here, what could he wait for? Look around? Zichun immediately dispelled this idea. Other than these dilapidated houses, there was nothing else to see. As for entering those houses, it was obviously even more impossible. It seemed that he could only wait. Soon, 2 hours had passed. The sun was gradually setting, and Zichun felt a chill in his heart for no reason. The four people who had left earlier could no longer be seen at this moment. Even the house that Zichun could see Jia Tu and Huang Tu walking into no longer emitted the sound of hammering iron tools. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, and still not seeing anyone else, Zichun was a little flustered. One book Book 1cc. Just as he was hesitating in his heart about whether to look around, he saw an old man walk in from outside the village. The robe on his body was patched in many places. His face was old and full of wrinkles. His back was slightly stooped, and he carried a pickaxe on his back. He was dragging his tired body step by step, walking into the distance. The old man didn't notice Zichun and walked in another direction. The impression he gave Zichun was that he was a lonely old man with no children and a poor family background, living a very poor and hard life. Although he kept reminding himself that this was the depths of the Star Road, and it was impossible for such a situation to occur. However, everything in front of him was so real. The tired eyes, the stooped back, and the wrinkles on his face were all so clearly visible. After walking into the village and another 100 meters, the old man seemed to have noticed something and turned his head to look this way. He saw Zichun, and Zichun was sizing up the first person who had appeared after a long time. The two of them looked at each other, and Zichun saw a pair of turbid and tired eyes. The other party was like a real mortal old man, without the slightest trace of an expert. "Hey!" The old man saw Zichun and sized him up a few times. He exclaimed in surprise and then walked over. The old man held the pickaxe with one hand and put the other hand on his waist, where a gourd was tied with a rope. It was unknown whether the gourd was filled with wine or water. The old man opened the cork and raised the gourd with his calloused hand. He drank a mouthful and then smacked his lips in satisfaction. Looking at the old man's expression, Zichun guessed that it should be wine. At the same time, he guessed that this was an old man who knew how to enjoy hardship. He didn't speak and quietly looked at the old man. The old man was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. His soul was suppressed, and he couldn't perceive the old man's aura. The old man came in front of Zichun and sized him up. He then looked at the sky and said, "What a pitiful little guy. Are you willing to follow me?" Zichun didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. It seemed that this was his only choice. According to the old man of the Jatu clan, there seemed to be some kind of danger here. This kind of danger couldn't be encountered during the day, so perhaps it would appear at night. "Let's go." The old man turned around and walked towards the distance with his tired body. Zichun walked behind him and looked at the old man's appearance. He couldn't help but ask, "Old mister, do you want me to help you carry this thing?" "No need. It's going to be dark soon. We have to speed up," the old man said without turning his head. However, his speed wasn't very fast. This made Zichun even more puzzled. During this time, Zichun passed by a house and found that the doors were all closed. Occasionally, he could hear sounds coming from those houses. It could be seen that there were people inside. The old man's residence was relatively at the back. It was a wooden house, and it was very dilapidated. Looking at the old man's clothes, Zichun could also guess that the old man's life wasn't very satisfactory. It was normal for him to have this kind of residence that could only block the wind and not the rain. After entering the room, the old man put down the pickaxe against the wall. Zichun followed him in. Not surprisingly, he didn't see any decent furniture. "It's dark. Hurry up and close the door," the old man said again. This was the second sentence he said to Zichun. Zichun nodded his head and was about to close the door behind him. However, when his hand landed on the door, the expression on his face changed. It was as if what was in front of him wasn't a wooden door. Instead, it was an iron door. It was incomparably heavy. However, even if it was an iron door, Zichun, who had a saint-level physical body, should be able to easily move it. Even if it was a mountain, Zichun could still move it. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, the wooden door didn't move at all. How can this be? Zichun could feel that his energy was sealed. However, his saint-level physical body was still there. The strength he exerted was tens of thousands of times stronger than that of a mortal. However, he still couldn't move the wooden door at all. It wasn't until he exerted strength with both hands that the wooden door trembled slightly. Then, it slowly moved. Every time it moved, Zichun had to expend a lot of strength. At this moment, the old man was standing behind Zichun. When he saw that Zichun was using all his strength to close the door, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his muddy and tired eyes. After the door was closed, Zichen was so tired that he almost collapsed. He leaned against the wooden door and slowly sat down. He was constantly panting and sweating profusely. Just closing a door was more tiring than fighting a sage ruler. The room was pitch black. Only the sound of Zichen's rapid breathing could be heard. After that, an oil lamp emitted a dim light. At least there was some light in the room. However, the light was too weak. Zichen's hand flashed, and he took out a luminous pearl. The pearl emitted a bright light and illuminated the entire room. It had to be said that a luminous pearl in such a dilapidated room was out of place. The old man glanced at the luminous pearl and didn't say anything. "Old man, what's going on?" Zichen asked curiously as he placed the luminous pearl on the wooden table. "I'm going to cook first. It's been a tiring day. We'll talk after eating." After the old man finished speaking, he walked into a side room. That seemed to be the kitchen. "Old man, I have some food here. You don't have to cook." As he spoke, Zichen took out some decent food. These were all from the interspatial ring. However, he quickly noticed some problems. His soul perception had been blocked. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to take anything out. However, he took it out now. Moreover, it was very easy. However, when Zichen tried to put the things back, he realized that he couldn't put them back. In other words, after the things arrived in this world, they couldn't go back. If they couldn't go back, then they couldn't. Zichen didn't feel bad. It was just some food and a luminous pearl. Leaving them here was nothing. Moreover, the old man had taken him in. "If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself." The old man walked into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with 2 bowls of something that looked like porridge. Moreover, the color was slightly black. At first glance, it didn't look appetizing. Zichen politely declined. He took out the food from before and gave it to the old man. However, the old man rejected it. After that, Zichen ate his own food. All kinds of lights shone, and all kinds of spirit energy fluctuations. It was simply a delicacy. As for the old man, he finished the 2 bowls of black porridge. Then, he drank a mouthful of wine from the gourd. He seemed to be very satisfied. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, he didn't care about Zichen's mess. He threw a piece of tattered clothes to Zichen and said, "I'm tired today. If you want to know anything, I'll tell you tomorrow. This place is small. You can sleep on the floor." After that, the old man went back to his room to sleep. Under normal circumstances, Zichen wouldn't feel sleepy even if he didn't sleep for decades or centuries. However, he suddenly felt very sleepy. He took out a comfortable blanket from his spirit ring and slept on the floor. That night, he faintly heard the wind. Chapter 2285. Before he fell asleep, Zichen had a very new bedding on and under him, but when he woke up, he found that there was nothing on his body, only a light sand-like dust fell on his body. His whole body was completely naked, and even the clothes on his body were gone. He hurriedly took out new clothes from the space ring and put them on. After he got up, he saw that the luminous pearl on the table beside him yesterday was gone, and there was some gravel and dust there. Next to the luminous pearl, the tableware that Zichen did not clean up yesterday and the food that he had not finished eating were all turned into gravel and dust. Zichen felt the flow of time from the gravel and dust, as if these things had suddenly passed through thousands of years. Obviously, all of this was not done by the old man, but by the environment here. He looked not far away, and the tattered clothes that were sewn with many patches and did not fit very well were still there. He was deep in thought. After that, he felt hunger, a kind of hunger that made his stomach rumble. He clearly ate something last night. Moreover, he usually did not need to eat. "You're awake." Just when Zichen was puzzled, an old voice sounded from behind him. He saw the old man walk out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of black porridge like last night. Putting the porridge on the table, the old man said, "You must be hungry. Drink this first, and then you can ask." This time, Zichen did not refuse. He nodded, sat down, and began to eat the porridge in big mouthfuls. This porridge did not seem to have any nutrition, and the taste was not very good, but it was filling. After a few mouthfuls, Zichen's previous hunger disappeared. After finishing the porridge in the bowl in one breath, Zichen put down the bowl, thanked the old man and asked, "May I ask, where is this place? You came here by yourself, and you still don't know where this place is?" The old man looked at Zichun and said calmly, "This is the deepest part of the star path, known as the most mysterious place on the star path." Zichun was shocked. A powerful cultivator turned into a mortal. Is the mystery of this area not enough? Isn't this a test? As long as I complete the test, won't my energy be restored? Zichun asked with his eyes wide open. That's true. If this place is really a test, then this old man has been here for a long time. It seems that I have no hope of completing the test in my lifetime. The old man shook his head and sighed. Since I can't complete the test, can I leave? Those who enter cannot leave. They will never be able to leave. The old man clearly didn't want to continue this topic. He said directly, "This is a new space, and it has its own order. Most of the things in the outside world cannot withstand the erosion of time. Just like what you saw in the morning, they will turn into sand and disappear under time. This world only recognizes what it recognizes." "What kind of world is this?" Zichun asked again. Obviously, this question was the one that really hit the nail on the head. The old man said, "It is said that this is a world created by the strongest Protoss. It has its own order and rules." "Is the strongest of the Shen clan a heavenly god?" Zichun was shocked. The old man shook his head. "If it's not a celestial god, could it be in existence even stronger than a celestial god? That's just a rumor. I don't know either." The old man shook his head, indicating that he did not know. "Has old Mister been staying here all this time? Then old Mister, do you know where I can find a holy weapon?" "I came here mainly for the holy weapon," Zichun said. The old man looked at Zichun with a strange look in his eyes. "No matter what your purpose is for coming here, the first thing you need to do is to survive and be self-reliant." Zichun was puzzled. "First, you need to rely on your own labor to obtain food to survive. Right now, you are no different from a mortal. You need to eat every day. Food is the most basic thing. If you don't get food to replenish your strength, you will starve to death. After that, you can build your own residence. It's not safe here at night. No one dares to spend the night outside. Once you have food and a place to stay, you can think about the holy weapon. Even if you meet the requirements and obtain a holy weapon, you can't leave." "Why?" "Because none of the people who came here have ever walked out alive. Not a single one." The old man waved his hand and said, "Even if I tell you this now, you won't understand. After you get used to this place, you will know more about it. I can provide you with a place to stay for now, but you have to earn your own food. I don't keep idle people." "Old Mister, you said I'm a mortal. Are you from the Life Star?" Zichun was startled. He suddenly asked. The old man looked at Zichun one more time, his face odd. "If I'm not from the Life Star, why would I care about you? In this place, people are working hard to survive. Who has time to care about other people?" The old man came from the Life Star. This surprised and delighted Zichun. According to Jia Tu and Huang Tu, this old man in front of him should be at least a Holy King realm expert. He immediately bowed respectfully. "I'm Zichun. Nice to meet you, Precursor. May I know which planet you're from? Please tell me your name. I've long forgotten my name. I only remember that my family name is Zhanwu. It's all in the past. No need to mention it." The old man waved his hand. "So you're from the Zhanwu family? When I was in the Zhanwu continent, I met a friend from the Zhanwu family." Zichun was a little surprised. "All right, we don't have much time. Today, I'll take you to familiarize with this place." The old man stooped to pick up the pickaxe by the wall. He carried it on his back, turned around, and walked to the door. It seemed like he wasn't interested in Zichun's words. He gently pulled the wooden door that Zichun had to use all of his strength to close the day before opened. Zichun followed him, asking curiously, "Precursor, what should we do next?" After knowing that the old man came from the Life Star, Zichun looked at the old man more warmly. "First, we'll go to the mine. See if we can get some high-quality black iron." While walking out of the village, Zichun met some other people. However, they didn't greet each other as if they were strangers. Some of them were holding pickaxes, while others were holding sickles. They looked hurried. Several miles away from the village, there were some mountains that weren't too high. The two of them walked one after the other. When you walk, watch your step. Be careful of the insects. The insects here are very poisonous. Once you're bitten, if you don't get treated in time, you won't be able to keep your life. It's windy at night. In the wind, there are some ants and mosquitoes that can fly. They're very dangerous. Usually, if you meet them, you'll die. Don't underestimate these insects. They're not ordinary insects. Before their names, there's a god. Divine ants, divine mosquitoes, and so on. They have magical powers. Since you're new here, you haven't adapted to the environment yet. If you get bitten, you'll die for sure because I don't have the antidote. Listening to the old man, Zichen looked around cautiously. At the same time, he was a little scared. If it's so dangerous, why didn't you make any preparations? Healing medicine is too expensive. I can't afford it. Moreover, I'll be very careful. I won't let them come close, said the old man leading the way. What if I get bitten? Zichen asked cautiously. If that what if happens, I'll have 15 minutes to seek help. After 15 minutes, if the antidote isn't cured, then there's no need to cure it. When Zichen heard this, he was shocked. They had already walked out of the village for more than a quarter of an hour. If what the old man said was true, then wouldn't it mean that if they were bitten, they would die? Even he would die. 3 meters to your left, there's a green snake. If it sneaks up on you, it'll take your life immediately, said the old man without turning his head. Zichen turned his head. Sure enough, under a green leaf, he found a very secretive green snake. The other party's eyes were fixed on him. The snake's body was curled up and its head was slightly raised, as if it could attack at any time. Zichen could kill such a small thing with a thought in the outside world. But in this world, it could take his life. It had to be said that this world was very mysterious. After walking for a few miles, Zichen saw a mine. From the mine, there were clanging sounds from time to time. Someone was mining. The old man took the lead and walked in. The entrance of the mine was very small, but the space inside was very large. There was a large open space inside, and there were many stones on the ground. During this period, there were also some small mines, and the clanging sounds came from these small mines. Be careful. In this mine, there's a kind of black snake that likes to hide in the gravel to sneak up on you. He led Zichen to a small mine. The mine was blocked by 3 large stones, and it wasn't very tight. The old man pointed at the mine and said, "This is the mine we need to mine next. Move these waste stones away." Zichen nodded and bent down to pick up the large stone. After exerting force, Zichen found that the large stone didn't move at all. In the outside world, with Zichen's current strength, picking up a mountain was no problem. But now, he couldn't even pick up a stone. It was because this stone was too heavy. Just one stone weighed more than a mountain. Hurry up. If we don't get anything today, we'll have to starve. The old man urged. Zichen roared, and the veins on his arms bulged. He picked up the stone with difficulty and threw it to the side. Zichen, who was sweating profusely, followed the old man into the slightly damp mine after throwing out the 3 stones. After about 100 meters, they reached the end of the mine. The old man began to work with a pickaxe. Zichen, on the other hand, was in charge of transporting the useless rocks out of the mine and throwing them outside. It had to be said that these waste stones were very heavy. Zichen's strength was quickly consumed. At the same time, Zichen found that his physical strength was also increasing. This speed was much faster than when he was in the outside world. To be able to increase his physical strength so quickly, was this something special? Clang! At this moment, a clear sound accompanied by the old man's laughter rang out. Zichen took a few steps forward and looked forward. Chapter 2286. In the old man's hand was a palm-sized stone that emitted a dark light. Compared to those heavy waste stones, the stone in front of him was clearly a treasure. It should be the black iron that the old man mentioned. The old man smiled proudly. Today's luck is good. This stone is enough for us to improve our food. As he spoke, the old man threw the stone to Zichen, indicating for him to hold it. Then, Zichen let out a strange cry as he was pressed to the ground by the palm-sized stone. He tragically found that he couldn't lift this palm-sized black iron ore. When he first came here, Zichun was very curious about everything. He followed the old man to mine every day and did some hard work. His strength was constantly increasing. It was much faster than in the outside world, even faster than when he used the rainbow sacred tree. When he came in, Zichun already had a saint-level physical body, but he found that the old man's physical body was much stronger than his. Not only the old man, but all the miners here had stronger physical bodies than him. Then, it was obvious that these people who seemed to be at the bottom all had saint-level physical bodies. Although their realms were unknown, in the outside world, the weakest would be a saint king with a saint-level physical body. They could completely abuse Zichun. 7 days later, the old man used the harvest of these days to exchange for a pickaxe for Zichun. The pickaxe was exchanged from the blacksmith. The blacksmith was the brawny man who took Jiatu Huangtu away. He sought Jiatu Huangtu during this period. The latter wasn't much stronger than him. He was a miner, but he did odd jobs for the blacksmith. The moment he had the pickaxe, Zichun began his real mining career and became a real miner. He held the heavy pickaxe and confidently swung it down. With a sonorous sound, sparks flew everywhere. The pickaxe bounced back from the hard stone, almost knocking Zichun unconscious. After a day, he couldn't knock down more than a few stones, but Zichun was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his back. If it wasn't for the old man looking after him, Zichun would have starved to death. He was a powerful cultivator, but here, he was like a real mortal. This situation continued for half a month before Zichun finally adapted to the weight of the pickaxe and the strength of the swing. Finally, the first piece of black iron ore was mined. At the same time, he was able to pick up this piece of ore. Compared to before, he had improved a lot. Of course, one black iron ore was the limit. If there was another one, Zichun wouldn't be able to carry it. After that, Zichun began to rest, waiting for the old man to pick a piece of ore before leaving. Relatively speaking, the harvest from mining was not small. It was enough for them to eat and wear. After being here for half a month, Zichun was already very familiar with the old man. As long as the old man picked up a stone, he would call it a day, and the food he exchanged for would be mostly exchanged for wine. Sometimes, when the family had accumulated a lot of food, he even stopped mining in the mountains. In Zichun's words, he was just lazy and had nothing to do with being diligent. Zichun, on the other hand, quickly familiarized himself with this environment in the following time. Moreover, he also had a small harvest, slowly accumulating some ores. He asked the old man about the layout of this place. Other than this village, there were a few other villages nearby. 200 miles away, there was a small town. That was the farthest place the old man had ever been. Obviously, there was no divine weapon in the village. If he wanted to get one, he would have to go to the small town. The old man told Zichun that the chances of having a divine weapon in the small town were very small, unless he went to the city even further away. That was the only city in this world. It was said that it was very big, and there were powerful cultivators living there. There were even gods. Of course, this was all the old man's hearsay. He didn't know where the city was, and he didn't have the strength to go there. Going to the small town was already his limit. If Zichun really wanted to get a divine weapon, he would have to go to the small town first. Then, he would have to find a way to enter the city. Zichun had been working hard. If he didn't, he would be like these people, staying here for the rest of his life as a miner. 2 months passed quickly. Zichun had adapted to the cruel environment here. He was always careful not to let any insects get close to him. Moreover, Zichun gradually found that as his strength increased, his soul, which had been blocked, seemed to have some weak senses. After he told this to the old man immediately ridiculed him. If you want to use energy, you have to be a god. Zichun didn't feel discouraged because of this. He could already see that the old man was just wasting his time and had long since given up hope for the future. However, he was shouldering a mission. He had to find a way to get a divine weapon and return. The old man said that no one could return, but this was obviously wrong. This was because Gartukada had gotten out alive with a divine weapon. Another day, the two left the village again. Carrying pickaxes, they went up the mountain to continue mining. During this period, Zichun had a small harvest. He left all of it at the old man's house and didn't go to the blacksmith to exchange. The old man said that if he really wanted to go to the town, he should go there to exchange. The price would be higher. When he was halfway up the mountain, the old man suddenly stopped and looked ahead. On the mountain, an old man and a young man were going down the mountain. The two sides just happened to meet. Compared to the old man and the young man above, Zichen's team was really in a sorry state. At a glance, it was like a landlord and a slave. Compared to the patched robes of the two, the clothes of the two opposite could be said to be luxurious. In this place, one had to eat and wear something before one could pay attention to one's clothes. There was no doubt that the two of them lived a good life here. Old man, you're not dead yet? The last mining disaster, the mountain collapsed. How come you didn't die? The old man in luxurious robes looked at the old man in front of Zichun and said coldly, "This old man is lucky. I won't die. You have to be careful. This place is full of poisonous insects. Be careful not to lose your life before you can pick the medicine," the old man replied in a neutral tone. It could be seen that the two of them had a grudge. However, what surprised Zichun was the old man's identity. The old man told Zichun that there were many herbs on the mountain that could be exchanged for food. However, because there were too many poisonous insects, unless one was an alchemist, no one dared to pick them. However, the old man in front of him dared to pick herbs. It was obvious that he was an alchemist. Just like the outside world, alchemists were also a rare species here. Their status was very noble. Looking at the young man again, he was wearing luxurious robes and carried a medicine basket on his back. There were a few herbs in it. When Zichun looked at the other party, the young man also stared at Zichun. Although they were both mortals and Zichun couldn't sense the other party's realm, Zichun could see the killing intent in the other party's cold eyes. He had never seen the other party before, but the other party had killing intent towards him. It was obvious that this wasn't because of the grudge between the two old men. "You're from the Huate family?" Zichun looked at the young man and asked indifferently. The young man's eyes became even colder. He looked at Zichun and said coldly, "Huate Tommy?" A cold smile appeared on Zichun's face as he said, as expected, since the other party wanted to kill him, there was naturally a grudge between them. In this world, Zichun didn't offend anyone. It was obvious that this enemy was from the outside world. There were only 15 people from the outside world who came here. He knew all the people from the Jiatu family. The one in front of him was either the Huate family or the Daf family. Because of Daf Hill's inner demons and his conceit, he obviously wouldn't tell others about his grudge with him. This left only the Huate family. One had to know that there were many saints watching from the outside, so it was normal for them to know him. "You know him?" The old man looked at Huate Tommy. "That's the person I told the old ancestor about last time." Huate Tommy pointed at Zichun and said coldly, "You dare to behave atrociously in the Huate family? You're courting death." He was sure that the other party was one of the 5 people who came this time, a genius with a saint-level body. Zichun looked at the other party and said coldly, "What? You want to fight? Do you know where this is?" "Of course I know." The killing intent in Huate Tommy's eyes grew thicker, showing his true thoughts. The old man was also happy to see this. He took a step back and took out 2 swords, one long and one short, that emitted a dim light from the side of the medicine basket. It could be seen that they were made from black iron, and their quality was much higher than the pickaxe. To the people in the village, they were truly high-grade goods, and the cost of making them was not cheap. Seeing Huate Tommy take the short sword, Zichun subconsciously took 3 steps back and looked at the other party with vigilance. The old man in front of him held the pickaxe in his hand and said to the old man, "Since you're looking for a fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Little guy, be careful. Don't let this sword touch the pickaxe, or you'll have to work for a week for nothing." Zichun didn't say anything. He retreated again, and his expression became more nervous. "What are you afraid?" Huate Tommy sneered, then held the short sword and moved forward. However, he was very afraid of the old man, so he deliberately kept a distance from the old man and walked towards Zichun from the other side. "Be careful," the old man reminded Huate Tommy. "Don't worry, old ancestor. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand." Huate Tommy smiled confidently. Zichun was still retreating, and his expression became more and more nervous. He seemed to be very afraid of the old man, and even the pickaxe in his hand was trembling. He had already retreated from the mountain road to a bush. If he retreated any further, he would completely enter the bush. For the people here, there were many insects, and it was very dangerous. Huate Tommy stepped forward step by step, and the black sword in his hand flashed coldly. He looked at Zichun and sneered. "What, now you know to be afraid? Weren't you very arrogant before?" Zichun didn't say a word. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and the distance between him and Huate Tommy was getting closer and closer. When he was 3 meters away from Zichun, Huate Tommy's eyes flashed coldly. He held the black sword and stabbed at Zichun. This sword didn't have any skill to speak of, but it relied on the quality and sharpness. As long as the pickaxe dared to block, it would instantly split into two, and then the guy in front of him would be split in two. Zichun didn't block, and he didn't dare to block. This was a weapon made of pure black iron, and it was very sharp. His forehead was full of cold sweat, and he shouted loudly. He stepped on the ground, and his body jumped up. His body was as tall as a person, and his body flew back in the air. "It's useless, you." Huate Tommy sneered and rushed forward. A green snake rushed out from the bush, opened its mouth and showed its poisonous fangs. Chapter 2287. A green snake, hidden in the weeds, was getting closer and closer to the retreating Zichun. In the end, the two sides were only 2 meters apart. This was already within the attack range of the green snake. Zichun stood in place, not daring to move. The cold sweat on his forehead was not because he was afraid of Hort, but because he was worried that the green snake behind him would suddenly attack. Fortunately, the green snake seemed to be too cautious and did not immediately attack. Hort stabbed with his sword. Zichun stepped on the ground, and the ground shook. The moment he rose into the air, the frightened green snake launched an attack. This attack went straight for him, but he left, and Hort came with his sword. Seeing the green snake in front of him, his face changed dramatically. After living here for more than 2 months, he naturally knew the horror of the green snake. His heart was frightened, but he was not afraid, nor did he panic. The sword in his hand fell, and the green snake was cut in half. Looking at the green snake that was cut in half so easily, a sneer appeared on Hort's face again. He was very satisfied with the sharpness of the dagger. Zichun, who was retreating, was also sneering. The other side really had no common sense. Without the soul to destroy the green snake's soul, it was impossible to kill a green snake. Sure enough, the second half of the green snake fell to the ground, struggling and twisting, while the first half continued to move forward and bit Hort's wrist. Hort screamed in pain, and the dagger in his hand fell out of his hand. Zichun, who was retreating, kicked a tree that was not very thick. In the outside world, Zichun's foot would instantly collapse this tree. However, in this world, this tree had an unimaginable defense. After his foot landed, a powerful rebounding force was emitted. Borrowing this force, Zichun's figure charged forward once again. Then, he flew high into the air and kicked Huate Tangmi's face. Bang! After being kicked in the cheek, Huate Tangmi's body flew out diagonally. His face was already black, showing signs of being poisoned. Zichun landed on the ground and rolled back to the middle of the mountain path, avoiding the snakehead. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Just at this moment, an ice-cold shout rang out. It was the old man who was confronting the old man. He rushed over. The long sword in his hand flashed. The old man didn't dare to take it head-on, so he dodged to the side. When he turned around and saw that the battle had already ended, his face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, he did not expect that the battle would end in such a way. The old man didn't attack Zichun. Instead, he rushed toward Hort Tommy. When he arrived in front of the other party, he saw that the other party was already poisoned and was exhaling more than he was exhaling. He immediately bent down and took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He poured out a dark and swarthy medicinal pill and stuffed it into Hort's mouth. The medicinal pill looked ugly, but its effect was surprisingly good. As soon as it entered his stomach, Hort's stomach rolled, and he coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. After coughing up the blood, some of the poison on Hort's face was removed, but it was not completely removed. His life was still in danger. Without saying a word, the old man picked up Huate Tangmi and rushed forward at the same time. After quickly kicking away half of the snake's head, the short sword flew up and was caught by him in his hand. He didn't even care about the bamboo basket containing the herbs and rushed down the mountain. Zichun, just you wait. Huate Tangmi, will definitely pay you back tenfold for what you did to me today. When the old man rushed down the mountain, Port Tommy's weak voice rang out. I'll wait for you. You'd better call your other 4 companions here. I'll kill them all. Rushing toward the figure fleeing down the mountain, Zichun laughed and said, Your herbs are good. They can be sold for a good price. I'll keep them. The bamboo basket is also good. Thank you. Hearing this, Port Tommy coughed up another mouthful of blood. Brat, your luck is a little too good. The old man picked up the pickaxe again and went forward to pick up the bamboo basket. He looked at the herbs inside and said, Senior, this is not luck. This is perception. Zichun said seriously. The old man curled his lips. He didn't believe that Zichun could perceive anything here. He asked casually, Do you have a grudge with that guy just now? I don't have a grudge with him. I have a grudge with the Hort family. Oh, tell me about it. The old man sat down next to the bamboo basket and took a sip from the wine gourd on his waist. Aren't we going to mine? Zichun asked doubtfully. The old man pointed at the herbs in the bamboo basket with satisfaction and said, These are good stuff. It's enough for us to enjoy a few days of leisure. Knowing the old man's temperament, Zichun also sat down at the side. His eyes were fixed on the struggling snake's tail and head as he said, Back then, when we were in the Star Passage, we had just gained control of a star region. In the end, someone who called himself the Huate clan came. That was when our grudge was formed. Then, Zichun talked about what happened in the Star Passage. He talked about how they entered the Hort family's center and robbed hundreds of planets. In the end, he talked about how the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others intimidated those people and made them return in embarrassment. The old man, who had been somewhat interested earlier, was quietly listening. His originally nonchalant expression was slowly disappearing. He was of course familiar with the people Zichun mentioned. Although he didn't fight side by side with them, their names were like thunder to his ears. Those people were all great saints, the top group of people on the Life Star. You're amazing. You know some big shots. What about you? What's your background? The old man pretended to be indifferent. To be able to know those people, Zichun's background was obviously not ordinary. I don't have any background. If you want to talk about identity, I'm a heaven-defying one, Zichun said. The old man's indifferent expression disappeared, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Heaven-defying one? You're a heaven-defying one? Zichun nodded and said, Unfortunately, all energy is suppressed here. Otherwise, I could use the heaven-defying energy to prove it. Since you're a heaven-defying one, why did the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others let you come here? Even if they don't know the situation here, they should have heard that this area can only be entered but not exited. This is the promise I made to the Jatu family. They helped me build a teleportation formation to fight against the foreign races. I helped them come here and take a saint weapon out. Did you come with them? In that case, you're only a saint. The old man's expression changed again. Yes, senior. Don't you know? No, my ass. There's no perception here. How can I know your realm? Saint, you're actually a saint. Since you came in with others, it's possible for you to get out. The old man's expression became much more serious. He looked at Zichun and said seriously, Kid, since that's the case, you can't waste too much time here. You have to hurry to town. When you get there, think of a way to go to that city and try your luck there. Only then can you leave. As he spoke, the old man stood up and said, Let's go and continue mining. Didn't we stop mining today? At first, I thought you were the same as me and would never have a chance to get out. But you're different. The way you came in is different from mine. There's a high chance that you can get out. Now, you have to hurry up and bring some black iron so that you can find a way to survive in town. After saying that, the old man picked up the bamboo basket and went up the mountain. Leave that for me. I'll carry it, Zichun shouted. Then, he stepped forward and touched the snake's head, which had been motionless for a long time, with a pickaxe. When he found that there was no reaction from the snake, He carefully picked it up and threw it into the bamboo basket with the snake's tail. The old man, who was about to go up the mountain, looked back and said, "It's highly poisonous. If you're not afraid of death, you can stew it." He thought that Zichun wanted to stew it. Zichun didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "I need it for something important." On the same day, Zichun returned to his residence. After the old man fell asleep, he put the snake's head and body on the ground in front of him. With a flash of light, a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. He had asked the old man about weapons. Although most of the things in the outside world couldn't leave the slightest trace in this world and would turn into dust the next day, some strange things were an exception. For example, the rules here couldn't erase saint-level things. He took out the long saber. Without any energy, he couldn't use the invincible saber drawing technique. Fortunately, he could still pull it out. So, he pulled out the hilt bit by bit. The broken saber appeared. It was dark, like black iron. In this world, this powerful holy weapon, called saber, seemed ordinary. The saber spirit in the middle didn't have any reaction. Just as Zichun held the broken saber and looked at it carefully, the broken saber suddenly lit up. Then, a ball of light appeared on the broken saber and went toward Zichun's sea of consciousness. The ball of light easily entered Zichun's sea of consciousness. His soul perception was blocked, so Zichun put all his attention on his mind. His mind started to light up. The ball of light dispersed, and a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. 9 Extreme Saber Technique. The moment this voice sounded, Zichun's sea of consciousness had a new memory. It was a saber technique. Only by using the saber could one perfectly display the saber mantra in the world. Zichun closed his eyes and carefully read these memories. The appearance of this saber technique surprised Zichun. That night, Zichun didn't sleep. However, his mental state was very good, just like when he was in the outside world. When the sky was about to brighten, he opened his eyes and looked at the broken saber in his hand. Then, he looked at the snake head in front of him. After this day, Zichun had a strip-shaped object wrapped in coarse cloth on his back. Even the old man didn't know what it was. He carried it on his back all day and went to the mine to dig. After knowing Zichun's identity, the old man became very diligent. He brought back his harvest every day and didn't change his drink. In his words, he was accumulating wealth for Zichun to enter the town. The old man became energetic. He placed all his hopes on Zichun. On a new day, Zichun dug out 2 pieces of black iron in the mine, which was more than 100 meters deep. The harvest was not small. After Zichun rested, the old man took the pickaxe and went forward. As the pickaxe went down, a sonorous sound was heard. Clang! The entire mine shone brightly. Chapter 2288. The entire cave was filled with a black light. The light was pure black, but it was very bright. This was pure black and bright. A pile of rocks fell, and at the place where the rocks fell, there was a palm-sized stone. The pure black light came from this stone. With just one look, Zichun knew that this was a valuable item. Its quality was much higher than the black iron from before. Just as Zichun was about to go forward and take a look, he heard the old man's dignified voice. "Go and block the entrance." His voice was low, and his expression was very dignified. Zichun, who had experienced many things, knew very well what this expression meant. He wondered if there was such a thing as killing and robbing in this world, but he did not stop and dash towards the entrance of the cave. He had to block the entrance of the cave in the shortest time possible. The sound of metal clanging could be heard when he was moving at high speed, but suddenly, it stopped. The huge cave suddenly became dead silent, and not a single sound could be heard. Zichun knew that something was wrong. It was obvious that the black light had shone outside. No matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than the real light. He slowed down as he moved forward. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw a strong man standing there with a pickaxe. His pair of burning eyes were fixed on the entrance of the cave. Zichun had seen this strong man before. He was from the same village as him, and he lived in a stone house. It was obvious that he lived a good life. His upper body was bare, and the bulging muscles on his body made him look strong and powerful. Beside him, Zichun could see two old men. Their eyes were originally filled with weariness, but now it was different. Their eyes were shining brightly. Zichun, who had slowed down, stopped when he was 5 meters away from the entrance of the cave and looked ahead vigilantly. He believed that there must be other miners beside these three people, in places where he could not see. Under the black light, Zichun, who was wearing a patched robe, had a distorted face. "Little doll, did you find anything good in here?" To people like them who had lived here for a long time, Zichun, who had only been here for a little over 2 months, was indeed a little child, not worth mentioning at all. Zichun stared at him in silence. "Hee, did you discover the sacred black crystal?" the muscular man asked again. His eyes flashed with greed. Zichun still didn't respond. The black light behind him grew stronger and stronger. "Are you mute? Do you believe I won't tear you apart?" The burly man's face sank when he saw Zichun remain silent. His greedy eyes revealed a wisp of icy cold killing intent. As he spoke, the burly man took a step forward. Although he didn't suppress his aura, Zichun felt a sense of pressure. Just like a child encountering an adult with a gloomy face, it was inevitable that he would feel fear. "Wulu, don't bully the child. Come at me if you dare." An old but cold voice sounded from behind Zichun. An old man with a bamboo basket on his back, 2 pickaxes in his right hand, and a crystal larger than an adult's palm in his left hand walked out. When the burly man named Wu Lu's gaze fell on the crystal, he couldn't look away. Soon after, several more heads appeared in Zichun's line of sight. When they saw the crystal in the old man's hand, they all revealed excited expressions, their eyes flashing with greed. The old man calmly walked in front of Zichun and handed the smaller pickaxes to Zichun. "Little guy, remember, no matter what, you can't throw away this thing in your hand. This is the foundation of our survival." Zichun nodded and solemnly accepted the pickaxes. His heart, which wasn't very nervous, calmed down. Amidst this calmness, there was even a little bit of excitement. This excitement came from the depths of his heart about the battle that was about to break out. The old man took a step forward. His short stature completely blocked Zichun's path. With his back facing Zichun, he looked at those people and said, "Don't make things difficult for a child. Old man, let's cut the crap. According to the rules, everyone has a share." The burly man said as he raised the pickaxes in his hands and pointed at the old man. "That's right, old man. Everyone has a share." An old man next to him said, "It's rare for you to have such a great harvest over the years. It's only right that you give us a share," another person said. When he saw the 3 people who had spoken, the old man shook his head and said, "Everyone has a share. Since when is this a rule? Wolu, if I remember correctly, you dug up a piece of sacred black crystal and used it to exchange for a stone house. Did you give us a share? And the 2 of you, Perry, Della, since you came here, you have also dug up sacred black crystals, right? However, I don't think you've shared them with everyone, right? That's not the same. The sacred black crystal I dug up last time was only as thick as a finger. It simply wasn't enough to share." As Wulu spoke, the 2 people next to him nodded. The old man named Della said, "Old man, everyone has been mining here for the past few years and has lived in harmony. If you had only obtained a little bit of sacred black crystal, we wouldn't have said anything. However, the sacred black crystal you obtained today is too big. The value of such a large piece is simply immeasurable. Aren't you ashamed to take it all for yourself? Everyone has been mining together for the past few years. You all know what kind of person I am. I don't care about these things. Normally, I wouldn't mind, but this is definitely not the case today. This belongs to this little fellow and can only belong to him. He has to leave this place." The old man said as he looked at these people. "What? Give it to him? Old man, are you crazy?" Wu Lu was stunned as he stared at Zichun in disbelief. He's still young. His future achievements are limitless. He can't be like us and stay here forever. The old man said seriously, "Old man, I didn't expect you to be so noble. No wonder you've been here for so many years and haven't taken a step forward. There aren't many people left at the same time as you, right?" A trace of ridicule appeared on Wu Lu's face. "Since you're so noble, then take care of me. Speaking of which, You should be very clear about my potential. I'm much stronger than this little child. If you give the sacred black crystal to him, he'll only die faster. If you give it to me, I'll still remember your kindness." Looking at the old man's indifferent expression, Wu Lu sneered and said, "Old man, if you really can't make up your mind, then I'll help you. As long as I kill this little child, you'll decisively hand over the sacred black crystal." The old man looked at Wu Lu but didn't say anything. He turned to the others and said, "What about you guys? Do you all have the same idea?" The others felt uncomfortable being stared at by the old man, but when they saw the huge piece of sacred black crystal in the old man's hand, their expressions became serious. One of the old men said, "Old man, if there is wealth, everyone should share it. Your actions are too selfish. Today, you have to give us the sacred black crystal. Then, we'll share it equally." The old man looked at them and nodded. The others immediately looked happy as they thought the old man had agreed. Unexpectedly, the old man turned around and put down the bamboo basket. At the same time, he handed the sacred black crystal to Zichan and said, "I haven't exercised my body for many years. Today, I can do it. I'm rusty with the mining technique I created that year. Today, I can practice it." Zichun received the sacred black crystal with both hands. It was heavy, much heavier than he had expected. Besides his own weight, the old man's protectiveness was even heavier. He didn't know the old man's name, but he had protected him like that. Was it because he was the one who defied the natural order of the life star? But this old man had been separated from the life star for a long time. Let alone the life star, perhaps the entire martial warrior family had forgotten about him. Along the way, Shi Yin had seen all kinds of shameless people. He had seen all kinds of reasons to kill people to steal their treasures. Thus, he wasn't angry at these shameless people. Because he had killed so many people like this, he didn't mind killing more. What he cared about was the old man's attitude and his protectiveness. As he didn't want to break the old man's protectiveness, Zichun nodded and said, "Okay, today, I'll be a spectator." The old man turned around, walking out of the mine with the pickaxe in his hand. At the moment he walked out of the mine, two pickaxes attacked him from the sides. Their speed was really fast. They were the two men who had been hiding on both sides of the mine. The old man raised the pickaxe in his hand. Along with the clanging sound, he had stopped the falling pickaxe. Then, the old man raised his legs and kicked the two of them away. "Go to hell." In front of him, Ulu's eyes sparkled with cold light. The pickaxe in his hand drew an arc in the air, slashing toward the old man. The old man bent his waist, dodging the attack. Then, he used the pickaxe to hit Ulu's body, pushing him backward. Then, the old man spun on the spot and threw a punch. The pickaxe drew a circle, blocking all the attacks coming from the surroundings. Zichun watched the battle in silence. The old man's control of his power was perfect. His moves were also ingenious. The heavy pickaxe in his hand was as light as a feather. The nearby miners also had good control of their power. However, during the battle, they couldn't get close to the old man. They were blown away, and some of them even coughed up blood. The pickaxe in the old man's hand danced like the wind, stirring up the water. The people around were struggling. However, these people's bodies were really tough. After they were knocked down, they could stand up again. They didn't have any wounds. After shaking their heads, they were lively again. On the other hand, the old man's stamina was rapidly depleting as he fought against several people. His attacks were no longer as sharp as before. He switched from attacking to defending, and then to borrowing the force to dodge. However, for the time being, he had not lost yet. Zichun placed the bamboo basket on the ground and put the sacred black crystal inside. He leaned the pickaxe against the bamboo basket and placed his right hand on his back. Chapter 2289. The battle ahead was still ongoing. The old man was very strong, but he was no match for the combined forces of the miners. The battlefield was slowly moving into the distance. The old man was discreetly creating an opportunity for Zichun to escape. But if Zichun ran, the old man's life would be in danger. Zichun would not run, and he could not run. He could not implicate the old man, who had treated him well. The cloth strip in his hand had been untied, revealing the black scabbard. He grabbed the scabbard with his left hand and stood up again. He looked out of the cave with a cold gaze. The miners fighting were all Saint Kings. They could even be said to be Saint Kings with Saint-level physical bodies. Their physical bodies were very tough. It was difficult to hurt each other with pickaxes. Every time the old man knocked them down, they could stand up again and charge at the old man with vigor. The old man had exhausted too much of his physical strength. His footsteps were no longer vigorous, and his reaction speed had decreased. During this time, he was hit by the attacks of Ulu and the others. He was at a complete disadvantage. Soon, he would be defeated and his life would be in danger. Zichun turned around, took out the sacred black crystal from the bamboo basket, and threw it out of the cave. He stood beside the cave and said to the people fighting in the distance, "If you want the sacred black crystal, come and get it." As he spoke, Zichun walked out of the cave. His left hand held the scabbard on his back. These people were fighting the old man for the sacred black crystal. Now that they saw this young man take the initiative to throw it out, their eyes flashed with greed. "Get lost." Ulu saw Zichun walk up to the sacred black crystal. A cold light flashed in his greedy eyes. He gave up on the old man and roared at Zichun. He rushed over. He gripped the pickaxe tightly in his hand, and the veins on his arm bulged. After quickly arriving in front of Zichun, he raised the pickaxe high and smashed it at Zichun. Although the old man intended to intercept the others, there were still a few who managed to get past him and head towards Zichun. They were only slightly slower than Wu Lu. Looking at this powerful strike, Zichun's expression didn't change at all. His right foot moved a step to the right, and the left hand behind his back and the scabbard appeared in front of him. His body leaned to the right, and his right hand landed on the hilt of his sword. The pickaxe in Wu Lu's hand brushed past the corner of Zichun's clothes and smashed down. Swoosh! His left arm, which had been slightly shaken, did not move at all. Zichun exerted force with his right hand and pulled out his saber from its sheath. Here, energy couldn't be used, and Zichun couldn't display his stunning knife-drawing technique. However, he could still exert strength, so his action of pulling out the saber was still very elegant. When he pulled out the saber, a black light flashed on the broken saber. Without the saber light, the power of the saber could be ignored. However, Zichun was not simply unsheathing his saber. While he was unsheathing his saber, he continued to exert force in his right arm. The black broken saber slashed diagonally upwards. It was as if it could lift the sky. It extended from Wu Lu's left abdomen to his right shoulder. Wu Lu's clothes, which were also patched up, were instantly torn apart by the saber. The defense around his body, which was so strong that even the pickaxe couldn't break through, was instantly cut open by the broken saber. This saber move was an advanced version of the knife-drawing technique. It was somewhat similar to the essence of the knife-drawing technique that Zichun had comprehended. However, it was much more powerful than the original knife-drawing technique. This was because this was the extreme knife-drawing technique recorded in the Ninth Heaven Saber technique. This saber move was an offensive move, and there was no return. The broken saber in his hand was no longer sheathed in an instant like before. Instead, it was pointing diagonally at the sky, flowing with black light. Wu Lu's attack missed, and his body froze on the spot. He stared blankly at the cut on his body, his eyes full of disbelief. This young fellow, who he had never taken seriously, had actually taken out a weapon and broken through his defense so easily. Even the old man hadn't been able to obtain a weapon all these years. He had once had the opportunity to obtain a weapon, but he had chosen the stone house. Weapons were useless, and he wouldn't be able to fight anyone there. However, today, when he saw the long wound on his body, regret appeared in his heart for the first time. However, what made him regret even more was the black blood that flowed out of the wound. His body couldn't help but sway, and he felt dizzy. You. He looked at Zichun in disbelief. At that moment, his expression was full of shock and intense fear. Zichun, who was holding the scabbard in his left hand and the broken saber in his right, didn't pay any attention to Wu Lu. Instead, he took a step sideways and bypassed the other party. The broken saber in his hand didn't return to the scabbard. Instead, he slashed forward. The second person who appeared in front of him was Perry. When the other party saw the broken saber in Zichen's hand, he was clearly shocked. At the same time, he changed his attack to a block. In this world, a weapon was a very high-level item. Compared to the lowest level of pickaxes, it was much more advanced. Whoosh! As the broken saber slashed down, there seemed to be a faint flash of black light. The pickaxe in Perry's hand immediately split into two. At the same time, the broken saber slashed down and cut open the other party's forehead. Perry's movements froze. Zichen's face was expressionless. His body, along with the broken saber, turned in a circle at the same time. The broken saber and his body drew an arc in the air. Within this arc, Zichen dodged Della's attack. Following that, the broken saber cut off the other party's arm that was holding the pickaxe. With a cry of alarm, Della held the broken arm with one hand, allowing the blood to gush out as he retreated in horror. This scene happened almost instantaneously. By the time the others reacted, Zichen had already taken 3 steps forward, leaving Ulu and Perry behind. His eyes stared indifferently at Della. The latter was terrified and kept retreating. The others who reacted had already stopped in their tracks. They looked at the cold Zichen in horror. Not far ahead, the other people who were fighting with the old man also stopped and looked over in shock. The little guy that they did not take seriously at first had defeated 3 people in an instant. The old man was also shocked. He knew that Zichen carried something wrapped in cloth all day long, but he did not know what it was. He did not expect it to be a broken saber that had been baptized by the rules of this place. Its quality was extraordinary. After glancing at these people indifferently, Zichen turned around with the saber in his hand. He walked past Perry and came to stand behind Ulu. At this moment, Ulu's body was suffused with a black light. The poison that was smeared on the blade had begun to invade his heart meridian. He trembled as he took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He poured out the only elixir from it and was about to put it into his mouth. As long as he took the elixir in time, his life would be saved. As for the wound on his body, it was not a fatal injury. With his strong physical body, he could completely recover. However, before he could put the elixir into his mouth, he heard a cold voice behind him. "This elixir is useless to you. Don't waste it." Ulu was heavily poisoned, and his movements were slow. He did not know what was happening behind him, but he knew that it was a very bad thing. It could even endanger his life. He did not know what was happening behind him, but the others behind him saw it clearly. They saw Zichen raise the broken saber that had not been sheathed and slash at Ulu's neck without hesitation. It was as easy and casual as cutting melons and grass. Puff! With a soft sound, a head flew up. Blood spurted from the headless body. The broken saber returned to its scabbard in an instant. Zichen stepped forward and grabbed the broken saber that was about to spurt blood. His figure quickly moved away. 2 drops of blood stained his patched robes, corroding 2 small holes in them. The entire mine was dead silent. Only the sound of blood spurting could be heard. Ulu had become a headless corpse. Perry stood there motionless. The visible skin on his body had turned pitch black. After about 3 breaths, his body fell backward. 3 people, 2 dead. In addition to the poison, Perry's fatal wound was the saber wound from between his eyebrows to his cheek. Della, who had fallen backward, was still alive. However, he had lost an arm. Moreover, the poison had begun to invade his body. His skin was faintly pitch black. Poison! His saber is poisoned! He shouted in horror. However, his eyes looked around with a pleading look. Losing an arm would not kill him. As long as the poison was detoxified, his life would not be in danger. However, at this moment, the people who had been fighting side by side with him subconsciously avoided his gaze. Let's not talk about whether or not these people had the antidote. Even if they did, they would keep it for themselves. Who would be willing to give it to others? Zichen grabbed the scabbard and looked indifferently at Della. He had an antidote in his hand, but Della clearly did not have the guts to ask for it. The old man was astonished by Zichen's combat strength. Although he had not seen it before, he had been able to guess how Zichen had attacked and how his footwork had changed based on the traces left behind on the battlefield. It had to be said that Luo Yunyang had a very good grasp of combat. He was also very skilled in controlling his strength. If one were to treat such a person as a newcomer to this place, they would be courting death. Save me, old man, save me. I don't want the sacred black crystal anymore. From now on, everything I have is yours. My life is also yours. Della, who had been poisoned, did not want to die. When he saw the old man, he immediately knelt down and begged as if he had found a life-saving straw. The old man stood where he was. The pickaxe in his hand was still mottled with blood. He looked coldly at Della, who was begging for mercy, and did not say a word. He was not a miner. He was a saint king. He was a decisive existence. Although his days as a miner had worn away his spirit, today, his bloodthirst had been completely aroused. The coldness in his heart was also revealed. Being kind to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Della collapsed in fear. Even when he died, no one came to his aid. Perhaps it was because they did not want to, or perhaps it was because they did not dare. Chapter 2290. The originally inconspicuous little fellow had suddenly turned into a demon with fangs. The other miners were frightened and subconsciously retreated. To be able to change their fates, the holy black crystal was precious. However, no matter how precious it was not as precious as their lives. They had been trapped here for so many years, living like the lowest level of mortals. How big of a difference was there between this and the high and mighty life of a saint king? But they still chose to live like this. They did not choose to give up. In their hearts, their lives were more important than anything else. Looking at Zichun, they began to retreat. They retreated in a very orderly manner, as if they were watching out for the black snake that might appear. Zichun did not stop these people. If they were in the outside world, they would all be strong cultivators. Even in this world, they were at the bottom, but they still had strong physical bodies. If it were not for the sharpness of the broken sword, not only would they have been safe, but even he and the old man would have died here. Everyone retreated. Seeing that Zichun did not chase after them, they did not continue mining in the mine. Perhaps it was because they were too scared, but they all turned and left the mine. The old man came forward. He looked a bit messy, but his smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. When he came in front of Zichun, he nodded and said, "Not bad. Not bad at all. I almost died here, but you seem to be very happy." Zichun walked back into the mine and wrapped the cloth around the broken knife. The old man followed him into the mine. It was rare for him to carry the bamboo basket. He did not hide his smile. "Of course I am happy. We have gained a lot today. Plus, I have good news for you. We are moving." "Move?" Zichun was a little startled when he heard that. The old man pointed at the dead Wu Lu and said with a smile, "Among these people, Wu Lu is quite famous. He obtained a piece of sacred black crystal. Although it wasn't big as he said, those people tried to snatch it, but it wasn't directly related to its size. Back then, he used that holy crow crystal to trade for a stone house like this. I was jealous of him for a long time. Now that you have killed him, his belongings belong to us. So, we can move." "Does no one care about this place?" Zichun asked with confusion. Who would care about the people at the bottom? Here, whoever had the biggest fist was the law. Whoever had more money would be the one in the right. "Let's go. Today's harvest is not small. Let's go back and move." The old man carried the bamboo basket, looking very proud. "There's nothing in that lousy house. What else is there to move?" Zichun muttered. "That makes sense. Wu Lu's residence must have everything. Let's not move and go directly to Wu Lu's residence." When they went down the mountain, they didn't encounter anything else. On the contrary, after returning to the village, Zichun discovered that many of the villagers, who were rarely seen on normal days, had appeared at this moment. Moreover, their gazes all landed on the bamboo basket behind the old man. The bamboo basket was also made of special materials. Its weight was beyond imagination, and it was also very tough. It seems that the news has already spread. Zichun's expression turned cold as he walked into the village. You didn't kill everyone, so it's natural that the news was leaked. However, these people aren't stupid. They won't do something like throwing away their lives in vain. The old man seemed very calm. Although he didn't greet others wherever he went, his expression was very relaxed. Moreover, the place he went was not his own residence, but one of the few stone houses in this village. During this period, Zichun saw Jia Tu and Huang Tu and nodded to the other party. The latter obviously didn't understand the situation here, but he could sense the hostility of these people, so there was a hint of worry in his eyes when he looked at Zichun. "Hey, blacksmith, I'm moving. If you have time, come to my house for a drink," the old man said to the blacksmith beside Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. He was the only blacksmith in the village. The black iron that Zichun and the others exchanged was all from the blacksmith. "Moving? Where are you moving to? There shouldn't be any houses built here recently, right?" The blacksmith frowned and said. Although he had a deal with the old man, the two of them weren't familiar with each other. The other party shouldn't have greeted him like this. In this world, most people were strangers to each other. "Wu Lu gave me the stone house. I'm moving there." The old man smiled proudly. Hearing the old man's words, the expressions of the others around him changed. There was also a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at the old man. Obviously, Wu Lu Luaning gave the most valuable house to the old man. On the other hand, it meant that Wu Lu was already dead. "You really need to change that old house of yours. Otherwise, the wind at night will definitely blow you away," the blacksmith replied, then turned around and walked towards his residence. "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you coming in to forge?" Jia Tu and Huang Tu were stunned. Then, they smiled apologetically at Zichun and turned to enter the room. Soon, the sound of hammering iron could be heard from inside. The expressions of the surrounding villagers kept changing as they watched the two of them leave. They had heard the news earlier that the old man had obtained a large piece of sacred black crystal, which was very valuable. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, when they saw the bamboo basket, they were sure that the news was true. Moreover, Wu Lu was dead, which proved that the news was true. However, because of Wu Lu's death, they were afraid and didn't dare to act rashly. No one was in charge here, so there were naturally no rules. However, everyone cherished their lives. They didn't know how Wu Lu died, so they naturally didn't know the old man, so they could only watch quietly. In the blacksmith's shop, Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who had successfully advanced from igniter to apprentice, asked while selecting high-quality black iron, "Ancestor, could that news be true? I hope it's false. If it's really a piece of sacred black crystal the size of a human head, then the two of them won't live to see tomorrow." The blacksmith sneered. "How is that possible?" When those people heard the news of Wu Lu's death, they were all frightened. Jia Tu and Huang Tu put down the black iron in their hands and looked at the blacksmith in confusion. There are several villages within a radius of dozens of miles. Wu Lu's death can scare the people in this village, but it can't scare the others. The blacksmith shook his head and said, "A piece of sacred black crystal can even tempt me, let alone the others. Then what should we do?" Wu Lu was bewildered, asking worriedly, "What should we do? It's their business. It has nothing to do with us. Anyway, we didn't snatch it. It's already giving the old man enough face." The blacksmith snorted and said, "Although we're all trapped here and can't get out, we still have different factions in our hearts. The old man came from the Life Star. It's not a secret. This time, he got such a big harvest. He can only blame his bad luck." Looking at Jia Tu and Huang Tu's changing faces, the blacksmith warned them, "Kid, I'm telling you, don't meddle in other people's business. This kind of thing isn't something we can participate in. Perhaps Jia Tu's people will be implicated. Zichun came with us this time. He's one of Jia Tu's people. If something like this happens, should we just stand and watch?" said Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. "It's true that he came with us, but he's not one of Jia Tu's people. Remember, it has nothing to do with you. Your mission is to learn everything here and then go to the town to find a way to survive." Then, the blacksmith's smithy resounded again. It seemed the blacksmith had made up his mind. Even if the sky outside collapsed, it had nothing to do with him. They came to Wu Lu's stone house. Indeed, it had everything they needed. Although it wasn't a big house, it was much better than the old man's house. The old man was very satisfied with this. Zichun, who was sitting at the side, suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait, my black iron is still hidden under the room. Could someone have stolen it? It's a secret place. No one should have stolen it. right? Said the old man after thinking for a while. But what if someone stole it? We've been saving it for a long time, said Zichun worriedly. Yeah, it makes sense. We don't need to go to that shabby house anymore. We should take it back. The old man nodded. Zichun was about to stand up. Most of the things in that house were his harvest. Of course, he couldn't just throw them away. Let me go. There's a lot of things. It won't be easy for you to carry them alone. As he spoke, the old man put the empty bamboo basket back on his back and walked out of the stone house. Zichun didn't refuse. Watching the old man leave, he sat down on a stone bench and took out the scabbard on his back. He grabbed a dead green snake. He had killed this green snake when he left the mountain. Zichun, who had been through many battles, knew very well how great the effects of a good item could be. Some people would stop because of reason, but others would go crazy because of greed. Carefully smearing the poison on the broken blade, Zichun thought back to the previous battle. He was able to easily kill 3 Saint Kings. It wasn't because he was powerful, but because the broken blade was sharp enough. The environment here limited the Saint King's battle prowess. Without sharp weapons, it was difficult for them to fight each other to the death. But with sharp weapons, they could easily break through their defenses. The only thing the Saint Kings relied on was useless, so they naturally died. Of course, the green snake's poison also played an important role in ending the battle so quickly. Even Saint Kings could be poisoned to death. It seemed that this green snake, known as a divine snake, was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, it was only its poison that was strong. It was lacking in other aspects, so it was easy to deal with. Just as he smeared all the poison in the green snake's body on the blade, Zichun heard a commotion outside. He raised his head in confusion, preparing to go out and investigate. Chapter 2291. Where there were cultivators, there would be strife. Where there were strife, there would be factions. No matter where you put it, there would be no mistake. In this village, the rather famous Ulu had died, causing the other villagers to feel apprehensive and not dare to have any ideas about the sacred black crystal. But the villagers of the other villages did not fear this. The miners that had left had also come from the nearby villages. The news that Zichun had obtained a large piece of sacred black crystal had naturally spread, causing these people to rush over. Some of them had come to watch the show, while others had ulterior motives. At the very front was the old man that Zichun had met once before. He came from the Hort clan, and at his side was the still very weak Hort Tongmi. As an alchemist, Hort Dices was one of the wealthiest people in these villages. Ordinary black iron that could only sustain the livelihood of the miners was beneath his notice. But a large piece of sacred black crystal was another matter altogether. Of course, the sacred black crystal was only secondary. Taking advantage of this opportunity to exterminate the old man was his true intention. In the distance, he saw the old man carrying his bamboo basket as he walked out of the rundown house. He called out from the distance. The old man turned around and fled like a mouse seeing a cat. The chase brought them to the outside of the stone house. The old man ran into the stone house and instantly closed the door, hiding like a turtle. No matter how they called out, he did not come out. Looking at the closed door of the stone house, they seemed very helpless. In this world, everything was far beyond the imagination of the outside world. Even an ordinary wooden house was not something that they could break open with brute force, much less such a luxurious stone house. As long as the person inside did not come out, they simply did not have the strength to destroy this house. Old man, do you feel good hiding in here like a turtle? Turtle, hurry up and come out. As these people from the other villages shouted, the other villagers began to appear. They stood to the side and watched, showing no intention of helping. In the stone house, the old man sat opposite Zichun. He looked at the expressionless Zichun rubbing his scabbard and said, "Young people shouldn't be so eager to fight. Those people outside are not easy to deal with. Many of them are carrying weapons. If we act rashly, in your words, both of us may die here. Even if I die here, it's still better than others pointing at me and cursing me." Zichun's tone was indifferent. "You can't even take a little scolding? Just treat them as if they're farting," the old man said indifferently. "I've been cursed by the entire world, so these curses are nothing. However, I feel that we don't need to bear such infamy. They came with ill intentions and have ulterior motives. There's no need to tolerate them. That's easy for you to say, but those people outside all have powerful backgrounds. Take that old man Hua Te, for example. He represents the Hua Te family. Do you know how many people from the Hua Te clan have entered this place over the years? Do you think they'll let you off so easily? While rubbing his scabbard, Zichun said, "After all these years, I only know one principle. Whoever has the bigger fist is the reason." That's easy for you to say. You killed one, and soon, a group of people will come to reason with you. Do you think you can beat them with your fist? Although there are some existences from the life stars in this world, who knows where they are? Perhaps they're in the legendary city. Perhaps thousands of years after you've died, the news will spread there. Perhaps they will come to collect your corpse, but only if your corpse is still there. Zichun knew that there were other cultivators from the life stars in this world. However, he had only seen the old man here. Moreover, the old man had come here a long time ago. He was the last one to come here. Zichun grabbed his scabbard, stood up and said, "My principle is simple. If one person comes, I'll talk to him. If a group comes, I'll talk to them. We'll know who's right after a debate." Apparently, Zichun's debate wasn't a real debate. That would only make him die more miserably. What he meant by debate was to fight. He started as a rogue cultivator. Eventually, he had reached this step. Apparently, he had been going through a battle all the time. He wasn't afraid of fighting or dying. "I know you're strong, but this kind of battle isn't necessary. Moreover, it's getting dark. They don't dare to spend the night outside." The old man eventually persuaded Zichun. Indeed, as the sky darkened, the voices outside became smaller and smaller. Eventually, they all disappeared. Everybody had left. No one dared to spend the night outside. However, it was still unknown if they would come back tomorrow. Those people left when the sky was getting dark. Judging by the time, they couldn't go back. They would all die on the way. Apparently, they weren't stupid. They wouldn't die that easily. The old man guessed the reason. His relaxed face gradually became serious. He cursed outside. "Those damn bastards. Do they really want to fight to the death?" "Only fighting is the fastest way to resolve grudges," Zichun said. The old man glanced at Zichun and said unhappily, "I'm not stupid. Of course, I know this. But they have more people. How can the two of us be a match for them?" Looking at the scabbard in Zichun's hand, the old man said, "You've already used this broken saber. They must know that it's poisoned. If you want to continue to fight unexpectedly, you won't succeed. Although I have some skills, it's only limited to fighting. As for killing people, don't count on this pickaxe in my hand. This thing can only be used for fighting, not killing. I know you're not weak, but you're only one person. Two fists can't fight four hands. If you really fight, you'll only die when you face them. Unless you have a special ability, there will only be two more corpses here." Hearing the old man's words, Zichun's heart stirred. He asked, "You said ability. What exactly is an ability?" An ability can be an innate gift, some supernatural ability, or some mutation of the body. Being fast is an ability. Having a strong body is an ability. Being able to fly is an ability. Being able to control other things is an ability. There are many kinds of abilities. However, no matter which kind, they are all recognized by the rules of this world. In other words, they are above the rules of this world. An ability is very strong in this world. I heard that it's the strongest thing besides God. The old man gazed at the stone table and said, "I once went to a small town and stayed there for one night. I heard that there was an existence from a life star who had some kind of eye technique. I heard that his eyes could shoot two beams of light. He could kill people with just one look." Seeing Zichun's interested face, the old man curled his lips and said, "I've only heard about it. I've never seen it. I don't know if that little heir was just talking nonsense to make me happy or if it's true. I just thought of it as a story to amuse myself." "So, does our village have people who know about abilities?" asked Zichun. "Of course. Blacksmiths can forge weapons. It's an acquired ability. Alchemists can refine mediocre pills. It's an ability. We can use pickaxes to dig ores. It's also an ability. Everyone can do that. What kind of ability is that? Asked Zichun with a startled face. It's an ability. It's just the most basic ability. There are different kinds of abilities, big and small. However, they are all life skills. If you want to have an ability that can be used in battle, it's too difficult. If you really have one, you don't need to hide in the village. You can just go to the small town or find a way to enter the city. How do you get an ability? There are acquired abilities and innate abilities. I don't have the specific ability, so of course, I don't know. However, I heard that those powerful techniques in the outside world will become some kind of ability here. However, this should be just a rumor. The techniques I got from the war marshal family didn't become any ability here. That night, the two of them rested very late and started to discuss the matter of energy. After that, the old man couldn't hold it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. It could be seen that what happened that day was nothing to him. As long as he stayed there, those people would not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, Ulu was rich enough. The food in the room was also very sufficient. It was enough for the two of them to live there for a long time. However, Zichun didn't think so. He couldn't sleep for a long time and had to get up to practice the sword. However, he didn't practice one move at a time. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, simulating the sword technique in his mind over and over again. It was just like when he had a soul in the outside world. This kind of efficiency coupled with actual combat practice would undoubtedly be faster. The next day, Zichun was woken up by noisy curses. These people didn't go back last night. It was obvious that they had a grudge against them. If this matter couldn't be resolved, they would not leave. Don't go out. This is a provocation. Seemingly worried that Zichun would go out rashly, the old man got up early that day and looked at Zichun, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes open. After a night of cultivation, Zichun didn't feel tired at all. It was as if he had the power of the soul. This was obviously impossible. Having the power of the soul was equivalent to having the ability. The current Zichun undoubtedly didn't have the ability. He got up, grabbed the scabbard in his left hand and said, "This matter must be resolved. I don't have much time. I can't always waste it here. Also, I said that I would reason with them." As he spoke, Zichun stepped forward and opened the stone door. The first ray of sunlight shone on his face, illuminating his handsome face with golden light. The curses outside stopped because the stone door was opened. Zichun held the scabbard and stepped out. "Sigh. This." The old man looked at Zichun and sighed helplessly. However, he didn't hesitate. He picked up the pickaxe leaning against the wall and followed Zichun out. "Today, we will fight to the death. If you're not afraid of death, come up." After walking out, he quickly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Zichun. He raised the pickaxe in his hand and said indifferently, although he didn't recommend fighting with these people head-on, when it really came down to it, the old man didn't shrink back at all. Chapter 2292. Zichun was expressionless as he walked out, but he was very surprised. The people around him were much more than he had expected. It was as if everyone in this village, which he rarely saw, had returned today. Most of the villagers were just here to watch the show with their arms crossed. There were only a dozen or so people who were looking for trouble. One of them was the old man from the Hort family, who was said to be called Hort Daisai. Next to him was the still very weak Hort Tumi. When he saw Zichun appear, his eyes were filled with hatred. "Zichun, today is the day you die. If you hand over the sacred black crystal, I can spare your life," he said coldly to Zichun. Although he looked weak, his cold words were full of energy. "You?" Zichun smiled disdainfully, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He held the scabbard in his hand tightly. As long as he had the scabbard in his hand, he was full of confidence. Seeing Zichun tighten his grip on the scabbard, Hort Tumi's expression changed and he subconsciously retreated. He had heard that Zichun had killed 3 miners with just 3 slashes. This kind of combat power was definitely not something he could fight against. Standing on the side, saying some harsh words and cursing secretly was the limit of what he could do. The people present did not laugh at Hort Tumi's actions. Compared to these people, Hort Tumi was just a child, and a very weak one at that. Just as he retreated, Those people all took a step forward. "If you're not afraid of death, then come," the old man said indifferently, holding the pickaxe in front of his chest. Perhaps it was because of his words, but as soon as he finished speaking, many of the people who had been watching the show with their arms crossed suddenly walked over. As these people walked, their aura was not like that of ordinary miners. Their faces were fierce, and it was obvious that they were brave fighters. Moreover, among the people who walked out, a few of them were holding weapons in their hands. Zichen had been in this world for a long time, so he knew very well that in this world, having a weapon meant having combat power. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 20 people, and 8 of them had weapons. This didn't include Hotodeski and Hotodeski who didn't take out their weapons. Among these people, the old man was able to fight to a standstill with a weapon and could barely block 2 people. This situation was very unfavorable for the two, and no one was optimistic about them. As the news of a huge piece of sacred black crystal spread, almost all the villagers in the nearby villages knew about it. Thus, they chose to waste a day to come here and see if there was anything they could pick up. More and more people gathered around. Aside from Hort and Tommy, the other 4 members of the Hort family who had come to this world had also arrived. They each had a person by their side, but none of them stepped forward. Looking at the situation before them, there was no need for them to make a move. Jiatu Huangtu had also arrived early. Beside him, Jiatu Mingtu and the other 3 had also arrived. They looked at the field with inexplicable expressions. Only Jiatu Huangtu's face was filled with worry. "Brat, hand over the sacred black crystal or die." After everyone had appeared, Hotdes opened his mouth and spoke in a cold voice. The old man didn't say anything. Evidently, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, he didn't choose and allowed Zichen to make his own decision. He was willing to follow any decision. Faced with such a situation, in everyone's opinion, Zichen would make a very wise choice. Zichen looked at Hotodeski and lightly smiled as he said, "Even though I look a bit young, I'm not stupid. On the contrary, I'm very smart, many times smarter than that idiot next to you. I can see the killing intent in your eyes, and I'm sure that even if I take out the sacred black crystal, you'll still choose to kill me." A trace of surprise flashed in Hotodeski's eyes. He had never thought that this person would be so observant. He indeed didn't plan on letting these 2 people off. Even if he took away the sacred black crystal, these 2 people would still die. Those words from before were just the opening remarks before the battle. "Come, let's see if you can take the sacred black crystal for me today." Zichen slowly raised the scabbard in his hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. If this were the outside world and he faced so many Saint Kings, he would definitely turn and run. But in this world, these Saint Kings were no different from mortals. He had the qualifications to fight. The others crossed their arms and watched the show. In their opinion, Zichen was overestimating himself and seeking death. "Stop. Isn't it just a piece of sacred black crystal? I'll just give it to you. Why be so overbearing?" Just as the 2 sides were about to fight, there was a shout. Jiatu and Huangtu had broken free from the blacksmith's restraints and were running over. He arrived in front of Zichen and turned to Hotodeski. "Don't you want the sacred black crystal? Then I'll just give it to you." Hotodeski glanced at Jiatu and Huangtu and then turned to look at the blacksmith, who had an ugly expression. He said, "Kid, there's nothing for you to do here. Hurry up and get out of the way. Today, we want the sacred black crystal and the lives of these 2 fellows." "Must we kill them?" Jiatu and Huangtu asked again, but they only mocked him. "Then come." He took out a short dagger from his sleeve, clenched one hand into a fist, and held the dagger in the other. He placed them horizontally in front of his chest, obviously ready to fight. The blacksmith's face was ashen as he walked over. This was not something they could interfere in. A palm landed on Jiatu and Huangtu's shoulder. The latter turned around and saw Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, "Thank you for your help this time, but this is just a personal grudge between us. You should back off." "Aren't we friends? How can I back off at a time like this?" Jiatu and Huangtu shook their heads and said firmly. These words touched Zichen quite a bit. He said, "Of course we're friends, but I don't have the bad habit of letting my friends die. They're just a bunch of trash. Trust me, I'm destined to be a big shot." Jia Tu and Huang Tu believed that Zichun would be a big shot in the future, but the premise was that Zichun could not die. But from the looks of it, Zichun did not seem to have any chance of survival. Jia Tu and Huang Tu shook their heads and did not want to back off, but what happened next was not up to them. The blacksmith and a member of the Jia Tu family stepped forward and carried Jia Tu and Huang Tu away. Looking at Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who were still struggling, Zichun looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Old man, go to the door and guard our sacred black crystal. You don't have to fight this battle." The old man looked at Zichun in confusion. "I'm used to fighting alone, and I'm also used to using my way to reason with people. You'll be in the way. Although you're an old senior, your combat strength is too weak." The old man naturally understood what Zichun meant. The other party just didn't want him to be in danger. Letting him guard the back was that once Zichun died in battle, the old man could take out the sacred black crystal to save his life. The main reason why Thunderous had to kill the two of them was because of Zichun. This was because Thunderous, Tangmi, and the others were very clear about Zichun's potential. "If I can't even protect you, what's the point of me living?" The old man shook his head. "You should know that I don't need to be protected. On this life star, people like me don't need to be protected at all. Hey, you two, don't act like you're going to part forever. Soon, you two will be reunited in the underworld," said a man with a short sword. Using his determined eyes to signal the old man to back off, Zichun held the scabbard and stepped forward. Looking at the 20-something people in front of him, he said calmly, "Guys, because I'm new here, I don't have any reputation. That's why I'm bullied. So, this time, I want to kill people to establish my prestige. I, Zichun, promise you that I won't let go of anyone who stands in front of me. Today, either I die, or you die." His voice was calm, and his face was serene. He didn't have any intention to threaten them, as if he was just telling a simple story. Those people standing far from them looked at Zichun. They didn't know why, but they felt an inexplicable chill, which made them shiver. The 20-something people in front of him also changed their countenances. Facing such a situation, they were either idiots or lunatics. Apparently, the other was the latter. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Zichun placed his right hand on the scabbard and slowly pulled it out. A broken scabbard with black light appeared in people's sight. In front of Zichun, the others were also ready to fight. They held weapons or other things that could be used to hit people. The old man sighed and stepped back. Zichun took several steps forward. Those people in front of him scattered, surrounding Zichun. Zichun stood in the center, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the broken scabbard in his right hand. The people around him stared at Zichun. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Everyone was staring in front of them, watching the battle that was about to happen. Kill. The word kill came from Hotdesh's mouth. Those people surrounding Zichun started to charge at Zichun. A sharp black sword pierced towards Zichun's face. Zichun moved his feet and dodged the sword. At the same time, he turned his body again. Another attack brushed past his body. Clang! He raised the scabbard in his left hand and blocked a long sword that was falling towards his head. A clanging sound was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. The powerful force shook Zichun and made him lose his balance. He subconsciously retreated. Behind him, a short sword was thrusting towards his back. As if there were eyes on the back of his head, Zichun used the force to rotate his body as he retreated. The scabbard blocked the short sword first. The owner of the short sword was knocked back along with his weapon. More attacks came towards Zichun. Zichun's expression did not change. He instantly bent his back. These attacks brushed past his body and gathered above him before dispersing. Facing these attacks, Zichun kept dodging. He blocked with the scabbard in his hand. As for the broken scabbard in his right hand, he did not slash once. Bang! A long black stick pierced through the attacks and hit Zichun's chest. The powerful force made Zichun's body involuntarily retreat. Behind Zichun, a man holding a pickaxe looked at Zichun with a ferocious smile. He looked like he was going to smash Zichun's head with the pickaxe. Zichun, whose body was unsteady, suddenly turned around at this moment. His dark eyes were calm and filled with indifference. The broken scabbard, which had not been used yet, slashed down at this moment. Chapter 2293. Seeing Zichen's calm expression, the pickaxe-wielding miner had already sensed that something was wrong. However, his attack had already taken shape. It was clearly too late for him to retreat now. Just as Zichen struck, the pickaxe struggled to retract. The miner's expression was a little ferocious. Swoosh! The broken saber swept past the pickaxe and slashed down diagonally. A smooth, slanted surface appeared. The saber's momentum did not decrease. It continued to slash downwards, sliding diagonally down the miner's cheek. This attack was very fast. As soon as the attack ended, the shadow of a stick struck towards Zichen from the side, but it was blocked by the scabbard. Pong! With a loud bang, Zichen took advantage of the momentum to retreat with the scabbard. As he retreated, he faced several pincer attacks. Zichen's figure dodged left and right. Zichen would try his best to dodge the attacks of those weapons. It was fine even if he was hit by those sticks or pickaxes. These attacks were not fatal compared to those weapons. As he dodged, Zichen no longer attacked with the broken saber in his hand. He continued to use the scabbard to block. During this time, Zichen would launch a fierce attack whenever he found an opportunity. The broken saber swept past a Saint King's body. As he retreated, black blood began to flow from his wound. The second Saint King was dead. Everyone present knew that Zichen's broken saber was smeared with poison. Everyone was on guard. However, after Zichen attacked, they realized that Zichen's attack was impossible to block. The saber flashed again. The third Saint King died in front of Zichen. Zichen had paid a high price to kill 3 Saint Kings in front of a group of Saint Kings. There were 8 external wounds on his body. There were 2 bloody wounds on his arm that exposed his bone. There was a sword wound on his shoulder and a very long wound on his waist. Blood flowed from his wounds. Fortunately, these people did not use poison. The green snake's poison was very strong. Ordinary people would not dare to have any thoughts about this kind of poison. Existences like Zichen were extremely rare. The number of Saint Kings who had died in front of Zichen had already reached 5. The people around him dispersed once again. Zichen's body was already riddled with wounds. His body was practically covered in his own blood. His injuries were already very serious. In the eyes of the crowd, it was almost fatal. However, Zichen did not even frown. It was as if this was not his physical body. His expression was as calm as ever, and the space between his brows was as cold as ever. The hanging scabbard in his left hand had already turned red, and the handle of the broken sword in his right hand was also dyed red with blood. It was very eye-catching and very glaring. That was his own blood. All of it was his own. After coming to this world and becoming immortal, the blood in his body no longer had any special abilities. 5 people had died, but there were still nearly 20 people on the field. These 20 people became more and more vigilant as they stared indifferently at Zichen. Some of them even had blood dripping from their weapons. It was Zichen's blood. Hotdesh looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "Your resistance is meaningless. Death is only a matter of time." Zichen replied calmly, "Even if I die, I will kill you, you old thing." As soon as he finished speaking, the battle that had paused for a short while began again. Zichen rushed forward and went straight for Hotdesh. The latter had seen Zichen's strength and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then, he held his long sword horizontally and made a defensive posture. Unexpectedly, Zichen's movement was actually a feint. His body retreated in an instant, and the broken sword in his right hand followed his body and drew a semicircle, slashing at a Saint King who was rushing forward behind him. At this moment, there were 2 people in front of this Saint King. One of them held a pickaxe, while the other held a short sword. The 2 of them also attacked Zichen without hesitation. In the eyes of the 2 people, Zichen would definitely dodge such an attack, because if he did not dodge and was hit by the 2 people, Zichen would probably lose his ability to fight in an instant. However, Zichen really did not dodge. He just kept rushing forward, his eyes fixed on his target. Out of the corner of his eye, he paid attention to the 2 attacks that were about to land on his body. Bang! The pickaxe smashed into Zichen's chest, causing his body to shake violently. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. It was unknown how many of his ribs had been broken by this blow. Before the short sword could pierce Zichen's vital parts, Zichen dodged it and grazed his shoulder. Swoosh! Faced with the two attacks that hit him first, Zichen was expressionless. He slashed down with the broken sword in his hand, splitting the pickaxe and the Saint King in front of him in the middle. After the attack, Zichen's body spun rapidly again, neutralizing the power of the pickaxe that landed on his body. The broken sword in his hand drew a perfect circle, blocking all the attacks that came from all around. After killing another person, Zichen's body was once again filled with two wounds, one internal and one external. This was Zichen's most common fighting method in the outside world, exchanging lives for lives. However, under normal circumstances, he would only use it when facing a strong opponent one-on-one. Moreover, it had been a long time since someone forced him to use such a reckless fighting method. A situation like this where he was fighting a group of people by himself had never happened before. If these people were in the outside world, they would all be strong opponents. Zichen needed to deal with them carefully. When the 10th person fell in front of Zichen, his situation could only be described as miserable. The indifferent spectators around them were all moved by this. The old man wanted to go forward and help, but Zichen decisively waved his hand to stop him. From beginning to end, his eyes were still indifferent, and his expression was still calm, even though his injuries seemed to be on the verge of death. "This is my choice. I will bear all the consequences." Zichen stopped the old man, causing the spectators to be moved. With his own strength, he had killed 10 people in a row. If Zichen did not die today, his name would definitely spread throughout the surrounding villages, and no one would dare to cause trouble for him. However, looking at the situation today, Zichen would definitely die. This was because the enemies were not just these people. In the distance, in the dark, there were also people from the Hort family, as well as others who were eyeing him covetously. They might have been spectators, but as Zichen's injuries worsened, they would most likely turn from spectators to bandits. As Zichen's injuries worsened, his enemies would be endless. Moreover, because of the powerful battle strength Zichen had displayed and the words he had said before, even if some people felt pity for him, they would not dare to let him go. After all, if they let Zichen go today, once he recovered from his injuries, Zichen would become a disaster for them. If Zichen wanted to escape today, he would have to have an ability recognized by this world. Only an ability could allow Zichen to escape danger. Everyone present knew this, but how could it be so easy to obtain an ability? Everyone knew that Zichen needed an ability to escape danger, but Zichen did not have any extravagant hopes of obtaining an ability. In his mind, he was quickly simulating the previous battle, trying to find a way to escape. He did not need those powerful abilities that could allow him to fly. He only needed to escape danger. In actuality, this method was very simple. With just a little bit, Zichen would be able to escape danger. That was speed. As long as his speed had a little bit of a breakthrough, Zichen would be guaranteed to win this battle. Unlike the outside world, all of his senses were suppressed here, and his reaction speed was also suppressed. When he used the 9 fleeting lightning, it was no longer effective and could not bring him true speed. Although in the eyes of others, his speed was already very fast, Zichen knew very well that this was still far from his maximum speed. As he quickly analyzed the previous battle in his mind, Zichen concluded that if he could increase his speed by just a little bit, even just a little bit, he would be able to neutralize many of the fatal attacks. With this small advantage and the sharp broken blade, Zichen would be able to carve out a bloody path. Speed. Speed a little bit faster. At this moment, Zichen's mind was filled with a strong desire for speed. This desire was unprecedented. It was the kind of desire that one would have when facing death. Speed. Speed. Zichen's heart was filled with an intense desire because those people were getting closer. Given his current body, he simply could not sustain this level of battle. If this continued, he was afraid that after this round of battle, Zichen would die. Thus, he needed speed. He craved speed, even if it was just a little bit. In his mind, the 9 fleeting lightning appeared. Then, Zichen continuously simulated it, allowing him to become faster in this world, or rather, allowing him to adapt to this world faster. Perhaps it was because of Zichen's potential and his exceptional talent. Perhaps it was because Zichen was a heaven-defying existence. Perhaps it was because of Zichen's excessive desire for speed, causing this desire to become some kind of power that stimulated some kind of change. In the depths of his heart, a faint popping sound could be heard. This was the sound of the seed breaking through the barrier, the sound of the first green seed emerging. It was the sound of the shell breaking, the sound of the darkness entering the light, the sound of some kind of shackle being broken. After this sound rang out, Zichen found that his body had become lighter, no longer as heavy as before. The suppression of his extreme speed seemed to have loosened a little at this moment. The surrounding people were slowly closing in on Zichen, each of their weapons reflecting a cold light. Zichen, who had been standing motionless, suddenly swayed, as if he was unable to stand due to his heavy injuries. The people around him stopped and looked indifferently at Zichen. They saw Zichen's body stagger. He took a few steps forward, then took a few steps back. These few steps did not have the slightest order, looking very strange and out of place. In the eyes of the crowd, it was more like he was too heavily injured and was about to fall to the ground. However, Zichen did not fall. After staggering a few steps, he stood up again, his expression as calm as ever. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that Zichen's eyes were much brighter than before. Kill. Chapter 2294. Zichen's injuries were very serious, and he looked like he could die at any moment. However, the people around him did not let their guard down. When they charged forward, they attacked with all their might. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, a sharp blade pierced towards Zichen's face. This attack was decisive and ruthless. Its owner had already left many wounds on Zichen's body. Facing this attack, Zichen did not dodge. His very bright eyes stared at the attack coming toward him. A strong wind blew, and Zichen's hair flew. Seeing that the attack was about to pierce Zichen's face, the owner of the sharp blade on the other side had a sinister smile on his face. From his point of view, Zichen was already seriously injured and could not dodge. This attack was certain to kill him. However, just as the two sides were a hair's breadth apart, Zichen's feet moved one by one. His body moved with the movement, and he tilted his head to avoid the attack. The Holy King's attack missed, and his body moved forward due to inertia. In Zichen's right hand, he gripped the broken blade tightly and instantly raised it up. Poof! With a soft sound, a head flew up. Blood began to spurt out and stain Zichen's body. This was the feeling. Zichen opened his mind and felt the changes in his body. For the first time, a hint of joy appeared on his expressionless face. Speed. His speed was back. Although it was not as terrifying as it was in the outside world, it was much faster than before. It seemed that some kind of shackle had been unlocked. With the return of extreme speed, Zichen could finally use the method that used very little energy to kill the enemy. With this speed that was several times faster than them, Zichen was in an invincible position. Whoosh! Another attack came from behind Zichen. Zichen did not even turn his head. After repelling the person in front of him with one strike of his blade, he moved slightly, brushing past the attack, and arrived in front of the Holy King. The Holy King's face was full of shock. He clearly did not understand what had happened. He saw Zichen dodge his attack and stand in front of him. After that, the broken saber that he couldn't dodge appeared in his line of sight. The broken blade flashed past his eyes, and his vision blurred. After that, he couldn't see anything. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died, but Zichen was unscathed. His previous heavy injuries seemed to have lightened up at this moment because his speed had become faster and his reaction had also become sharper. He was able to dodge attacks that were normally impossible to dodge, and it didn't seem like he had to expend too much energy. In this situation, the spectators had the most right to speak. The original Zichen was like a fast-moving rock when he was besieged by a group of people. He was steady and decisive, and his attacks were sure to kill, but his reactions were relatively slow. Often, he would destroy 1,000 of his enemies while losing 800 of his own men. But at this moment, he was like a leaf swaying in the wind, easily changing direction with the rhythm of the wind, dancing with the wind. He weaved through the attacks as the broken sword in his hand danced nimbly. Saint Kings fell one by one, but these Saint Kings were unable to cause any harm to him. This ingenious change was like using 4 tails to lift 1,000 caddies. It was very clever, very wonderful, and very lethal. Moreover, as the battle continued, everyone realized that Zichen's figure was becoming more and more graceful. In the end, no one could touch the corner of his clothes. This was the change in Zichen in everyone's eyes. However, in the midst of the battle, those people couldn't sense it. They only felt that Zichen was becoming more and more difficult to deal with, and his reactions were getting faster and faster. It was also becoming more and more difficult for them to hit Zichen. Seeing Zichen, who should have been seriously injured and dead, kill one Saint King after another instead of dying, their hearts became more and more shocked. This is, Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who had been watching the battle anxiously, were now looking at Zichen's changes in the field in shock. The blacksmith's expression gradually became serious. At the door of the stone house, after seeing this change, the old man's eyes gradually lit up, and his face was filled with disbelief. Is this an ability? He hadn't seen others use their abilities with his own eyes, so he couldn't determine whether Zichen's current state could be called an ability. Ability? This is an ability. It must be an ability. Speed ability, otherwise his speed wouldn't be so fast. Oh my God, could it be that he has awakened an ability? It is said that in this world, when faced with a life-and-death crisis, there is a certain probability of comprehending an ability. However, this probability is extremely low. I didn't expect that we would encounter it. This speed is several times faster than before. He is almost invincible. This little guy is really lucky. Seeing the change in the battle situation, everyone was almost certain that Zichen had comprehended an ability in this situation. For a moment, everyone also revealed looks of envy. Ability was an extremely rare thing. Once one had an ability, it was equivalent to no longer being a mortal, but becoming a cultivator. The appearance of a unique ability indicated a powerful combat strength. Comprehending an ability is lucky? I don't think so. Just as everyone's faces were filled with envy, a voice full of ridicule sounded from the side. The man who spoke looked at Zichen, who was wantonly killing as if he had entered a no-man's land, and said, "It is indeed lucky to have comprehended an ability, but this is not absolute. At the beginning, an ability is not strong. Facing so many enemies at the moment, an ability is not invincible. Compared to other abilities, an ability at the beginning was indeed very weak and required a period of time to adapt. If an ability was awakened when no one was around, it was indeed a lucky thing. One could calmly feel the changes in the ability and greatly increase one's combat strength. However, to comprehend an ability in the middle of a battle, there was no time to calm down and feel at all. Facing the siege of so many people, it was very likely that one would die, not to mention Zichen, who was in a completely injured state at the moment. It was rare to be killed after comprehending an ability in the middle of a battle, but it was also not uncommon. Pooh! His figure flashed. As he moved forward, Zichen's body shifted left and right. Attacks brushed past Zichen's body, but not a single one was able to hurt him. As for the broken saber in his hand, he flipped his hand and slashed forward with an indomitable momentum. One Saint King after another fell, blood spurting out. The poison that had been applied to the saber had long since been used up in this battle. However, with his extreme speed and powerful combat strength, Zichen did not need poison at all. At this moment, his body was covered in blood. Some of it was his own, but most of it was other people's. The 20 or so Saint Kings from before were now quickly decreasing in number. Zichen had completely changed from a passive killing to an active killing. Moreover, one step at a time, one saber strike took a life. His figure became more and more graceful, and his attacks were decisive and elegant. His efficiency in killing his enemies became even faster. As for the heavy injuries he had suffered before, they were gradually recovering because he was no longer injured. The bleeding wounds from before had all stopped. Damn it! How could he have comprehended an ability? Looking at the others falling one by one, Hotetesai's expression became very unsightly, and a look of disbelief and shock appeared in his eyes. Beside him, looking at Zichen, who seemed to have entered an uninhabited land, Hotetesai's face was filled with deep fear. In his mind, he could not help but recall what Zichun had said just now. Because he had just arrived, he needed to kill to establish his authority so as to ensure that no one would be spared. Previously, this sentence sounded a little ridiculous, but now that he thought about it, Hotetesai felt a deep sense of fear. Looking at Zichun, who was killing his way forward, and looking at those cold eyes, Hotetesai felt that the other party could appear in front of him at any time and slash down with his saber. Although he held his weapon tightly in his hand, he was not confident that he could block Zichun's saber. Just as he was feeling frightened and wondering if he should escape at this moment, he saw shadows from the corner of his eyes. It was the people who had been watching before, and they were walking over. Some of these people were from the Hotetesai family. Hotetesai knew some of them, but he did not know some of them. As they walked forward, their eyes were filled with coldness. Their intentions were very obvious. Previously, they did not make a move because there was no need. However, at this moment, seeing that Zichun was about to awaken an ability, they had to make a move. An existence who had awakened an ability was very dangerous. Before the other party's ability stabilized, it was the only chance to kill the other party. Once the other party's ability stabilized, if they wanted to kill the other party, they would need someone with the same ability. After these people appeared, they went straight for Zichun. An extreme slash. After Zichun unsheathed the broken saber in his hand, he did not put it away. As his body dodged left and right, the broken saber in his hand continuously slashed, chopped, raised, and cut. Every slash was made with full strength, and every slash was very fast. Every slash was followed by a flash of black light. Pooh! His body only swayed left and right, never retreating. He kept moving forward. Everywhere he passed, Saint Kings were cut down. It was as if he had eyes all over his body. Not a single attack could land on his body. Clearly, he had just awakened an ability and was not used to it yet, but he still made people feel helpless. Pooh! 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 The saber flashed, and one Saint King after another fell to the ground. From afar, these people looked like they were voluntarily sending themselves to their deaths. His figure was graceful and elegant. His attacks were decisive and sharp. Zichun had awakened a speed ability. In the eyes of the crowd, it would take some time for him to get used to it. However, Zichun did not need to get used to it at all. This was because he had not truly awakened an ability. It was not a physical ability, but an extremely fast ability. Zichun could not be more familiar with this ability. This was because he had been using this kind of extreme speed from the beginning. When Zichun used this kind of extreme speed, it was like using his own arms and fingers. He could use it as he pleased, and there was no sense of awkwardness. And as the Saint Kings fell to the ground one after another, no one touched the corner of Zichun's clothes. They finally realized this. They knew in their hearts that even if they gave it their all today, they would not be able to kill the other party. Thus, they prepared to retreat. Chapter 2295. His words of never breaking his promise sent chills down everyone's spines. Now that they recalled what Zichun had said earlier, they could only feel a deep sense of fear rising in their hearts. Run! Knowing that he would not be able to do anything to his opponent today, Hotesh decisively turned around and ran. In fact, when they were fighting earlier, he had intentionally moved back and was prepared to escape if he could not defeat his opponent. You can't escape. Looking at Hotesh running away, Zichun smiled coldly and changed his footwork. Because he did not have the support of energy, Zichun's changing footwork did not look good. It was even a little strange. However, when he used this footwork, his speed was surprisingly fast. His footsteps changed, and like a blurry ray of light, he was already several meters away, in front of a Saint King. After that, a bright black blade arc slashed across the Holy King's neck. The blade arc disappeared in a flash, and Zichun's figure was already in another place. The moment his figure appeared, the blade arc appeared again. When his figure appeared, the Holy King had already sensed it. He raised the weapon in his hand and was about to slash at Zichun. However, as the blade arc disappeared, his movement froze. Just like that, Zichun's figure rapidly changed, and he appeared in 8 different places during this time. In these 8 places, the expressions of the 8 holy kings froze, and their attacks were completely frozen. There was a deep blade mark on their necks. Swoosh! His figure flashed for the 9th time, and Zichun appeared beside Hotdesh. He stared at his opponent coldly and slashed down with the broken blade in his hand. The blade arc flashed again. Go to hell. Hotdesh's heart was filled with hatred. He shouted angrily, raised his long sword, and slashed at Zichun fiercely. Perhaps because he felt the threat of death, the speed of his sword became much faster, as if he was about to awaken his ability. Clang! The blade and the sword collided, and a strong repulsive force came from the broken blade. In this collision, Zichun was actually the one at a disadvantage. However, there was an additional hole on the black sword. Zichun's hand, which was holding onto the broken sword, trembled slightly. Then, he half-squatted, his left foot in front of him and his right foot behind him. Using the force of the broken sword, he turned around on the spot. The broken blade also drooped down during this period, drawing an arc. The end point was Hotdesh's abdomen. Pooh! The blade light flashed, and Hotdesh was cut in half. His movements were frozen, and his expression was frozen. After killing Hotdesh, Zichun's expression didn't change much. He was still in a half-squatting position, but he dashed forward in an instant. This time, the target was Hort Tongmi, who had escaped first. Zichun dashed forward. Because he was so fast, he created a gust of wind. When the wind rose, the 8 people who were still standing, as well as Hotdesh, fell to the ground. The old man guarding the door stared at Zichun the whole time. Since he came from a life star and used to be a member of the Zhan family, he had some knowledge about life stars, especially some secrets that others didn't know. In fact, it wasn't a secret. Almost everyone knew about life stars. He had seen with his own eyes that Zichun's figure had flickered a total of 9 times during this process. On the life star, there was only one speed, which was the 9 flashes. 9 represented the extreme. It was a limit. In this world, the only extreme speed was the 9 flashes, which was the Thunder Clan's 9 flashes of lightning. Zichun, who had flickered 9 times, was no doubt using the extreme speed of the Thunder Clan, the 9 flashes of lightning. It was the number 1 extreme speed in all the worlds. The Zhanwu clan possessed many powerful cultivation techniques, but compared to the famous world speed technique, they were undoubtedly a little lacking. Seems like the rumor is true. Techniques from the outside world can become a kind of ability here. But the premise is that the technique must be strong enough. The old man muttered, confirming his theory. At this moment, Zichun had dashed to Huate Tangmi. He looked at the frightened man indifferently and said, I never break my promise. Huate Tangmi was frightened. Being stared at by Zichun, he was scared out of his wits. So many Saint Kings had been killed, not to mention him, a saint. However, facing this deadly situation, he didn't beg for mercy. He turned the fear in his heart into endless motivation. He shouted, kill. Holding the short sword, he dashed towards Zichun. Your courage is commendable, but you've lost your mind. There are too many loopholes. Zichun shook his head. At this moment, Huate Tangmi didn't know what to do. If he used his brute force to attack, he would die faster. The unsheathed saber flashed, and the saber arc appeared. The saber arc flashed and disappeared. Huate Tangmi's attack froze, just 1 inch away from hitting Zichun. At this point, Zichun had fulfilled his promise and killed all those who opposed him. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he had killed to establish his authority. Everyone avoided looking at Zichun. In front of the stone house, there were bloodstains all over. It was a ghastly sight. Zichun had killed to establish his authority. No one else dared to go forward. There was dead silence all around. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Apart from Huate Tangmi, the other 4 saints who came here to look for opportunities were nowhere to be seen. No one knew when they had fled. An expert with extreme speed appeared in such a way. His gaze swept across the crowd. After no one came forward, Zichun turned around and began to clean up the battlefield under everyone's gaze. His speed was not fast, but each step he took was very steady. He picked up the weapons one by one. In this world, based on the current situation, the most valuable things were naturally those weapons. One had to know that the old man had stayed here for many years, but he did not have a weapon of his own. It could be seen how precious weapons were here. Of course, the old man's personality of waiting for death was also a big reason. The old man who was still guarding the door finally reacted. He stepped on the blood and quickly stepped forward. "Leave this kind of small matter to me." After saying that, without waiting for Zichun to speak, he quickly picked up the weapons one by one. However, he did not take the pickaxes and other things that were not very valuable. While the old man was picking up the weapons, Zichun stood aside and watched. After picking up all the weapons, the old man turned around and said to the people who were still around, "I'll leave the rest to you guys. But before you leave, please help us clean up the bloodstains here." As he spoke, he took the weapons and walked toward his house. After a moment of hesitation, Zichun followed behind him and walked into the hall. As the stone door closed again, the old man let out a huge sigh of relief. As for Zichun, he could not hold it in any longer. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his vision turned black as he fell to the ground. The old man was quick to react. He immediately caught Zichun and then slowly put down the weapons in his hands. He carried Zichun to his bedroom. In today's battle, Zichun had awakened his ability and killed dozens of Saint Kings. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause a commotion. But at the same time, Zichun had paid a huge price for this. His injuries were very serious. If those people really did not fear death and charged forward without any regard for their lives, Zichun would eventually not be able to hold on. But unfortunately, they were scared out of their wits by Zichun. After simply treating Zichun's wounds, the old man looked at Zichun, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He shook his head and sighed softly. After interacting with Zichun for a few months, he had never realized that Zichun actually had such a side to him. The way he fought with his life in exchange for his life moved him very much. Although he was a Saint King before coming here, he had never dealt with heaven-defying people. In his era, the heaven-defying people were completely controlled by those few great saints. No one else was allowed to interfere at all. It was said that the heaven-defying people of his generation were killed by those few great saints. In today's battle, he saw Zichun's firm belief and was deeply moved. At the same time, he felt ashamed. If he had half of Zichun's belief, he would not have fallen to such a state. Recuperate well. After your injuries are healed, you have to leave here. This place does not belong to you. It only belongs to people like us who have given up hope and are waiting for death. After leaving the bedroom, the old man began to organize Zichun's things. The harvest this time was not small. Just these few weapons were already a considerable asset. In addition to the sacred black crystal, as well as Zichun's harvest during this time, he believed that Zichun would have a certain amount of resources to survive when he reached the town. The news of the large, sacred black crystal and the awakening of his ability almost spread to the nearby villages at the same time, causing a great commotion. In particular, the matter of an ability user slaughtering dozens of people in a day was even more shocking. In this battle, Zichun had killed people to establish his prestige. Although others knew that Zichun had good things in his hands, they did not dare to cause trouble. Outside the stone house, after the old man went in, the others came forward one after another. They searched the corpses for valuables as quickly as possible and even cleaned up the battlefield. In addition to these obvious gains, the dead Saint Kings all had their own residences. Many of them lived in stone houses. Now that they were dead, the houses naturally belonged to the people who had come first. They did not dare to provoke Zichun, but in order to maximize their gains, they targeted the people who had obtained the stone houses first. The nearby villages, which had been peaceful for a long time, were thrown into chaos because of the sacred black crystal. It was likely that this chaos would take a long time to calm down. As for Zichun, who had awakened his ability, because he had not appeared for a long time, he was gradually forgotten. In contrast, Jiatu Huangtu walked out of the blacksmith shop almost every day. When he glanced at Zichun's stone house, his expression was somewhat anxious, as if he had something to say to Zichun. Several times, when he made up his mind to look for Zichun, he was dragged back by the blacksmith. Chapter 2296. 3 days later, Zichun woke up. After a few days of deep sleep, his body naturally recovered from his injuries. A perfect body wasn't as simple as it sounded. Even though he was suppressed by the rules in this world, his body was still much stronger than that of ordinary people. This was also the fundamental reason why Zichun chose to engage in a life-and-death battle with these sage rulers. A powerful body had always been his greatest reliance. It could ensure that he had a powerful vitality. After getting up, he still felt pain in a few places on his body. The other places were mostly healed. As for the wounds from before, they had long scabbed over. "You're awake. Drink something first." The old man walked in from outside. When he saw that Zichun had woken up, he turned back and brought a bowl of porridge for Zichun. The quality of this porridge was much better than the porridge the old man had given him the first time. It was left behind by Wu Lu. Zichun, whose stomach was rumbling with hunger, took the porridge and began to gulp it down without hesitation. The porridge wasn't hot. It was obvious that it had been simmering for some time. After Zichun finished it in big mouthfuls, he expressed that it wasn't enough. It wasn't until 3 big bowls of porridge that Zichun felt full. After resting on the bed for a while, he tried to get out of bed and start walking. "In your current state, don't go out," the old man reminded him as he looked at Zichun, who was walking back and forth. Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he looked up and asked, "Does my situation count as having abilities?" "Yes, of course. However, there are some differences between this ability of yours and the commonly known abilities. If I'm not wrong, your ability isn't stimulated by your body, but by your cultivation technique in the outside world." The old man looked at Zichun and said, "Your extreme speed doesn't come from your body, but from your cultivation technique. Of course, this is also considered an ability. Extreme speed ability. With this ability, you will have a speed faster than others. In a battle, you will be almost invincible." The old man pointed at the bamboo basket in the corner of the room and said, "Now that you have the ability, it is no longer suitable for you to continue staying in the village. I have already packed your things for you. When your injuries are healed, you can leave." "Am I alone?" Zichun asked. "Yes. Although I once said that I would escort you to the town, you have awakened your ability and no longer need to be escorted. You just need to remember one thing. When night is about to fall, find a well-hidden cave or tree hole to hide. Don't let yourself be exposed in the dark. Unless you have a super strong defense, you will die a horrible death." 7 days later, Zichun's injuries were completely healed. He was ready to go out for some fresh air. Just as he walked out of the room, Zichun saw Jiatu Huangtu, who was pacing back and forth not far away. "Zichun, you're finally out." After seeing Zichun, Jiatu Huangtu's face immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise, and he walked over. "What's the matter?" Zichun looked at Jiatu Huangtu, who was walking over with a smile on his face. "We're leaving. Today, we're here to say goodbye to you." Jiatu Huangtu walked in front of Zichun and said, "Go? Where to?" Zichun was startled. "To the town. Someone has already come to pick us up. Today is the last day I can delay." Jiatu Huangtu's expression gradually became solemn. He looked at Zichun and said, "Zichun, you have killed many people from the Hort family this time. The two sides can be considered to have formed a deadly feud. You must be careful. The Hort family's power in this world has reached a level that you can't imagine." Zichun listened quietly. He knew that Jiatu Huangtu was definitely not waiting for him to say these words. "Zichun, after coming here, we have a little understanding of this world. As far as I know, if you want to have the ability, that city can satisfy you. Our Jiatu family also has some foundation here. So, after we came here, we will follow the route they designed and eventually enter the city." Jiatu Huangtu looked around and lowered his voice. "I once heard the blacksmith ancestor say that if you want to enter the city, you must ask for the help of the experts from the Life Star. However, I heard that those people are used to living an idle life and may not be willing to help others. However, this is the only way for you to enter the city. How will you go to the town?" Zichun nodded and asked. After seeing the old man, he knew that there must be other people from the Life Star in this world. "The old ancestor with ability has already come to pick us up. In the next period of time, we will follow the old ancestor to learn some survival skills. Then, we will find a way to enter the city to find the holy weapon." Zichun slightly frowned and said, Does that mean that the Hort family will be the same as you? Ability users will come to take them away. That's true. Although our three forces don't usually communicate with each other, this situation is the same. These years, the experts of the family have stayed here for the limited number of places to take the holy weapon and strengthen the family. The Jiatu family was already the top force in the Star Road. There was no other family stronger than them. The other two families were at best equal to the Jiatu family. Even such a powerful family was not satisfied with the status quo and wanted to continue to be strong. Today, Jiatu Huangtu came to remind Zichun. This was a kind gesture and also a concern between friends. Zichun's brows were still furrowed. He sensed something amiss from Jiatu and Huangtu's words, but he wasn't too worried. Will they also come in the next few days? Zichun asked again. I'm not sure, but the time should be about the same. Looking at Zichun's frown, Jiatu Huangtu nodded and said, but soon he realized the meaning of Zichun's words. His expression changed slightly and said, Are you worried? If the Hort family sent an ability user and heard that a new ability user had awakened and was their enemy, he believed that the other party should be very interested in this ability user. Then let's go now. Although we can't take you with us, you can still follow behind us. Jiatu Huangtu said immediately. Zichun shook his head and said, No need. Zichun, now is not the time to be impulsive. Jiatu Huangtu said anxiously. There's really no need. Zichun looked in the direction outside the village and said, They are already here. Jiatu Huangtu turned his head and followed Zichun's gaze. He saw a group of people coming from outside the village. Among these people, most of Jiatu Huangtu looked very familiar. They were the spectators during the battle where Zichun awakened his ability. Of course, if Zichun hadn't awakened his ability, they might have been one of the raiders. After these people entered the village, they went straight in this direction. As they moved forward, they would occasionally turn their heads with respectful expressions. When they turned their heads again, they saw Zichun from afar. They were all startled, but soon, their faces were filled with anticipation. Behind those people, there were 5 people. 4 of them were the 4 saints who had come in with Huate Tangmi. There was nothing to pay attention to these 4 people. Zichun could kill 2 with 1 slash, and 4 with 2 slashes. At that moment, his gaze landed on the 5th person. It was a middle-aged man with a cold and stern face. Within his eyes was a sinister and ruthless expression. Occasionally, a cold glint would flash through his eyes. It was like the gazes of poisonous snakes hidden in the darkness of this world, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. This person was obviously the ability user who came to pick up the 4 people. The other party's purpose was also very obvious. It was for the previous incident, to kill Zichun. Zichun's gaze quickly swept past the 5th person. Although this person looked cold, for Zichun, it was nothing. At this moment, he felt a sense of danger, but that danger didn't come from the other party. As his gaze moved to the side, Zichun's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he stared at the middle-aged man's side. Beside him, there was a big snake that looked like it was carved out of wood. It was raising its head and following the middle-aged man. The big snake raised its head. Its height was almost the same as the middle-aged man's, and its body was thicker than an ordinary person's arm. It was nearly 4 meters long. This big snake looked like it was carved out of wood, but its eyes were filled with the intelligence and cold light that a poisonous snake should have. The other party followed the middle-aged man on its own. Obviously, it wasn't an inanimate object. Although the 2 sides were still far apart, the moment he saw the big snake, Zichun could be sure that the sense of danger came from the other party. That's a puppet master. Just as Zichun was sizing up the strange wooden snake, he heard a cry of surprise from Jiatu and Huangtu beside him. Puppet master? Zichun frowned. This was the first time he had heard this term in this world. One of the ability users, good at controlling mechanical puppets. That snake should be a mechanical puppet. It looks very powerful. Jiatu and Huangtu said, their faces a little pale. They knew more about this world than Zichun, so they knew the strength of a puppet master. It was a kind of innate ability, much more powerful than the ability of extreme speed. Is it the same as the beast masters in the outside world? Zichun asked again. The meaning is about the same, but in this world, the probability of a beast master awakening is too low. It's almost impossible to see. On the contrary, this puppet master has become one of the most powerful abilities. Looking at the snake, Jia Tu and Huang Tu had a bitter expression and said, "Now, I can only hope that the ancestor can stop the other party. Otherwise, it will be dangerous." Just as the people in front were about to reach the blacksmith shop, a group of people walked out from inside. The leader was a man with a long sword on his back. Behind him were the blacksmith, Jia Tu, and Ming Tuesday. After the man appeared, he stood in front of the group, forcing the group to stop. These people were shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect to meet another ability user. "Kaluo, you want to stop me?" Chapter 2297. Kenny, stop. Kilo was an ability user from the Jiatu family, and he was also the one who led the 4 saints of the Jiatu family into the town. Today, he appeared in front of Kenny and stopped him. He was really forced to do so. After coming here, he learned some things about Zichen. He was very surprised, but he also guessed that today's scene would happen. Originally, he didn't want to interfere, but Zichen was related to a sacred weapon of the Jiatu family, so he had to appear. He knew Kenny very well and knew what methods the other party had, so he was very afraid. Kenny from the Hort family looked indifferently at Jiatu Kilo in front of him and said, "You want to interfere?" As he spoke, the big snake beside him, which looked like a wooden sculpture, flicked its tongue in and out like a real living creature and stared at Kilo with cold eyes. "He has some connections with our Jiatu family," Kilo said in a deep voice, not retreating. Although he was afraid of Kenny, he wasn't afraid. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the other villagers. The villagers who hadn't left yet walked out of their rooms and looked over curiously. The old man also walked out. After seeing the scene in front of him, his face became extremely ugly. He looked at Zichen, who was still in a daze, and said, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take the things and leave." Obviously, the other party didn't come with good intentions. The Jiatu family was willing to step in, but only to stop them. They definitely wouldn't fight with the other party because of Zichen. After the 2 sides reached a stalemate to a certain extent, one side would choose to retreat, and that side would definitely be the people of the Jiatu family. They didn't need to risk their lives with an ability user because of Zichen, and their will to protect them wouldn't be very firm. "Yes, hurry up and leave. Now." Jiatu Huangtu also nodded and said. Obviously, he was also aware of this point. Zichen stood in place and didn't leave. He glanced at the old man and said, "Tell me about the puppet snake. How can we have time to talk about this now? Hurry up and leave. If we're late, we won't be able to leave." As he spoke, the old man was about to turn back to the house to pack up Zichen's things, but he was stopped by Zichen. "We're not leaving. Tell me, what's so special about it? I'll be more careful during the battle later." Zichen said faintly. Of course, he couldn't leave. Not to mention that the other party had already seen him, he might not be able to escape. Even if he used his extreme speed to escape, the other party's anger would definitely be directed at the old man. Zichen didn't want to kill the old man who had treated him well because of this matter. Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, the old man couldn't help but sigh and say, "That puppet snake is very strong. Once it entangles you, your ribs will break and you will suffocate to death. Looking at that puppet snake, it shouldn't be of the lowest grade. If I'm not wrong, its mouth must contain the collected poison. Once bitten or touch the body, the poison will activate and kill." Only these 2 points? Is there anything else we need to pay attention to? For example, that puppet master. What kind of tricks does he have? Zichen asked with a calm expression. "That's already very strong. Only other ability users can deal with it." The old man shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate that puppet snake. That's the only thing the puppet master relies on. It can attack and defend. It's very powerful. However, if you have a way to pass through the puppet and get close to the other party, then the puppet master's combat power is not much different from that of an ordinary person." The puppet master himself was not strong. This was publicly known, but that was only among ability users. For those without abilities, a puppet master with a puppet master could easily wipe out an entire village. For example, if Hotekani wanted to kill, then the entire village would be destroyed. Zichun nodded. It seemed that what he needed to pay attention to next was that puppet snake. The confrontation in front of them slowly reached its final juncture. When the ability user of the Kata family turned around and saw that Zichun was still standing in place, the confrontation came to an end. Kata Kilo snorted coldly, turned around, and stepped aside. Then, he looked at Zichun with dissatisfaction. In his opinion, the time he had stopped the other party was enough for Zichun to escape. However, Zichun refused to escape, so it had nothing to do with him. Zichun's value to the Kata family was only a chance to obtain a holy weapon. However, the Kata family had obtained such a chance many times, but very few succeeded. Right now, they had 5 chances. If they had to pay too high a price, then they did not mind wasting one chance. Hotekani walked in front of Kata Kilo. The leaders who had previously walked in front of him in high spirits did not immediately follow this time. They knew how powerful Zichun was, so they did not dare to get too close to Zichun. The difference between ability users and ordinary people was like the difference between heaven and earth. The puppet snake slithered on the ground. Wherever its thick body passed, it left deep marks. The 4 saints from the Hort family also paused for a moment before following with the others. They also did not dare to get too close. When they recalled Zichun's fighting style of killing one person with a single strike, they still felt their hearts palpitate. Zichun did not return to his room. The sword was taken out by the old man. He stood in front of the stone house with the sword in his hand, quietly watching the man and the snake gradually approaching. The old man, Katu, and Huangtu had already retreated far away. The battle between the 2 ability users would definitely be shocking. If they rashly approached, they would definitely be injured. Everyone subconsciously retreated or distanced themselves from the 2 aptitude users. There was already enough space on the battlefield. Zichun stared at Hotekani in front of him. His left hand gripped the scabbard tightly. His eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a cold light. Tap! The 2 sides did not speak symbolically. Zichun held the scabbard and took a step forward. His right foot stepped on the ground, making tapping sounds. Tap! Tap! Then, his footsteps began to change. The sound of footsteps rang out. Tap! 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 Zichun held the scabbard and began to move forward. His speed was getting faster and faster, and his target was Hotekani. Hotekani, who was moving forward, stopped and looked at Zichun, who was rushing toward him. The corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. The puppet snake, which was originally beside him, came forward at this moment, wagging its tail. It came in front of him and stood between the 2 sides. The puppet snake's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Its eyes were fixed on Zichun, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. The distance between the 2 sides was shortened in the blink of an eye. Zichun stomped his foot hard. With a tremor, his body soared into the sky. His right hand fell on the broken sword, as if it could be unsheathed at any time. Ka! The sound of a spring rang out. The puppet snake's body rose high and instantly reached more than 2 meters, blocking Zichun, who was about to pass over it. Then, the snake opened its mouth, revealing several poisonous fangs. It was about to bite Zichun. Swoosh! The puppet snake's attack was very sharp. With a strong wind, it blew Zichun's hair and robe. At this moment, Zichun was very calm. His body, without any support, suddenly began to spin. As he spun, his body began to change direction. The snake's head, which had launched the attack, brushed past the spinning Zichun's robe, shattering a few pieces of his robe. Zichun, on the other hand, dodged the attack, bypassed the snake's head, and looked down at Hotekani from above. Swoosh! A bright light flashed, and the broken sword was instantly unsheathed, slashing fiercely at Hotekani's head. The latter looked at this scene indifferently. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he was surprised that his opponent could dodge the puppet snake's attack so easily. However, there was also a hint of sarcasm in his surprise. He did not seem to care about Zichun's attack. After dodging the snake's head, there was still the snake's tail. A strong wind whistled, like a long whip, sweeping towards Zichun's waist. The speed of the attack was even faster than Zichun's. Clang! Looking at the snake's tail sweeping towards him, Zichun swung his sword. The invincible broken sword hit the snake's tail, but there was a loud bang, and sparks flew everywhere. A strong rebound force came from the snake's tail, almost shaking the broken sword out of his hand. Zichen's body spun again, and he retreated while spinning. He retreated again and again until he was 10 meters away. He steadied himself, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the broken sword in his right hand in front of his chest. He stared warily at the puppet snake in front of him. He did not dare to say that he used his full strength, but he definitely used 80% of his strength. However, he did not manage to cut the snake's tail, but only made a hole in it. He was very surprised by the puppet snake's sturdiness, which made him even more careful. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Zichen began to rush forward, his figure blurring. Hotekine snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not control the puppet snake, but the snake's mouth suddenly opened wide. Then, Zichen saw a sparkling luster flashing in the direction of the snake's mouth. Without saying anything, he dodged sideways. Drops of sparkling liquid appeared from the snake's mouth and then exploded. The exploded liquid, like a drizzle, began to scatter in all directions, accompanied by a strong bitter and sour smell in the air. When the liquid touched Zichen's body, a sizzling sound could be heard. The robe on his body was corroded into many small holes. Obviously, this was a kind of poison. Zichen's figure kept flashing, but a large space in front of him was covered by this rain-like poison, making it impossible for Zichen to get close. Swoosh! At the same time, the sound of the snake's tail cutting through space was constantly heard. In the face of this unexpected attack, Zichen looked very embarrassed when he dodged. Hotekine did not make a sound from beginning to end. He just looked indifferently at Zichen, who was jumping up and down like a monkey. His opponent's reaction speed was beyond his expectations. Although his clothes were full of fine wormholes, they were still intact. The others around watched the scene nervously, for fear of missing any details. It's over. Chapter 2298. In everyone's eyes, this battle was extremely dangerous. Zichen weaved through and dodged the poisonous liquid, displaying his extreme speed to the extreme. If it had been them, they would have died from the poisonous liquid in a matter of minutes. In the distance, Gartucolo, who had been watching the battle indifferently, gradually frowned. This was the reason why he was afraid of Hotekine. If the other party used poison, he wouldn't be able to get close at all. As he watched the battle, Zichen's speed surprised him. However, this was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before Zichen's strength was exhausted too quickly. When his speed slowed down, it would naturally be the time for Zichen to die. In Gartucolo's opinion, this battle should continue for a while before it ended. The final result would naturally be Zichen's death. However, he didn't expect that the puppet snake, which was spraying poisonous liquid on the battlefield, would suddenly stop attacking. Under normal circumstances, this would happen because the poison hidden in the snake's body had been used up. However, the battle had just begun, so it was impossible for such a situation to occur. Immediately afterward, he saw that the puppet snake's mouth was still wide open, and a black tube extended from it. The tube's mouth was aimed at Zichen. Gartucolo's expression changed abruptly. He recognized what the tube was and guessed what it contained. His expression changed greatly as he cried out in alarm, "That's poisonous mist. Retreat quickly." At that moment, he was quite a distance away from the battlefield, but when he saw the tube, he cried out involuntarily and kept retreating. When the others saw that the situation wasn't good, they immediately turned around and fled at lightning speed. The old man, Jia Tu, and Huang Tu pushed the door open and closed it again. This was the furthest they could retreat. After retreating into the room, the old man's face was filled with fear and worry. This puppet snake actually has poisonous mist on its body. This time, Zichen won't be able to escape. As he spoke, he ran to the window with Jia Tu and Huang Tu and looked outside through the crystal window. Over there, the puppet snake had already launched its attack. Poisonous fog constantly spewed out from the puppet snake's mouth. The poisonous fog appeared to be 3 different colors, forming a huge 3-colored fog. The tricolored fog appeared very quickly and spread very quickly. Even Zichun, who had extreme speed, couldn't avoid it in time. Everyone watched as Zichun, who was retreating, was instantly enveloped by the tricolored fog. This three-colored fog was very peculiar. It continued to spread forward in a fan shape. It did not affect the puppet snake and Hort Kinney behind it at all. When the latter saw Zichun shrouded in the tricolored fog, a faint smile finally appeared on his cold face. "It's over, it's over." Sighs could be heard all around them. The tricolored poison mist was a very strange poison. It was much more terrifying than the previous poison. The previous poison would only take effect after it came into contact with the body. It would only be fatal when it fused with the blood. However, this tricolored poison mist had an extremely strong corrosive effect. Moreover, it was specifically targeted at living creatures. Once enveloped by the tricolored poison mist, even if one held their breath, the poison would still invade the surface of the body and corrode the entire body until it melted. Even if this poison was placed in a small town, it would still make many people wary. If Gartucolo had the confidence to fight against Hort Kinney before, after seeing the tricolored poison mist, he completely lost his confidence. This poison might not be neutralized even with a detoxification pill, unless it was a specially configured detoxification pill, or if one had a strong body resistant to poison, it would be impossible to block the tricolored poison mist. Looking at him on the field, he shook his head. It was obvious that Zichun, who had just awakened his ability, had already died in the tricolored poison mist. In the face of this situation, no one could block the poison mist. Even Gartucolo was not optimistic about Zichun. No one else on the field was optimistic about Zichun, including the old man, Gartucolo, and Huang Tu. This was because the origin of the tricolored poison mist was too great. Zichun, who could only neutralize ordinary snake detoxification pills, could not block it at all. The tricolored poison mist was still spreading and spreading. The tricolored poison mist in front of them was even denser. It was clear how determined the other party was to kill Zichun. The remaining poison spread and diluted, spreading in all directions. Those who were far away felt a little dizzy after breathing in. Their expressions changed drastically, and they retreated far away. Even from so far away, the poison made them dizzy. There was no need to think about what would happen to Zichun. The poison that spread in all directions had no lethality to Hort Kinney. His gaze was still fixed on the tricolored poison mist in front of him, and he sneered. After 3 breaths, when he felt that he had released a poison that could kill several ability users, he waved his hand. The tube in the puppet snake's mouth in front of him stopped spraying and slowly retracted. "It's over," he murmured, and his expression was completely relaxed. At this moment, the tricolored poison mist suddenly began to surge, like a strong gust of wind, carrying with it a strong aura. Hort Kinney's expression suddenly changed. The puppet snake that had closed its mouth flashed with a cold light again. He saw a tricolored poison mist leave the front and charge straight at him. Whoosh! The snake's tail swung and hit the tricolored poison mist. With a bang, the tricolored poison mist exploded, and a light figure flashed from within. In the blink of an eye, the light figure arrived in front of Hort Kinney. The pair of cold eyes fell on Hort Kinney's panicked face. When Hort Kinney saw the face of the light figure, his eyes immediately widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He saw Zichun. Not only was his body not corroded by the tricolored poison mist, but he was also unharmed. Swoosh! Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and the unsheathed broken saber swept across Hort Kinney's neck. The snake's mouth, which was only inches away from Zichun's head, also stopped after Zichun's broken saber cut across Hort Kinney's neck. After that, the snake's body twisted and fell to the ground with popping sounds. Huff, 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 huff. Sheathing the broken saber, Zichun gasped for breath. While gasping for breath, he coughed violently, as if he wanted to cough out all the poison that he had inhaled into his lungs. There was a blood stain on Hort Kinney's neck. His vitality had disappeared, and he had died. However, his eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. The puppet snake had lost its master and completely turned into a wooden puppet. It was no longer of any use. There was no longer any threat to Zichen in the surroundings, so Zichen kept coughing, trying to cough out all the discomfort in his heart. In the distance, everyone who saw this scene stood there motionless as if they had been petrified. His expression was completely frozen, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At this moment, Zichen gave them the feeling that he was a ghost. He walked out of the three-colored poisonous fog without any injuries. Not to mention his body being corroded, there was no sign of his body melting, and there was not even the slightest trace of corrosion on his body. Could it be that the three-colored poisonous fog was fake? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such doubts, because no one could survive the three-colored poisonous fog. Such a situation could only mean that the poison was fake. Bang! At this moment, a sound was heard not far away. It was a Saint King who had accidentally inhaled too much of the poisonous fog and collapsed. He had accidentally inhaled poison that had been diluted many times, and he had actually fainted just like that. It could be seen that the three-colored poisonous fog was not fake at all. However, Zichen was unscathed. So what was the point of that? Zichen's coughing gradually stopped. He lowered his head and glanced at Hort Kinney, who had died with remaining grievances, and said, "Idiot, what is this? Do you think that you can deal with me with the three-colored smoke? But it's quite unbearable." Hearing Zichen's words, the others in the distance all had the urge to faint. The three-colored poisonous fog that would kill upon contact had actually become three-colored smoke in his mouth, and its effects were only unbearable. Was he still human? This poisonous fog is definitely real, and he definitely doesn't have a special antidote. It's said that only some powerful and special constitutions can withstand the invasion of the three-colored poisonous fog. He should belong to the latter. Gartucolo, who was more knowledgeable than the others, looked at Zichen with flickering eyes. He had some guesses about Zichen's situation. Shaking his head, Zichen looked around and discovered that there was no one around. Even the old man had disappeared. Although the poisonous fog had dispersed a little, it had not completely dispersed. In particular, where Zichen was, the poison was still very dense, so no one dared to approach rashly. Looking back, Zichen found that these people were further away. Among them were the 4 pale-faced saints from the Hort clan. He looked at the 4 of them and smiled. His smile was ferocious. His left hand grabbed the broken sword in its scabbard, and he walked in that direction. Seeing Zichen walking in this direction, the nearby Saint King's expressions all changed, and they tactfully dispersed. Even an ability user had been killed, let alone them. Moreover, they were suspected of bringing ability users here, so they walked very far away. "You guys leave here first." The 4 saints were terrified when they saw Zichen arrive. They knew that Zichen's target was them. Just when they did not know what to do, they suddenly heard a voice. When they turned around, they saw the ability user from the Gartucolo clan. The other party was walking in their direction, and it seemed like he wanted to protect them. Nodding gratefully at the other party, the 4 of them quickly retreated, and then ran out of the village like stray dogs. "Where do you think you're going?" Zichen roared and was about to give chase. At this moment, Gartucolo, who had a long sword on his back, blocked Zichen's path and stared at Zichen. Chapter 2299. Before coming here, Gartucolo already had a certain understanding of Zichen. In the last battle, he had not died even after suffering such serious injuries, and he had just survived the tricolored poison mist. Gartucolo was certain that Zichen had an extraordinary constitution. It was this constitution that allowed him to have the ability to fight continuously and resist poison. Life stars were known as lands of miracles. As a heaven-defying existence on a life star, it was understandable that Zichen had such a constitution. Although such a constitution was powerful, Gartucolo was not afraid. He was only afraid of the tricolored poison mist. Thus, he looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "I am saving you." Zichen looked ahead. There, the figures of the 4 saints were gradually shrinking as they ran further and further away. If you kill them now, it will be the same as cutting off the Hort family's path. They will definitely not let this go. Although you killed an ability user today, I believe you should know that luck played a large part in it. Do you think the Hort family only has one ability user? Or are you confident that you can fight against the Hort family here? Zichun retracted his gaze and said indifferently, when we meet, we can only fight to the death. That's much better than a real fight to the death, Katukalo said in a low voice. A real fight to the death and a real fight to the death did not seem to be very different, but the meaning was completely different. The former meant that there would be a fight to the death when both sides met, while the latter was a search and pursuit until one side was completely dead. There was still room to maneuver in the former, but the latter was a real fight to the death. This sentence was very reasonable. It seemed that the other side was really thinking about Zichun, but Zichun, who had seen a lot of the world, knew very well that in this kind of fight to the death, there was still the possibility of a cornered dog jumping over a wall. If he really killed these 4 people, the Hort family would completely lose their qualifications this time. Then, when the Hort family crazily pursued him, they would definitely not let these 4 people from the Katukalo family go. They had already lost their chance, so how could they let the other party have the chance to obtain a saint weapon? The sound of footsteps came from behind. Jia Tu and Huang Tu ran over. The old man followed behind them. He ran to Zichun's side and looked at Zichun excitedly. Zichun, how did you do it? There was no need for Zichun to consider the gains and losses for too long. If he killed the 4 of them now, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. He no longer looked at Katukalo and turned back to Katukalo. What do you mean? How did you do it? That 3-colored poisonous fog is very poisonous. It is said that one will die upon contact. How did you resist it? Jia Tu and Huang Tu asked again. Is that poison? I thought it was smoke. Zichun's heart still palpitated when he recalled the puppet snake's strange behavior. The sudden appearance of the smoke had made it impossible for him to find an opportunity to retreat as he was immediately enveloped. Just as he was thinking that something was wrong, he found that the smoke did not cause any effective harm to him, and its lethality was not even as good as the previous venom. It had to be known that the venom would at least corrode his clothes, but this smoke only made him feel choked. In the smoke, he could not see anything, so he could only remain in a state of alert. He did not think that the smoke was a type of poison. He thought that the puppet snake would take advantage of his blurred vision to launch an attack. So he waited quietly, not making a single sound. In the end, nothing happened. Jia Tu and Huang Tu were speechless when they heard Zichun's words. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. The 3-colored poisonous fog that they did not even dare to touch had turned into smoke in front of Zichun, and it did not have any effect on him at all. The 4 saints had already run away, and the people who had been watching the show had also left. Jia Tu and Huang Tu said goodbye to Zichun and followed Katukalo back to the small town. For a moment, only Zichun and the old man were left alive, as well as a dead person and a puppet snake. That puppet snake is good stuff. It can be sold for a good price in the small town, the old man said as he pointed at the puppet snake not far away. Katukalo left with the people of the Jia Tu family, but he did not take him, an ability user who could kill ability users. This was clearly to avoid suspicion. He did not want to have too much to do with Zichun, and he did not want to completely become enemies with the Horte family. Zichun returned to his room and walked out with the bamboo basket on his back. The bamboo basket contained his harvest from the past few years. The huge holy black crystal was specially wrapped in a rag and placed at the bottom. The rest of the ores were placed in the middle, and at the top was some food. It was almost impossible to reach the small town in a day's time. During that time, they would need to stay in the wilderness for a night, and food was also a necessity. However, the old man told Zichun not to worry too much, because there would be some small inns along the way for people to rest. If it was an ordinary person, it might be dangerous, but as an ability user, Zichun would not dare to have any ideas about him. He also told Zichun that if he did not trust others, then he should find a cave to rest in and leave the next day. As for the night, no one dared to walk outside. Occasionally, there would be some powerful ability users who were not afraid of the fear of the night. With the bamboo basket on his back and the puppet snake wrapped around his waist, Zichun stepped on the road to the small town. The old man sent Zichun all the way to the outskirts of the village, and Zichun waved his hand and left. I hope you can leave this damned place, the old man muttered in a low voice as he turned and walked towards the village. The old man had already pointed out the direction of the small town very clearly. Along the way, they should walk on the main road as much as possible. Although it would be troublesome to meet some people, compared to the insects and snakes that could rush out at any time to take people's lives, the danger posed by humans was much less. The road ahead was not difficult to find. At noon, Zichun, who had traveled about 10 miles, found a large rock and stopped to rest. After eating some dry rations, he continued on his journey. Along the way, he met some Saint Kings who looked like villagers. When they saw Zichun, their first expression was unfriendly. However, when they saw the puppet snake wrapped around Zichun's waist and shoulder, the unfriendliness in their eyes turned into shock. In this dark night, he would only stay for one night, so Zichun did not want to cause any trouble. When the sky was about to darken, he found the cave that the old man had pointed out to him. The cave was quite hidden, and the outside was covered with fallen leaves. The cave was a little damp, and it looked like no one had lived in it for a long time. Zichun did a simple cleaning and placed the bamboo basket and the puppet snake inside. Then, he found a few large rocks and sealed the entrance of the cave. In this world, there would be wind at night, and mosquito-like insects would appear in the wind. They were full of aggression and danger. In addition, on the ground, there were also groups of ants moving forward. They were in groups and were also a powerful species. Compared to the other dangers, in this world at night, these two things were the most dangerous. When night fell, a gust of wind rose again. Through the sealed cave, Zichun could hear buzzing sounds from the outside world. In addition to the buzzing sounds, there were also rustling sounds, which should be the sound of divine ants gnawing on trees. In this world, the wooden houses were built with a very special kind of wood. This kind of wood was not only tough, but also emitted a very strange smell that only divine ants could smell. They did not gnaw on it. In this strange world, it was the first time that Zichun spent the night outside. He was still a little nervous, so he could not go to sleep early. Suddenly, he heard the roars of beasts in the distance. There were beasts in this world, and they could be called divine beasts. However, they were not really divine beasts that could call the wind and summon the rain. In this world, they were much more powerful than divine beasts. They could barely be called divine beasts. At that time, the old man had told him that if he wanted to kill these divine beasts, only those powerful ability users could do it. Just like in the mortal world, in this world, there were also hunters. However, what they hunted were not beasts, but divine beasts that were even more powerful than divine beasts. Boom! Suddenly, Zichun heard a more powerful wind, and then he felt the whole ground shaking. The angry roars of beasts seemed to be very close, mixed with anger and fear. There should be someone fighting. Zichun, who was hiding in the cave, guessed in his heart. The old man had told him that this world was full of danger at night. Anyone who dared to appear at night, whether it was a human or a beast, was extremely powerful. Undoubtedly, on this night, Zichun encountered such a level of existence. In addition to the roars of beasts, Zichun could also hear explosive shouts. Now he was more and more sure that there were hunters hunting divine beasts outside. He was curious, but he also knew that with his current strength, he could not walk in the dark. Therefore, he could only hope that those who were fighting would not affect him. He just wanted to stay here quietly for one night and enter the town the next day. The fighting outside was getting more and more intense, and the frequency of the ground shaking was also getting faster and faster. Zichun's face became very ugly, because listening to the sound of fighting, it seemed that this place was getting closer and closer. The god of luck was not on his side tonight, and the thing he was most worried about happened. Just when he was most nervous, he heard a tremor coming from the sealed cave, followed by splashing stones. Zichun saw a big black guy with its back against the cave. That big guy looked like a big bear, but there was no hair on the surface of its body, and it was very shiny. At a glance, Zichun saw that it was a puppet like the snake behind him. This big guy was obviously shocked here by a strong force, and it was very curious about the cave behind it. After getting up, it looked back and saw Zichun, and a trace of surprise flashed in its cold eyes. After that, it ignored Zichun and continued to rush forward. But at this moment, Zichun had an impulse to curse. The reason for that was because right after he left, Many ants the size of a palm suddenly rushed into the cave from the outside. Not only was the ant big, but its eyes were also shining, staring at Zichun. Damn it! With a curse, Zichun did not care about what was outside, grabbed the bamboo basket and the puppet snake, and ran outside. Chapter 2300. These black ants were very large and had very strong killing power. Zichun believed that if he ran a little later, he would be drowned by the black ants in an instant. Just as he stepped on the back of the black ants and jumped out, he saw that the area of more than 10 meters in front of him was already covered by the black ants, and the number of layers was still increasing. There were still countless black ants coming in his direction at high speed. He tapped his feet, and his body soared into the air and flew more than 10 meters away. Using his extreme speed allowed him to keep a light pace and not be swallowed by these ants. When he steadied himself more than 10 meters away, the cave he had been hiding in was no longer visible. What he saw was a dense black ant that completely covered the cave. At this moment, the wind was still whistling, the earth was still shaking, and the roars of beasts and angry shouts were constantly heard. Zichun, who was retreating, did not have the time to see who was fighting here. Since he had lost his hiding spot, it meant that he would soon be swallowed up by the dangerous night. The only thing he could do now was to quickly find a place to hide. After identifying a direction, he rushed forward without hesitation at a very fast speed. As he rushed forward, he glanced at the scene in the distance from the corner of his eyes. There were 3 people who looked like shadows and a black bear that looked like a puppet. They were surrounding a fake divine beast that couldn't be seen clearly. The 2 sides were fighting. However, at this moment, he suddenly rushed out, which made the 3 people look sideways in surprise. Zichun retracted his gaze from the corner of his eye and began to accelerate. He was definitely using his fastest speed. According to what the old man had said, there was an inn not far from the cave. This was also the place that the old man had specially chosen. In case there was a change at night, he could rush there and get shelter. Unexpectedly, at the moment Zichun was running away, he heard a roar that shook the sky. It was the fake divine beast that was fighting the 3 people and the black bear, which suddenly broke through their encirclement and rushed forward. Coincidentally, the direction in which the fake divine beast was rushing was the direction in which Zichun was escaping. The speed of this pseudo-divine beast was very fast. While the 3 of them and the bear were in a daze, it had already caught up with Zichun. Maybe it was because Zichun was blocking its way, or maybe it hated humans too much, or maybe it saw that Zichun was too weak. The pseudo-divine beast, which was running away, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Zichun. A strong wind swept over from behind, blowing Zichun's tattered robe. Even though he didn't turn around, he knew what was happening behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With the bamboo basket on his back, he directly grabbed the snake's head and turned around to smash the pseudo-divine beast like an iron lock. After turning around, Zichun saw the pseudo-divine beast clearly. It looked like a wolf with a horn on its head. Besides that, there was nothing special about it. However, such a thing was even more powerful than some saint beasts. Pa! The whistling snake tail hit the wolf's head in an instant, making a crisp sound. After being hit by a huge force, the wolf's head turned in midair. Under the inertia, the side of its face continued to rush forward. Releasing his right hand that was holding the snake's head, Zichun clenched his fist and hit the wolf's face with all his strength. Pong! Another loud sound rang out, and the unicorn wolf was sent flying just like that. The strong recoil caused Zichun's body to sway. Ignoring the pain in his right hand, he shook his hand and continued to rush forward with the puppet snake. Not far away, the 3 people and 1 bear who were about to charge forward saw that the weak-looking fellow in front of them had actually sent the lone horned wolf flying so cleanly. Their expressions were all startled, somewhat astonished, and their speed slowed down slightly. Roar! The beast's roar continued. This time, there was less fear and more anger. After the single-horned wolf landed on the ground, it once again pounced towards Zichun. Its pair of wolf eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Get lost. The wind was blowing all around, and danger could come at any time. Seeing the single-horned wolf coming at him again, Zichun was really angry. After an angry roar, he waved the puppet snake again and rushed toward the single-horned wolf. The puppet snake in his hand was like a long whip, accurately hitting the single-horned wolf. The latter let out a whimper in pain, but Zichun ignored it. In an instant, he sped up and rushed forward, hitting the opponent's head with a punch. After knocking the single-horned wolf to the ground, Zichun rushed forward again. His left leg was stuck on the struggling wolf's leg. His left and right hands clenched into fists, and like raindrops, his fists continuously hit the single-horned wolf's head. Each of Zichun's attacks contained his full strength. Every time his fist landed, it would cause the ground to tremble along with it. Pung! Pung! As the fists fell, the single-horned wolf's mouth was bleeding, and it let out a whimper. The three people and one bear in the distance were completely dumbfounded. It seemed that this was the first time they saw a puppet master fighting with a puppet. Not only was his fighting style strange, but his speed and strength were also ridiculously powerful. Although the single-horned wolf had suffered some injuries under their siege, it was definitely not something that a person could deal with alone. But looking at the guy in front of them, he seemed to be fighting effortlessly. Not good, there are divine ants. Just as they were watching Zichun's battle in a daze, a cry of alarm came from the black bear's mouth. Hearing this cry of alarm, the other three people's faces changed. Then, they all wrapped the black robes on their bodies. The black robes covered their entire bodies. Even the place where their eyes were was covered by a layer of crystal. The wind suddenly became louder, and there was a rustling sound in it. This made Zichun feel that something was wrong. The moment he turned his head, he saw a black wind coming from afar. It was like a real wind. In that wind, there were countless black ants. They were entangled together, and with the help of the wind, they flew at a very fast speed. This scene gave Zichun a big fright. He no longer cared about the single-horned wolf, got up, grabbed the puppet snake, and ran. The single-horned wolf, who had endured countless punches from Zichun, was still a little dizzy after getting up. Its body was swaying. However, its perception of danger was clearly better than these people. Before it could stand firmly, it bent its body and instantly charged forward with all its strength. The wind blew, and the black ants in it brushed past the single-horned wolf's body. Only a dozen or so black ants landed on the wolf's body. The rest followed the wind and continued to move forward. Their target was Zichun. As for the three people and the black bear, they stood in the wind, allowing the black ants to pass by. Not a single one attacked them. The wind became stronger and stronger. Zichun could clearly feel that danger was approaching, and the speed at which the danger was approaching him was faster than the speed at which he was escaping. He knew that he couldn't escape. In an instant, he turned around, swung the puppet snake, and smashed it forward. Pa! The puppet snake, which was close to 4 meters long, swept past and broke the black mass of ants at the front. Many of the black ants fell to the ground. Some died, while others struggled to crawl towards Zichun. Pa! Pa! The puppet snake in Zichun's hand danced continuously. Pa! 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 Another large number of black ants were scattered and fell to the ground. However, the number of black ants was too great. It could be said that there were too many of them. In addition, the wind was strong. After Zichun had attacked 5 times, the large group of black ants behind him had already rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Zichun had become an ant-man. Is he dead? Not far away, the 3 people wearing special robes looked at Zichun, who was surrounded by black ants. One of them muttered, "He's still not dead? Could it be that he's still a god?" Another voice sounded. It was a clear female voice. "This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. It's a pity that he died just like that." The third person sighed. The woman who spoke earlier turned around and looked at the black bear. She said, "It's all because you were too reckless and destroyed his hiding place." The black bear awkwardly scratched its bald head and said embarrassedly, "Isn't that a mistake? Who knew that the horned wolf would be so strong?" Just as the 4 people were talking, in front of them, where the black ants completely covered, a tricolored smoke suddenly rose. The moment the smoke appeared, it spread in all directions. The The black ants quickly melted and disappeared in the tricolored smoke. That's the tricolored poison smoke. They must have accidentally triggered the mechanism in the puppet snake. The black bear said in shock after seeing this scene. As the tricolored poison smoke spread, more and more black ants disappeared. These black ants clearly had some kind of intelligence. The continuous disappearance of their companions made them feel fear, and they immediately scattered. Those who ran fast could still live, while those who ran slow directly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge group of black ants from before scattered just like that. The three people and the bear looked forward and even ignored the horned wolf not far away. Under normal circumstances, when the black ants covered the whole body, there would be nothing left when the black ants scattered. At this moment, something far beyond their expectations happened. After the three-colored poison fog became slightly diluted, a figure quickly rushed out from it and ran into the distance. The figure carried a bamboo basket on his back and a puppet snake on his shoulder. There were no injuries on his body, and even the speed of his escape was as fast as before. How could this be? Seeing the figure disappear in a puff of smoke, the three people and the bear were stunned and speechless again. They had never seen anyone who could walk out of the tricolored poison smoke unscathed. Moreover, that person's body did not have any light circulating around it. It was obvious that he did not take the special antidote pill. Just like that, they saw that person run and run, constantly releasing the tricolored poison smoke to resolve the crisis until he completely disappeared from their sight. Chapter 23:01. While the three people and one bear were tidying up the spoils, Zichun was constantly entangled with the black ants, cursing his bad luck in his heart. Fortunately, the wind finally weakened, and the black ants fell one by one, no longer using the wind to advance. Zichun rushed forward, not even looking back. He didn't want to encounter a group of mosquitoes after dispersing the black ants. After walking for about a few miles, he finally saw the inn that the old man had mentioned. There was light in the inn. Zichun quickly went forward and knocked on the door of the inn. A moment later, a man dressed as a waiter opened the door for him, and Zichun walked in. The waiter sized up the battered Zichun and said indifferently, "You still want to stay in this inn at this late hour?" Zichun didn't say anything. He flipped his hand and took out a piece of black iron from the bamboo basket and tossed it to the man. The man caught it and weighed it in his hand before saying, "You can only stay on the first floor for one night. Just find a place to sit." This inn had 2 floors. The first floor had some tables and chairs, like a tavern, while the second floor was the accommodation. At this moment, there were already more than 10 people on this floor. It seemed that they were like Zichun, who didn't pay enough to stay on the second floor. Some of them were in groups of 2 or 3, while others were in groups of 4. These people kept looking at Zichun after he came in, and he could see some hostility in their eyes. Zichun glanced at these people and saw an empty table. He ignored them and walked straight to it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, a black ant crawled out of the bamboo basket behind him and fell to the ground. Pow! Zichun stomped his foot down and crushed the black ant into pieces. Zichun threw the puppet snake on his shoulder to the side and sat down on a chair. He asked, "Do you have water?" Maybe it was because of the puppet snake, but the waiter poured water for Zichun. Pa! Another sound came from the right. It was a black ant that had crawled out of the snake puppet's mouth and was trampled to death by Zichun. In this short period of time, Zichun had already trampled 5 black ants to death. It was obvious that he had been in a great battle with the black ant earlier and had accidentally left these on his body. Those people, who had unfriendly expressions earlier, tactfully withdrew their gazes when they saw the ghastly black ant corpses. Zichun. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded from the second floor. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and saw a young man appear at the top of the stairs, walking towards the first floor. "I thought you wouldn't come today." The one who came down from upstairs was, of course, Jiatu and Huang Tuesday, speaking of which, in this world, only the other party would speak to him with such a tone and expression. "Something happened on the way, so I was delayed." Seeing Jiatu and Huang Tu, a rare smile appeared on Zichun's face. Jiatu and Huang Tu, who came to Zichen's side and was about to sit down, saw these black ants and his expression couldn't help but change. He said, "You were attacked?" Zichen glanced at the puppet snake under his feet, nodded and said, "If it wasn't for it, I'm afraid I would have been completely defeated today." "What's going on?" Jia Tu and Huang Tu sat down. It seemed that because the other party was on the second floor and had an identity that was not to be trifled with, the waiter took the initiative to pour water. "I don't know where this idiot came from, but he actually destroyed my hiding place in the middle of the night." Thinking of this, Zichen's heart was filled with anger, and his voice inevitably raised a little. However, these words were so ear-piercing to everyone's ears, and their expressions changed slightly. In this place, there weren't many people who dared to walk at night, and there were even fewer who dared to fight at night. Only those hunters dared to walk at night, and every hunter was an ability user. "Are you talking about a hunter?" "I haven't seen a hunter yet," Jia Tu and Huang Tu asked curiously. "I don't know. I only know that it's 3 idiots and a bear." Zichen didn't have a good impression of the 3 people and the bear, so he naturally didn't hold back. "Shoo." Jia Tu and Huang Tu signaled Zichen to be quiet and whispered beside him, "Be quiet. Those hunters are extremely powerful." Zichen drank a mouthful of water, snorted softly and said, "They did the idiotic thing themselves, and they can't let others talk about it. If it wasn't for the 3-colored poison fog, Zichen would have definitely died there today." It was normal for Zichen to be angry after almost losing his life. Moreover, this was obviously an unexpected disaster. If it wasn't for the other party's battle that affected him, how could such a thing happen? In this world, every hunter is an ability user, but every ability user may not be able to be a hunter. Hunters are recognized as strong, and they are naturally respected. At this moment, Zichen's words undoubtedly aroused the dissatisfaction of others, and for a moment, all kinds of gazes were directed at Zichen. One of the 4 people sitting at the next table looked at Zichen and said with dissatisfaction, "If you say hunters are idiots, then what are you?" Scram. Zichen turned around and glared at the other party, his words cold. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes, and he grabbed the weapon beside him. Beside him, the other 3 people also stood up as they stared at Zichen with a cold glint in their eyes. "It's a misunderstanding, everyone. This is a misunderstanding. My friend didn't mean it that way." Jia Tu and Huang Tu quickly stood up and waved their hands. "Huang Tu, come up." At this moment, Jia Tu Kilo's voice came from the second floor. Jia Tu and Huang Tu turned to look at the ancestor on the second floor. The other party's words were indifferent and firm. "We still have to travel tomorrow. Hurry up and rest." This sentence could not be refused. Jia Tu and Huang Tu looked at Zichen with an apologetic smile, and after using their eyes to signal him not to cause trouble, they turned and walked upstairs. However, after going upstairs, he did not rest, but watched from above. He understood the ancestor's meaning very well, which was to stay away from Zichen and not have anything to do with him. Originally, the 4 of them were still a little afraid of Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who came down from the second floor, but after Jia Tu and Huang Tu went upstairs, the 4 of them were completely relieved. Not only did their gazes towards Zichen become colder, but there was also a hint of provocation. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish," Zichen said coldly. He had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. At this moment, he did not mind killing a few more people. Shameless boasting. The 4 of them were obviously not afraid of trouble. They pretended to walk over, but the waiter not far away had no intention of stopping them. It seemed that this kind of thing often happened. Zichen's hand went to his back, where he was carrying a long strip. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, sounding urgent and powerful. "Open the door." At the same time, it was accompanied by a deep voice, strong and powerful. In this dark night, to dare to knock on the door with such a tone, the person who came was definitely an ability user. The waiter quickly went forward to open the door. As for the 4 people who were about to make a move, they also stopped and returned to their seats, standing there and watching this scene coldly. The door of the inn was opened by the waiter, and a huge object appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a mechanical puppet that looked like a black bear. It pushed the waiter away with one hand and said loudly, "Get out of the way." Pushing the waiter away, it walked in from outside the door, carrying the corpse of a horned wolf on its shoulder. Blood dripped down its shoulder and soon dyed the floor red. The waiter stepped aside and lowered his head as if he didn't see this scene. He didn't even ask the waiter to pay for his stay. After this mechanical puppet that looked like a black bear walked in, 3 more people covered in black robes walked in. Looking at the other party's attire, everyone couldn't help but recall what Zichun had said before. 3 idiots and a black bear. There was no doubt that the people the other party was talking about were the 3 hunters and the black bear in front of them. Seeing the 3 people, Zichun was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to meet them here. What were these hunters doing here in the middle of the night instead of hunting those pseudo-divine beasts? Everyone's eyes fell on Zichun for a moment, making Zichun feel very unnatural. On the second floor, Jiatu and Huangtu also guessed that the people Zichun was talking about were the 4 people in front of them. They looked at Zichun with some worry. Jiatu Kilo appeared and signaled with his eyes that the other party was not allowed to go down. The Jiatu family would not participate in anything related to Zichun. "Humph, the idiots you were talking about are here." Not far away, one of the 4 people who had a conflict with Zichun sneered at him. His words were neither loud nor soft, enough for the people who came later to hear. "What did you say?" The black bear had just thrown down the corpse of the horned wolf when it heard these words. Its bare eyes stared at that person. The person cupped his fists and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. I said it for him to hear. Just now, this guy came here and boasted shamelessly that the 4 of you are 3 idiots and a black bear. How dare you? Who said that?" The black bear's voice was raised a lot, and its words became very cold and harsh. The other party looked at Zichun without leaving a trace, which made the black bear step forward angrily, preparing to send the other party flying with a slap. The others watched from the side and sneered without saying a word. It was obvious that this guy had offended these hunters and would not be able to survive. In this world, there were no rules at all. Whoever lived was the rule. The man who spoke also sneered and looked at Zichun with a pair of gloating eyes. Zichun had been silent, but he did not take out the hand on his back. He was already in a state of alert. If there was any danger, he would immediately take action. The black bear, who was walking forward, saw the bamboo basket and puppet snake beside Zichun, and its eyes changed a little. The anger in its eyes lessened a little. The palm that was about to slap Zichun slowly landed on the table in front of Zichun. Then, the tall black bear leaned over, tilted its head, and looked at Zichun. Its eyes, which were originally filled with anger, now had a glimmer of light. The loud voice sounded again. "Hey, it's you. Xiuqi, Xiangxian, come quickly. He's actually here." As he spoke, He Xiong sat down beside Zichun, showing no signs of hostility. The crowd, who had thought that they would see an exciting battle, was stunned when they heard the black bear's surprised words. Chapter 2302. Black Bear came in front of Zichun. Everyone didn't see the battle that they had imagined. When Black Bear saw Zichun, he seemed very happy. He sat down just like that, as if they were very familiar with each other. The others beside him were all stunned. "I said you're an idiot, and you really think you're an idiot. Get lost." A clear female voice rang out. It was a black-robed person walking over. Then, she kicked the black bear away without any trace of politeness. As she walked forward, the other party untied the black robe on her body, revealing a tall figure, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. Her long black hair was tied behind her back with a hairband. She wore a purple tight suit. Holding the untied black robe in her hand, she sat beside Zichun. Her bright eyes looked at Zichun unscrupulously. "He said I'm a bear, not an idiot. He was talking about the 3 of you." Black Bear, who was kicked away, muttered in dissatisfaction. He took a few steps back and pressed a certain mechanism with one hand. After coming to this world, this was the first time Zichun saw a woman. Moreover, she was a beautiful and powerful ability user. This surprised him. If she was in the outside world, this woman would be a saint king. She would definitely be a top powerhouse. This kind of surprise caused his expression to change slightly. However, he quickly controlled his emotions. Unlike the others, he only had eyes for this woman. He was completely attracted by her appearance. The other two black-robed people also took off their black robes and sat down. A hole appeared behind Black Bear. A man who wasn't very tall walked out and sat down opposite Zichun. "My name is Xiuqi. May I know your name?" On the other side of Zichun, a young man cupped his fists and said to Zichun. "Zichun." Zichun said indifferently. Although he didn't feel any hostility from them, he didn't let down his guard. "Brother Zichun, I'm sorry for what happened earlier." Xiuqi once again clasped his fists towards Zichun and said apologetically, "Forget it. You guys didn't mean it." Zichun waved his hand. Their attitude made it impossible for him to pursue the previous matter. "My name is Tom. Zichun, you are really powerful. Not only did you beat up the lone horned wolf, but even that group of divine ants couldn't do anything to you." The man who walked out of the mechanical black bear said to Zichun, "Tom, you have to apologize first. This is all your fault." The woman who had been silent all this time said. The man named Tom scratched his head and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. That lone horned wolf was too strong. I was careless and was sent flying, accidentally exposing your hiding place. However, I can see that you are very strong. Being a hunter is not a problem for you. Why didn't you come to the inn and instead hide in the cave?" Zichun wasn't used to Tangpu being so talkative, so he didn't know how to respond. "Tom, you talk too much nonsense." "Zichun, right? My name is Xiangxian. Is this puppet snake yours? Could it be that you're the same as Tangpu? Are you also a puppet master?" The beautiful woman looked at Zichun curiously. Zichun thought to himself, "You talk a lot of nonsense too. It seems like we aren't familiar enough to ask all sorts of questions, right?" However, he saw that the four of them didn't have any ill intentions, so he replied, "I'm not a puppeteer, and this puppet snake isn't mine." "Then why do you have it?" Xiangxian asked, puzzled. "The puppeteer wanted to kill me, but I killed him. I saw that this puppet snake wasn't damaged at all, so I thought I could sell it for a good price." Zichun's answer left everyone speechless. The faces of the four people who had a conflict with Zichun turned ugly. They had guessed that Zichun should be a puppeteer, and a puppeteer with a broken puppet. Such an existence had almost no combat power. However, they didn't expect that he wasn't a puppeteer at all. The puppet snake was just his spoils of war. The four hunters did not seem to be hostile, but they were definitely not easy to talk to. They were called idiots and bears for no reason. But not only did they not get angry, they even apologized as soon as they came up. This showed how strong Zichun's combat power was. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died many times over. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then, the tricolor poison mist isn't yours. How did you ignore it?" Tangpu asked again. Zichun frowned slightly, not knowing how to answer. "Tom, don't be rude." Xiuqi, the young man from before, glared at Tom. This was obviously a secret. There was no reason to show it to others casually. The words here were clearly heard by the others. After hearing that the other party ignored the tricolor poison mist, everyone's face changed again, and they were shocked in their hearts. "It's not unreasonable. In fact, I don't know the reason. Maybe it's because I'm naturally resistant to poison." Zichun shook his head and said casually. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire place became deathly silent. In this world, there was no such thing as innate skills. All innate skills could be called abilities. If it was really innate resistance to poison, then there would be a strong rejection of poison. In this way, one could become a poison master. Poison master. That was an occupation that made many ability users tremble in fear upon hearing its name. Zichun is a poison master? Jiatu and Huangtu were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Perhaps in the outside world, a poison master was nothing, but in this world, a poison master's ability was extremely powerful. They were so powerful that they were immune to poison, so powerful that everyone feared them. They were almost the top existence in this world except for the gods. It could be said that the status of a poison master in this world was equivalent to the status of a harmonious spirit master in the star path. Jiatu Keluo snorted. He knew very well that Zichen only had a special physique. It was only luck that allowed him to block the tricolor poison. As for becoming a poison master that was immune to poison, that was simply impossible. These four fellows who were trying to be friendly obviously misunderstood Zichen's ability. Otherwise, Zichen would have long been torn to shreds by the four of them. Xiaoqi and the woman named Xiang Xian exchanged glances and then no longer asked this question. Xiang Xian tilted her head and looked at Zichen and said, "You look so young. Is this your first time going to Instigate Town?" Zichen nodded. He knew the name of the town from the old man. "Are you going to trade, or are you planning to stay there for a long time?" Xiang Xian asked again. "I'm going to find someone." "Oh, who is it? Let's hear it. Maybe we know him." "An old blacksmith. I think his surname is Wei." Seeing the other party being so enthusiastic, Zichen's heart moved, and he said the purpose of his visit. "You should be talking about old fart Wei, right? Not only does he know how to blacksmith, he also knows how to refine weapons." "Are you looking for him to refine weapons?" Xiang Xian asked. "You know him?" Zichen was surprised. He had just casually mentioned it, but he did not expect the other party to actually know him. "Of course I know him. Old Fart Wei lives next door to us, and we have a good relationship." Xiaoqi laughed and said, "All these years, we have never seen anyone looking for Old Fart Wei. Who are you to him?" "A friend asked me to look for him. We did not know each other before, but he said that he would let me follow Old Fart Wei from now on. Meeting is fate. Waiter, bring some wine and dishes." Xiaoqi said, "Today, we want to have a good drink with Brother Zichen. I want good wine and good dishes." Tang Pu added, "If not, take this unicorn wolf and stew it. We have a good relationship with Old Fart Wei. Since you are looking for him, then we are considered to be on the same side. Tomorrow morning, we will bring you to find him. If he is willing to take you in, then we will be neighbors." The man who had not spoken all this while laughed and said, looking very friendly, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiaojin." Zichen could feel that after he said Old Fart Wei's name, these people became even friendlier. That friendliness was completely sincere and not deliberate. Xiaoqi, Xiaojin, Tang Pu, Xiang Xian. Don't tell me they are the four demon hunter cultivators of Sohui Town? Just at this time, a cry of surprise came from not far away. The four demon hunter cultivators, 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 puppet. This puppet referred to the puppet master. In Sohui Town, the 4 of them were quite famous. The 4 of them had different abilities, but their fighting strength was extremely strong. When they were combined, they were even more powerful. After guessing the identities of the 4, the surrounding people looked at the 4 of them with even more admiration. Just as the waiter was preparing the dishes, Xiaoqi took out a jade bottle from his bosom. After opening it, a ray of light burst out from the jade bottle. Xiaoqi tilted the jade bottle, and a drop of glowing liquid came out and landed in Xiaoqi's palm. Zichen looked at the drop of liquid curiously. He could feel a dense energy ripple from it. This was the first time he felt an energy ripple ever since he came to this world. Just as Zichen was curiously sizing up the drop of liquid, the surrounding people's eyes were already wide open. Their faces were full of surprise, and from the looks of it, they could not wait to take the drop of liquid for themselves. They did not need to think to guess that the drop of liquid was something good. Xiaoqi placed the drop of liquid in front of Zichen and said, "Originally, we were just here to greet you and let this matter pass. I did not expect you to be looking for Old Fart Wei. That means you are indeed one of us. Who knows, you might even be neighbors in the future. Just greeting you is not justifiable. You have a share in killing the lone horned wolf. This is your reward and a greeting gift." "What is this?" Zichen did not take the drop of liquid. Instead, he looked at it and asked suspiciously. "Sacred Source Liquid, also known as Ability Source Liquid. It is a good thing that can awaken abilities." Xiaoqi said, "There's such a thing?" Zichen's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Although this world has only one set of rules, it is still very mystical. Xiaoqi looked at Zichen and laughed and said, "This thing's main use is to strengthen the body. The effect of awakening abilities is relatively small, but if you gather enough of it, you can still awaken abilities. Chapter 2303. Sacred Source Liquid was also known as Ability Source Liquid. It was a unique product of this world and was very different from the source liquids produced on other planets. It was the most basic and important thing in this world and was the goal that many people pursued. But at the same time, too many people might not even obtain a single drop from the moment they came to this world. That drop of sacred source fluid had attracted everyone's attention. Compared to it, Xiang Xian's looks didn't seem as attractive anymore. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Zichun took in everyone's expressions and shook his head in refusal. One could not accept a reward without doing anything, let alone something so valuable. Take it. We won't lose out. We can still exchange for 2 more drops if we go back and deal with this wolf. If you hadn't stopped it, we wouldn't have gotten a single drop. Seeing that Zichun still had the intention to refuse, Xiang Xian said unhappily, "How can a man be so wishy-washy? Hurry up and take it. It's not like it's a big deal." Since Xiang Xian had already spoken, Zichun naturally wouldn't be able to justify himself if he continued to refuse. He chuckled and accepted it. "Isn't that right?" Xiang Xian looked at Zichun and smiled. "Actually, we don't have any good intentions. After you've tasted the sweetness, you'll definitely not forget the sacred source liquid. When the time comes, you'll have to join our team and we'll hunt together." Xiang Xian's words were half an invitation and half an attempt to resolve Zichun's awkwardness. Zichun shook his head and said, "Forget it. I almost died earlier. I don't have the strength to walk in the dark." "You don't have the strength, but you have the equipment. If you're willing to become a hunter, we can provide the equipment. It's actually very simple. You only need a set of special clothes to block the divine mosquitoes and ants in the dark." Xiao Qi looked at Zichun, who was still holding the drop of sacred source liquid, and said, "This thing doesn't need to be refined. You just need to swallow it. You can do it now." Zichun nodded and swallowed the sacred source liquid. As he swallowed, he clearly heard the sound of saliva being swallowed from all around him. As the drop of sacred origin fluid entered his stomach, Zichun felt a familiar energy appear in his stomach. This energy seemed to be full of life, and after appearing, it extended towards his limbs and bones. Just like how natural treasures tempered one's body in the outside world, or how the rainbow sacred tree strengthened Zichun's body, this drop of sacred origin fluid also strengthened Zichun's body. However, it didn't require a cultivation technique to perfectly enhance the overall strength of his body. All abilities originate from the body. Only a powerful body can stimulate the emergence of abilities. Seeing Zichun's slightly puzzled expression, Xiao Qi took the initiative to explain. Zichun could understand this explanation. Perhaps this was the reason why the Jiatu family's 5 quotas all required a saint-level physical body. With the drop of sacred source liquid gone, everyone looked at Zichun with envy and some resentment. Of course, it was inevitable that they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Although it was common knowledge that a drop of sacred source liquid couldn't awaken abilities, Zichun's failure still made everyone feel that he had wasted the drop. Perhaps this was the only way to make them feel a little better. The waiter had prepared some food and wine, and there was even rare meat among them. For Zichun, who had come to this world, this could be considered really high-class food. The quality of the wine was also pretty good. At the very least, it was much smoother than what the old man usually drank. The 5 ability users ate and drank in front of everyone. Gato Kilo brought Gato and Huang Tu back into the room. It was clear that he really didn't want to have anything to do with Zichun. They drank until the next day, when the sky was bright, but the 5 of them still didn't change their expressions. Even Xiang Xian was a heroine. Here, alcohol tolerance represents strength. Zichun, you're really strong. In fact, alcohol tolerance represented physical strength. When Zichun came here, his physical body had already entered the saint level and was stronger than many saint kings. This was also the reason why he could kill saint kings with his broken blade after coming to this world. After Xiao Qi paid the bill, the group of 5 left the inn and headed for Soi town. There weren't any more twists and turns along the way. When they were about to reach the town, the alcohol from the previous night had dissipated, and they were extremely sober. "Let's go and find old Fart Wei," Tang Pu, who was holding the puppet snake for Zichun, said as they walked to the town's gate. From the outside, The town looked like a small city. It was surrounded by tall stone walls. In Tangpu's words, these walls were to prevent pseudo-divine beasts from suddenly attacking the town at night. The old man had come to Soe town before, but not many times. As for why he didn't stay here, Zichen had asked him before, but the old man hadn't said anything. After arriving at the town today, Zichen finally understood. In this place, there were many people with abilities. Although they were far from the point where they could walk everywhere, they could casually walk for a while and see one or several ability users. Living with these ability users would undoubtedly cause one to be on tenterhooks. How could it be more comfortable than living in a small mountain village? There was only one entrance to the town. After entering, they would go deeper into the town. In this town, Old Fartway had his own shop, but the area was extremely small. Outside the shop, there were some black iron and a few weapons that didn't seem to be very popular. Old Fartway, this time we went out, we brought back a friend for you. Seeing the blacksmith shop from afar, Tangpu shouted. This place was relatively remote, and was only suitable for people to live in, but not for a shop. Compared to the shops on the road, Old Fartway's shop was really not ostentatious. He believed that the business would not be good. This old man has no friends. An old voice came from the blacksmith shop, followed by the sound of forging. You didn't before, but now you definitely do. His name is Zichun, and he specially came to find you. Quickly come out and take a look. Tangpu shouted towards the blacksmith shop, turned his head and said to Zichun, Zichun, don't go in, it's dirty and messy inside. After greeting Old Fartway, you can stay with us. Our place is clean and spacious. That's right, Zichun. This Old Fartway is good in every way, but he is too lazy. If he was more diligent, he wouldn't have to force himself to live. Xiang Xin said with a smile, Old man, quickly come out. Otherwise, I will smash your shop. The sound of forging suddenly stopped, and the old voice came out from the blacksmith shop again. Don't. This old man's shop, there is nothing valuable left. Zichun saw an old man wearing a coarse robe, who was not as sturdy as the other blacksmiths, come out from the blacksmith shop. After the other party appeared, his gaze fell on Zichun and said, You came to find me? Yes. Zichun nodded and was about to explain his purpose, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Old Fartway's voice. It was Old Fart John who asked you to come. Is he still alive? His old body is still very healthy. Zichun knew that Old Fart John was that old man, and his surname was Zhan Wu. What did he ask you to come here for? To trade. Old Fartway sized up Zichun. He hoped that I would stay here to learn from you for a period of time. Oh, come with me then. Old Fartway did not speak much, and did not ask anything else. He turned and walked towards the blacksmith shop, and Zichun could only follow behind. Tangpu passed the puppet snake to Zichun, and Zichun carried the bamboo basket, and prepared to follow with the puppet snake. You are a puppet master? Old Fartway asked without turning his head. No, this is, without waiting for Zichun to say that it was for sale. Old Fartway interrupted him and said, If not, then deal with it. The room is too small, and cannot hold these useless things. Zichun turned his head, and looked at the few of them for help. Leave it to me, it's easy to deal with it. Tangpu smiled at Zichun, and volunteered to take it over. Zichun smiled gratefully, and turned to enter the blacksmith shop. Entering the blacksmith shop, the first thing that entered his eyes were all black iron-grade ores, and occasionally, he could see some iron ingots and a few semi-finished products. As for the real weapons, Zichun did not even see a single one. The room was low, and there was not enough light. After entering, the furnace emitted a high temperature, causing the air to be filled with a dry feeling. Put the things there, and you will be in charge of forging in the future. Old Fartway pointed to an empty corner and said. Zichun put down the bamboo basket, and then poured out all the black iron, revealing the holy black crystal wrapped in a coarse cloth at the bottom. After that, he untied the cloth, revealing the holy black crystal. In this dark room, there was suddenly a bright light, and it was so black that it was shining. The expressionless Old Fartway, upon seeing the holy black crystal, revealed a look of surprise. Such a big piece of holy black crystal was very rare. He nodded and said, It's not bad. Do you plan to sell it? Or keep it for when you are familiar with it? To forge a weapon for yourself? Zichun was hesitant, because he was not sure of the price of the holy black crystal. Then keep it first. These black iron can still be used for a period of time. Looking at the hesitant Zichun, old Fartway had already decided for him. He looked at Zichun and said, "From now on, you will stay here to forge, and take care of your food and lodging. Don't worry about anything else, and when you are done, you can leave. This old man will not force you. However, if you can't complete this old man's request, then take your things and get lost." Many thanks to Senior for taking me in. Zichun cupped his fists and thanked him gratefully. Whether you thank me or not, we can talk about it later. Now, go and tell those people outside that you can't leave for a while, and don't let them wait. Yes. Zichun walked out of the blacksmith shop and told the four of them about the old man's arrangement. For a moment, the four of them were very disappointed. However, they did not force Zichun, and told Zichun that he could look for them when he was free. This should be able to exchange for 2 to 3 drops of Saint Origin liquid. Once it's done, I will give it to you. Tang Pu waved the puppet snake in his hand at Zichun and left with Xiangxian and the rest. Chapter 2304. Clang. In the blacksmith shop, the heavy hammer fell, sparks flew, and a piece of black iron gradually changed shape. Clang, clang. The clanging sound kept on ringing. It was very rhythmic and rhythmic. The one wielding the hammer was a young man, dressed in coarse hemp clothes, with delicate features and handsome features. On his forehead, sweat kept dripping down. He did not care about wiping the sweat off his forehead, and kept hammering the piece of black iron in front of him. Not far away, on an old and broken recliner, an old man was resting with his eyes closed. Even in deep sleep, his mouth was still open, as if he was dreaming of something to be happy about. The young man who was hammering was naturally Zichun. He had been here for 10 days. In these 10 days, he did not leave the house, and only hammered the iron all day. Beside him, there was already a small pile of iron ingots. The one on the recliner was old Fartway. Ever since Zichun came here, he had never hammered once, but every day he would talk. A few days ago, because Zichun used too much strength, he almost scolded Zichun to death. When he was awake, the old man was very strict and could always pick out all kinds of problems. And when he was asleep, the old man's mouth would be open, as if he was having a good dream. The clanging sound of the hammer was like a beautiful melody, bringing the old man into dreamland, and he was unwilling to wake up. Around lunchtime, the old man naturally woke up. Seeing the pile of iron ingots in front of Zichun, he was stunned, but after covering up the surprise in his eyes, he frowned and said unhappily, "Why is the speed so slow? The efficiency is too low." He walked forward, casually picked up a piece of iron ingot, and pointed to a certain place and said, "The strength here is too light. This place is too heavy, and here." Here, the old man picked up a piece of iron ingot and pointed out a few problems. Seeing Zichun constantly nodding his head, revealing an expression of humility, he reluctantly nodded his head. "You must be hungry again, right? If you can't finish your tasks every day, you won't be able to eat. I'm losing out big." After that, the old man muttered as usual and walked into the house. He was probably going to cook. After a whole morning of hammering, Zichun was already exhausted. At the same time, he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. However, after hearing what the old man said earlier, he was too embarrassed to rest and could only continue hammering. It had to be said that, during these 10 days, although the old man had constantly squeezed him dry, the growth of his power was also very obvious. Although he hadn't used extreme speed yet, Zichun believed that his current speed was much faster than it had been 10 days ago. Here, a strong physical body was the foundation of everything. During the few days that Zichun had been here, Xiangxian and the others had come to look for him once. After that, it was said that they were out on a mission, so he hadn't seen them since. "Eat something." Old Fartway brought out a bowl of porridge and signaled to Zichun to drink it. It had to be said that this simple bowl of porridge had a lot of energy and was able to sustain Zichun's workload for half a day. On the 11th day, a group of people walked in from outside the town. If Zichen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize 4 of them. They were the 4 saints from the Huate clan who had saint-level physical bodies. They were following the new ability user and were late by 10 days. Zichen didn't step out of his house and didn't pay attention to the outside world. After a few days, Xiang Xian and the others came back and pulled Zichen to drink. Looking at their slightly worried expressions, Zichen could tell that they didn't have any harvest this time. Zichen, don't just focus on hammering all day. It's completely useless. Only through constant fighting can one strengthen and improve one's abilities. At the table, Tang Pu tried to persuade Zichen just like before. Zichen laughed bitterly. Let's postpone this matter for now. Old Fart Wei still has a lot of missions to complete. Speaking of Old Fart Wei, Xiang Xian's eyes were filled with resentment. Zichen, don't be fooled by Old Fart Wei. He's treating you as a laborer. Working for him day and night, he's squeezing you dry, and he's not even giving you a reward. Why don't you come with us to hunt for fake divine beasts? If you're lucky, you can get a drop of Saint Source Liquid every time. Using Saint Source Liquid to raise your strength is much faster than hammering. Xiang Xian and the others had their eyes on Zichen's fighting strength and wanted to rope him in. Zichen also looked forward to hunting in the outside world, but once he thought of that strict old man, he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Moreover, the growth of his strength was indeed very fast, unlike what the others had said about him being slow. Even after they finished drinking, Zichen didn't agree to their request. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't tell Old Fart Wei. Yes, this is it. Use your strength here. Clang. Increase your strength. It's still too light. Clang. Clang. A new day, a new mission. Zichen started hammering again. After Xiang Xian and the others rested for a while, they went out to hunt fake divine beasts again. In these few days, Old Fart Wei didn't sleep, and instead gave Zichen pointers on how to use his strength. According to the old man's pointers, Zichen's hammering movements became more graceful, and his control of his strength became more adept. Old Fart Wei, who looked very strict, was actually very satisfied with this disciple of his. He was so satisfied that he would grin foolishly every time he slept. It could be seen that Zichen made him very satisfied. But every time he woke up, he would become so strict, as he was worried that Zichen would be too arrogant. In the path of smithing, talent was important, but hard work was even more important. For a month, Zichen had been hammering the iron blocks. After a month, Zichen began to refine weapons under the old man's supervision. In the past, Zichen knew how to refine weapons and even knew many techniques that had been lost. However, those techniques all relied on energy to operate. Now that there was no energy, Zichen's techniques could not be used, but his foundation was still there, so it was still easy to use. After scrapping 2 weapons, Zichen, who had spent 3 days, finally created a decent weapon. It was a long blade, very sharp, and emitted a black light. Not bad. For the first time in more than a month, the old man nodded his head, expressing his approval of Zichen in his heart. This blade can be put out for sale. This shop can also be considered open. After staying here for such a long time, Zichen had seen a few people come to look at weapons. Unfortunately, there were no decent weapons here, so there was no successful transaction. Zichen once suspected that if this continued, the old man's surplus would be eaten up. In this way, Zichen successfully became a permanent worker in the blacksmith shop and began to forge weapons for sale. Gradually, the shop also had business, and the first transaction was completed. According to the old man's vague instructions, the weapons Zichen made would have a little flaw, and they would not look perfect. This was done on purpose in this dangerous place. Of course, only the 2 of them could see the flaw. Others who did not understand weapons would not be able to see it. The store's business gradually improved, and Zichen's weapon refining skills also became more and more adept. By the 3rd month, Zichen's weapon refining skills had already gained some fame. The first weapons were bought as soon as they appeared, and later, before they were even made, they were already reserved in advance. With a bowl of porridge in the morning, noon, and night, Zichen's strength was also constantly increasing. Compared to 3 months ago, it had changed a lot. Regarding this, Zichen was even infatuated with this kind of increase in strength. If he was in the outside world now, he believed that in these 3 months, his sacred-level physical body would have undergone a great change. Although he would not dare to say that it was comparable to a sacred weapon, it was definitely much stronger than before. Moreover, if he continued to grow like this, Zichen believed that one day, his physical body would grow to a level comparable to a sacred weapon. At that time, he would be able to catch a sacred weapon with his bare hands. With the increase in strength, Zichen gradually felt some changes in his body. These changes seemed to be the signs of the emergence of abilities. For the people in this world, true abilities were actually the changes in the body. It was an ability that was derived from one's body. For example, Zichen's previous extreme speed ability was an extension of the cultivation method. It was not an ability that was derived from one's body. Just as Zichen was gradually falling in love with the feeling of this kind of increase in strength and the feeling of becoming fond of weapon forging, the old man suddenly stopped Zichen. "You've been here for a long time, and your understanding of weapon forging is very deep. It's time for you to go out and train." "Are you chasing me away?" Zichen looked at the old man in surprise. "I'm not chasing you away. I'm just letting you go out and train. The four of them came back a long time ago, but after knowing that the weapons you forged were very popular, they did not disturb you." The old man looked at Zichen and said, "With your skills, you can completely rely on yourself here, but I believe that this is not the main reason you came here. Go out with them and see some blood. Otherwise, after a long period of weapon forging, your courage will gradually wear away." Zichen was smart and quickly understood the old man's meaning. "Since you're already a weapon forging grandmaster, you can't be too shabby when you go out. I've put the new clothes in your room." After seeing Zichen put down his hammer and leave, old Fartway could not help but sigh and say, "Zichen, this old man really has no other choice. For the past 3 months, you've been using a drop of sacred origin liquid every 2 days. This old man's secret stash for many years has been emptied. Your strength is increasing, but your ability has not awakened. What you lack is not an increase in strength, but an instantaneous stimulation." Previously, Tangpu and the rest had said that Zichen's strength would increase very slowly because of his forging. However, Zichen did not feel that way. Instead, he felt that his strength was increasing very quickly. In fact, he did not know that in the thin porridge he drank every day, there was a drop of diluted sacred origin liquid every 2 days. As time passed, Zichen's strength increased too quickly. A drop of sacred origin liquid every 2 days was no longer enough to sustain Zichen's consumption. With no other choice, old Fartway signaled Zichen to go out and train. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.